Good morning, everyone. We are on the record in case number 2025-00045, electronic application of Kentucky Utilities Company and Louisville Gas and Electric Company for certificates of public convenience and necessity and site compatibility certificates. Remind everyone to turn off or silence your cell phones, please. And then I guess we are ready for applicant to call first witness of the day.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will go ahead and call John Bevington. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bevington.
Good
Would
morning.
you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address, and then counsel you may ask.
Yes, John Bevington, Senior Director of Business and Economic Development for PPL Services Company. Business address is 2201 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Okay, counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Bevington.
Morning.
Did you cause direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
Did you also sponsor certain responses to data requests?
Yes,
Do you adopt your testimony and those responses to data requests as your testimony here today?
I do.
The witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney General's office? Okay, KIEC?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Real quick. Mr. Bevington, you used to work at the Cabinet for Economic Development.
Yes, sir. I
What
do.
was your position?
My last position there was Commissioner of Business Development for the state.
Were you involved in recruiting or competing against other states for new industrial development in Kentucky?
Yes,
Okay. How did that, are utility rates an important factor in competing for that?
yes.
I want to ask you a couple questions. Under, I don't want a legal opinion, KRS 164.2807, it says, the General Assembly finds and declares that the long-term economic health and well-being of the citizens of the Commonwealth and the United States depends upon the availability of reliable sources of energy. Do you agree?
I do.
Okay. It also says, this is subsection D, the current economy and future economic development of the Commonwealth requires reliable, resilient, dependable, and abundant supplies of electrical power. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Why?
Well, the economic development process is complex, and each company has a set of criteria that they're trying to use to make a decision on where to site their businesses, and energy is absolutely one of those criteria, and now more than ever, energy is an important part of those decision-making processes.
Why now more than ever?
Well, I think that, if you talk to businesses that are, searching around for new locations, oftentimes one of the first questions they ask is about energy availability and energy cost today. If you look at, there's a group of site selection consultants that created an organization called the Site Selectors Guild. Every year, that group of consultants is surveyed on what issues are most concerning to them as site selectors. And last year, energy availability was the #1 concern for them.
Do deregulated states in PJM have a disadvantage when competing for new load, in your opinion?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you one last question about the statute. This is subsection O. It's a little long, but bear with me. Local economic development requires an adequate supply of electricity to support new and expanding industries and is enhanced by robust employment in coal mining and coal transportation and at electric generation facilities. The local job multiplier effect of employment in the coal, natural gas, and electric generating industries, and state and local taxes and other forms of economic value creation for the Commonwealth. Do you agree with that policy?
Yes.
Okay. What is the local job multiplier effect?
I assume what that means is for every job created, there are additional induced jobs that are, or indirect jobs that are there to support those direct jobs in terms of services and local businesses and restaurants and things of that nature.
Would that also include all the suppliers that located in Kentucky to serve Toyota?
Yes.
How many such suppliers are there that support Toyota? Do you have any idea?
Hundreds at least. I know from my time at the cabinet, we used to talk about the number of Japanese businesses that exist in Kentucky, and I know that there are 200 roughly Japanese companies that are primarily suppliers to Georgetown. So I would say hundreds.
Thank you, Mr. Bevington.
Thank you.
Kentucky Coal Association?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. SREA?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. And so we would still like to, the cities?
No questions.
And we still want to do joint interveners first today?
That all right? Sure.
Okay.
I am
And then
ready to
we'll-
go
Then
ahead.
we'll move the Sierra Club. Go ahead, Mr. Gary.
Thank you very much, Chair. Morning, Mr. Bevington. How are you?
Morning. Fine. Thank you.
I guess since it's day 2, I should introduce myself again. But Byron Gary on behalf of Joint Interveners, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Mountain Association, and Metropolitan Housing Coalition. Just briefly, pardon me, your title is Senior Director, Business and Economic Development, PPL Services Corporation, right?
Correct.
Okay. And your role generally is you're in charge of the discussions with these potential economic development projects.
Yes, myself and my team. Correct.
Okay. And you're in charge of your team. You're not the one who necessarily has all of the conversations yourself with individual projects.
I have many conversations with them, but maybe not everyone.
Okay. So you're not the first person to pick up the phone if somebody new calls necessarily.
Depends on the day.
Okay.
Sometimes
Sometimes.
I am. Yeah.
Sometimes it's somebody else.
Yeah, I mean,
On
it's a
your team.
relationship business, so there are times where I might get a phone call from a company that I've worked with in the past or what have you, but yeah, it's a team effort for sure.
Okay. And as part of this docket, the companies have filed an economic development queue in response to data requests and supplemented that a couple of times, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that was co-sponsored by both you and Mr. Jones, I think. The response generally was.
That could be the case, yes.
But if I had questions about the economic development queue, those would be more appropriate for you.
Yes.
Okay. The questions as to the overall load forecast and that process, those would be best for Mr. Jones.
Correct.
Okay. So you were here yesterday when I asked Mr. Beller, for example, about the statistically adjusted end use modeling and things like that. Those would be better for Mr. Jones?
I sure hope so, yes.
Okay. Okay. Not for you then?
Not for me.
Okay.
You want to know who's answering the phones? That's me. If you want to know about that stuff, that's Mr. Jones.
Sounds good. I wanted to start talking about that economic development queue generally. You only recently began sort of tracking them in that spreadsheet with the different levels, right?
Yeah, the spreadsheet is an output from our customer relationship management system, yes.
Okay. And the specific levels, announced, imminent, et cetera, that sort of assignment is something that the companies have only recently started doing in the past couple of years, right?
Correct. We instituted our customer relationship management system. We started that process in probably 2019. We finished it in mid or late 2020. So really 2021 is when we started inputting projects into that, call it a database, if you will.
Okay.
That database then can spit out reports like we've submitted in the record here.
Okay. And when you're entering things into the database, it's whoever's talking to the company, yourself or somebody on your team who's assigning this project, announced, imminent, prospect, suspect, right?
Correct.
Based on your conversations with them.
Yeah, based on the person working on the project, they modify the stages as they roll through the process. Correct.
Okay. And just looking at those 5 economic development project stages, you described them in response to staff 118C. If you want to pull that up, it might be helpful. I think you're probably familiar enough that you don't necessarily need to have it in front of you, but if we're using the specific words from there, it might be helpful.
Yep, I've got it up.
Okay. So I'm actually going to start at the bottom, the sort of final stage, and work our way backwards. The announced stage is one that has caused me at least a little bit of confusion because of that name. Announced for the companies, as I understand it, requires a formal public decision to locate in the service territory and a signed contract for electric service, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's, a project is only announced once it actually signs a contract with the companies for electric service.
Correct, yeah. There are some projects that we mark as announced that maybe have publicly announced with the Cabinet for Economic Development. They've received incentive approval, we've worked with them. But generally speaking, it would be projects that sign a contract, yes.
Okay, so just because they have actually announced publicly plans doesn't necessarily mean that they're at that announced stage in your queue.
Correct.
So it might be more contracted stage or something like that, right?
I guess you could look at it that way,
Okay.
correct.
For example, the Campground Road project in Louisville has been publicly announced, but it wasn't at that stage for you guys.
That's correct.
And the same with that Oldham County project. That was announced, the data center, prior to changing that announcement, but it never reached that stage in your queue, right?
Said another way, there was public information about the Oldham County project, but we had it marked in prospect stage in our pipeline.
Okay. And maybe, so the next stage down then is imminent, and that's where that Campground Road one is listed, right?
That's correct.
Right now. So the Oldham County project hadn't even reached that second to last stage yet.
Correct.
Okay. In the imminent stage, it indicates a high probability for the project to announce and locate in the company's service territory. Is that how you described it?
Yes.
Okay. You also said that it likely has all the information necessary for the companies and the state and local communities to make a decision, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it may only be finalizing its own business plan or internal processes before proceeding, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how high a likelihood is high enough for a high probability to announce and locate?
Can you restate the question for me, please?
How high a likelihood is high probability? Can you put a number on that?
Can I restate the question just to make sure that I understand?
Sure.
what you're saying? How
If that helps.
high a probability is a high likelihood of it moving forward?
Yeah.
I would say that 80% is a high likelihood that it's going to move forward.
And who determines that has a high probability? Are the people talking to the project?
Yes, primarily the people that are talking to the project, but we have team meetings and we talk about progress and we review stages that projects work through. And so it is it's a judgment call by the project manager that's working on it, but also, interacting with the rest of the team and myself.
But it's not based on having, say, signed a transmission service request or engineering procurement construction agreement or anything like that.
Those can be components of what would cause it to move forward or change status in a stage, but that's not the only reason.
And it's not a prerequisite for it moving from one stage to another.
Is what's not a prerequisite.
Signing a TSR or an EPC the only firm one is an ESA gets them to announce, right? But a signed TSR doesn't necessarily mean that you move up to imminent.
Correct, not necessarily, that's correct.
And just because you're in imminent doesn't mean that you necessarily have an EPC agreement.
That's correct, yeah, some projects, I think a lot of the focus on the project stages is related to the data center aspects. There are projects that we work on that are marked as imminent that don't have to go through a TSR process, as an example, or aren't required to sign an EPC agreement for us to do some sort of work to progress their site, things of that nature. So yeah, generally for economic development purposes, it is about the activity level that's being performed by the project manager on my team with the company or prospect that they're working with.
Okay. And then the next stage down, prospect, involves very regular exchange of information. Pardon me. A more detailed evaluation of a site and site characteristics, and likely include detailed evaluation of infrastructure capabilities and capacities. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't require having submitted proof of site control, for example, or again, a TSR or an EDC. There's no specific thing that is required to move into that stage, is there?
Not necessarily, but in the aspect of site control, consider that a lot of communities own sites that are being marketed to economic development prospects. So, site control could be that a community owns it and there's a prospect looking at it, as an example. Yeah. So there's no, to be in the prospect stage, there's no formal definition of something that has to happen for it to occur there.
Nothing objective that everybody could look at the same project and say they have done X, therefore they're in prospect, right?
No, but consider please that, my team collectively has about 70 years of experience doing economic development. As I just answered some questions with Mr. Kurtz, I worked for the state of Kentucky for about 9.5 years doing this work. So I think we've got a pretty good handle on where to put projects and what stages according to the activity level that's being performed and, the interactions that we're having with customers and things like that. But, again, and every project's different, right? If we were to put objective criteria on a particular project to make it be in a stage, it wouldn't conform to every project that we're working on. So it's really difficult to do that.
You mentioned your team again a minute ago. Just forgot to ask, how many folks are on your team?
Doing economic development work specifically here in Kentucky, there are 3 people.
A few people?
3.
Oh, 3 people. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I heard you right.
Three people on the economic development team, but we also consider that our business development agents that are working with existing customers, what we call key account managers, are also part of that economic development progress, right? I mean, most of the economic development announced in Kentucky comes from existing customers, expansions and so forth. And so we do have a team of people, and there are roughly 10 or 11 of them that deal with existing industry, and they are part of that economic development process as well.
Okay. So they're part of your team as well.
They don't report directly to me, but we interact very, very regularly.
Okay.
And my former role, I was in charge of that team.
Okay. And some of the projects in that queue are developments at existing locations, right?
Correct.
So those other 10 or so people would have input on what stage those projects would be at?
Correct. Working with the team and myself and other leadership, yeah, we
Okay.
sort of work on that stuff together.
There are, I think, 2 other stages here. Suspect indicates that there is a likelihood or evidence of continued follow-up. They're likely engaged in continued information exchange. So it sounds like suspect means you've gotten more than one call, at least from the same person, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and sorry, suspect sounds a little scary.
No, yeah.
It's definitely not a scary situation, but yes, you're correct. It is, past just an initial phone call. We've done a little bit of work with them. It's not a constant engagement week over week, but it's something that we're a little bit more engaged with than an initial call.
Gotcha. And an inquiry indicates a request for high-level information. So somebody called and asked for information at sort of a high level about what it takes to locate a project in your service territory.
Correct.
Is that sort of what inquiry means?
Correct.
Okay.
Call it a tire kicker.
A what?
Tire kicker.
A tire kicker. Gotcha. I wanted to ask you about 2 specific projects really quickly.
Sure.
Actually, might start with the Campground Road project. As part of your work in determining sort of how likely a project is to come to your territory, you'd probably be keeping an eye on things like local zoning decisions or permits that they needed and things like that, right?
My team doesn't specifically focus on, understanding exactly where things stand with local zoning issues and things like that. We do become aware and talking with our clients about that from time to time, but it's not like they're out scouring or listening to or going to meetings and so forth. But again, we're definitely aware of where our clients are in their process.
So those projects would, as part of your conversations, let you know where they are in those local decision-making processes, I suppose?
Yes.
And you might maybe have the opportunity to review what they have submitted to local zoning,
Well, my team, we're not experts in zoning issues or, things of that nature. So again, we're very busy with a lot of phone calls coming from a lot of different prospects, and we've got a lot to juggle. So we really try to spend time in the areas that are really important for us to keep that pipeline healthy and moving forward, and not a lot of time spent on things that we're not experts in, like local permitting and things like that.
So I'm going to bring something up, and if you're not familiar with it, that's totally okay. Just let me know. It just seemed like something that maybe your team might review with a project that's imminent. As part of the Campground Road project, are you aware they had to go through some local zoning processes in Louisville?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of where they are with that process right now?
My understanding in talking to them is that they have received some necessary approvals and that they're in the midst of doing earthwork on their site as a result of some of those approvals.
Okay. As part of the project, they submitted a letter of explanation to the Planning Commission. That's what I brought up here. Oh, it's plugged in. It's not up yet. But when that makes it up, I'm just curious if you had seen this before as part of your work in keeping track of where these projects are. And I'd like to mark this as JI Exhibit 2, I believe, if it is able to make it up. There we go. Does this look familiar to you?
It's not anything that I've seen before the start of this hearing.
Okay, so you have not reviewed this document before?
No.
So you haven't seen, for example, their explanation that the proposed data center in the last paragraph needs to be located near adequate electrical utilities. There are few locations in the community that can physically be developed as data centers.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
You haven't read this, you haven't seen that third paragraph. That's not an explanation that you were familiar with them giving the Planning Commission for why they needed to be approved there?
No.
Okay. I'll acknowledge the witness is not familiar with the document. I'm not actually going to move to admit. I don't think that there is sufficient foundation here. I do want to ask you just a question about that, though. Would you agree with the statement that proposed data center needs to be located near adequate electrical utilities, right? That's
Yes.
part of how they decide where to locate within a given community or your service territory, right?
Yeah, depending on the size of the project that the data center wants to develop, having adequate infrastructure in proximity to where their site is an important factor.
Okay, and that would be a limiting factor on how many different places something of this size could be located, right?
Well, I'm not an engineer, so it's hard for me to answer the question in terms of, what line capacities are and things of that nature. But again, I'll stick to the statement that transmission facilities are very, very important for large load projects.
Okay. Wanted to move on to the Oldham County project. A minute ago, you stated that you don't spend a lot of time on local permitting issues. You're not familiar, for example, with this document submitted to the Planning Commission in Louisville, right?
Correct.
Okay. But in your rebuttal testimony, you cited a couple reasons for the failure of the Oldham County project. Do you recall what those were?
I'm happy to look it up.
I think your rebuttal testimony at 2 specifically. Give me 1 minute, I can give you a specific line.
Sure.
So in your rebuttal testimony, the question starting at the bottom of page 2, you say, WHP, that's Western Hospitality Partners, right?
Correct.
Decision to consider other locations is due to permitting challenges and community opposition, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you attend the public meetings that were held in this matter?
I did not.
Okay, so you weren't in Louisville or Lexington for those public meetings with comments given?
No.
Okay. Did you review the YouTube videos after?
I did not personally. I know we had people within the company that had reviewed them, but I did
Okay.
not personally.
Fair to say a fair number of people in Louisville and Lexington concerned about data centers in the community as well, right?
I haven't heard about any opposition necessarily in Lexington. I mean, again, we're talking specifically about Oldham County in this situation. I am aware of other public meetings that have happened in Louisville. Yeah, but again, broadly, can I say that there's opposition? I don't know about broadly. There's certainly been community meetings.
You were here yesterday morning, right?
Yes,
You heard the comments given at the opening of this hearing.
yes,
You heard comments from 2 Metro Council members in Louisville, right?
yes,
Including Councilperson Tammy Hawkins. She was here yesterday, right?
correct.
And she expressed concern about data centers in Louisville.
I did hear that, yes.
Are you aware that her district includes the Campground Road project?
I don't know exactly the properties or the areas of Louisville that
Okay.
are under her district, no.
Are you aware of opposition to data center projects nationally?
No, I mean, I think, look, having done economic development as long as I have, for big projects that are monumental in nature, and particularly for a budding industry like the data center industry, I don't think it's uncommon for people that aren't aware of these things to have questions and concerns. To think back at, if you look at the Toyota project, which Mr. Kurtz asked me about a little bit ago, that was a brand new thing for Kentucky in 1986. At that time, we had 1 Japanese company in the state. Now we have 199. There were lawsuits associated with that project back in 1986. I think the public was concerned about incentives that were being given to Toyota. I wasn't around then, just thinking about history and working for the cabinet as I have, I've learned a lot about the way I see communities react to certain things, right? So it's not uncommon. But I think if we were to go back to 1986, knowing what we know about Toyota now, thinking about the community opposition that was given back then, we probably wouldn't have had that kind of opposition knowing the outcome that it created. And I think data centers have the same opportunity. It's new. If anyone reads the news, we know that it's coming. We know that it's important to national security. We know it's important to every one of our daily lives, but it's new. And so again, it's going to create questions, it's going to create concerns, it's going to create public meetings. But I think at the end of the day, it's something that's coming. And I think that Kentucky deserves to get its fair share of it. And I think we'll look back, if given the opportunity to earn that business, we'll look back and be able to say, it's really paid some dividends for our communities and our school systems.
Let's maybe talk about that for just a minute. One of the benefits that you cite is the property tax revenues, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You had a chance to review Dr. Stanton's testimony in this proceeding, right?
yes.
On behalf of the joint interveners? Okay. Do you recall reading in there that she put forward evidence that at least 10 states have currently given more than $100 million per year each in tax subsidies for data centers?
I'm happy to look at it. I trust that you're reading from the testimony, but
Do you have any reason to dispute that number?
no.
I'd like to bring up another document real quick. This one was cited by Ms. Stanton as an economic development expert. I think you might have seen this one regarding the Oldham County project specifically. This is a local economic development local economic and fiscal impact analysis for the Oldham County Data Center campus. Does this document look familiar to you?
It does.
Okay, so you did have an opportunity to review this one.
Yes.
You were aware this was submitted to I forget what they call it in Oldham County, but their planning commission, correct, as part of their zoning process there.
Yes, I believe that Western Hospitality Partners made this a public document, maybe even on the website that they created.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was linked in Dr. Stanton's testimony. I did try to find it there yesterday, and it does not appear there anymore. But you have reviewed it. It was public at one time, right?
Correct.
Okay. This is just on the face of it, and if that changes as I ask you questions, let me know, but this appeared to be a true and accurate copy of what you've reviewed in the past.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the cover page here, but
Yeah.
generally speaking, yes.
That
That's
date seems about right and everything. Okay.
yes.
I would move to admit this as JI Exhibit
No objection.
3. We'll say 3 because I marked the other one 2, even though I didn't move to admit it. But thank you, Ms. Wimberly. I just want to highlight one thing from this regarding that specific issue. On page 4, under the tax impact, there's a note here. And in there, it says, in practice, nearly all jurisdictions that have successfully attracted data centers have provided property tax abatements or exemptions. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Would you agree that that is often one incentive that is offered to bring them?
Well, you know, as Mr. Beller said in his testimony on Monday, we don't have any hyperscale data centers in Kentucky yet. So I can't answer the specific question about whether property tax abatements will be part of the inducement of a hyperscale data center in Kentucky. But having worked with incentive programs for my career, property tax abatements are a component of a potential incentive package, yes.
Okay. You mentioned there's a great demand for these spaces. You mentioned speed to market just a minute ago, I think. Maybe not those exact words, but you've described that as an important aspect before, right?
Speed to market?
Yes.
Absolutely,
For that.
yes.
Okay. And there are a number of the data centers in the company's queue that are looking to attract tenants, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they're not necessarily the hyperscalers themselves. They're developing a data center space for tenants to come and rent from them.
Yeah, within our queue, we have projects that we're working directly with hyperscale operators and data center operators and developers. So in the
Okay.
developer case, yes, I mean, they are trying to create a package basically that would be attractive to a data center operator in the event that a data center operator has an immediate need to build capacity.
Okay. So they're being proposed by developers, like the Campground Road project is being developed by Poe companies and Powerhouse, right?
Correct.
Okay. And they're not the end users of data centers themselves, right?
That's correct.
And I think the Campground Road project consists of 6 separate buildings as proposed. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I think it depends on who the ultimate tenant will be. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I think that they are having conversations with operators that would require them to be flexible in how they're designing the site and things like that. I think
Okay. Would it be possible for them to have multiple tenants at one site?
Yes, I suppose that's possible.
Okay. You state in your rebuttal testimony at page 1 that the companies, are working both with hyperscalers who seek to build data centers in Kentucky and developers, including assisting the developers with locating tenants for the projects. Right?
Correct.
So you're working with, say, without talking about your specific efforts, avoiding confidential session here, but you're working with developers such as Powerhouse to help them find tenants.
Well, if an operator is asking about a particular site, as an example, if they're saying, you know, are there sites that you can submit to us for consideration, we will seek developer approval to submit their sites if we've got clients that are looking for them. Yes.
So when you say you're assisting the developers with locating tenants, are you actually going out and calling potential tenants for them?
No.
It's a matter of them calling you and you referring them, it sounds like.
Yeah,
Making those connections.
Let me just talk for a second about the economic development process in general. I mean, it is a exercise of elimination, essentially. So with any economic development project, they come to the state, they come to us, they come to a community, and they say, you know, what do you have that's in the 100-acre footprint arena, because we want to build a 400,000 square foot building, we're going to hire 300 people to make widgets. Right? Data center is no different. Data center would say, you know, we have a need to want to be in this area of the country, or potentially of the area of the state, and they'll say, you know, do you have any 20-acre sites that are near a transmission line, or do you have any knowledge of inventory, real estate inventory, that happens to be valuable to the criteria that we're asking about. So if we get a question about, hey, do you have any opportunities for us to evaluate. And if it's a hyperscaler or a data center operator, we would then submit the properties as I suggested just a second ago. And if the developer that has a project that's out there wants us to submit it on their behalf, we're happy to do so. That's how I would characterize it, how we're helping the developer.
So it's not necessarily a matter of, just so I understand, I mean, it sounds like there are two different things here. There's finding sites, you know, a developer is coming to you and asking, where could we potentially put this? But it sounds here like you're saying that you are assisting developers with locating tenants for their projects. That sounds a little different from somebody coming to you and asking about places where they could build a data center.
I think it's the same. I mean, again, a data center operator might have a need that they need to fill quickly. So they might say, we need a site that can deliver us 500 megawatts. And so we'll look at the inventory of sites that we have and other projects that are out there that we're aware of that can deliver that sort of scenario, and we'll submit all of those opportunities for them to consider.
Okay, well, in that case, if you're assisting in finding a tenant, say, for example, for the Campground Road project, and you're working with the potential tenants as well, who are you actually negotiating the electric service agreement with? Is it Powerhouse who ends up signing an ESA potentially?
Whoever's going to, use the energy at the site would be the entity that would contract for the service.
So not necessarily co-developers in that case, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect Poe Development Company to be the signer of an ESA eventually.
The eventual tenant, who they haven't, as far as you're aware, located a specific tenant yet, it sounds like. So whoever the potential tenant is may end up being the one that signs the ESA, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said a moment ago it could be several different tenants, potentially, if they have several different buildings at the site, for example, right?
Yeah, could be.
So that 400 megawatt project in the imminent stage could end up being, if there are 6 buildings, 6 different tenants potentially.
Could be, yeah. Let me say one thing real quick. I think as we've said in the record, that project is actually now a 525 megawatt project. So we had submitted an additional TSR for that for 123 megawatts. So they're actually looking at 525. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that. To your point, they may have a preference to only have one tenant. They might, be negotiating with multiples. It is possible that we have multiple contracts with multiple users of that site eventually.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the ultimate question.
Right.
Could I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Powerhouse isn't just locating in Louisville, right? They have data centers nationally. They're a national organization.
Yes, they're developing projects all over the country,
Okay.
yes.
So they've signed contracts probably with other data centers that are farther along at this point.
Yes, I believe they've signed contracts with other, with data center operators in some of the locations they've developed.
And they have, they have the actual tenants. That was the contract I was referring to, not the electric
Like
service.
call it a lease agreement.
Lease agreement, okay. Have you reviewed those lease agreements from other jurisdictions?
I have not.
Okay. Not aware of how long those lease agreements typically are for?
No, but I have to imagine, if they're investing in, 300,000 square foot buildings on a campus and they're putting 7 of them out there, Powerhouse has a heavy investment in those things, so I wouldn't assume that they'd be short-term leases. I would assume they'd be 15 or 20-year leases probably, so.
Well, you said just a moment ago, as far as you're aware, they don't have a tenant there yet, but they've begun groundwork already, right?
Correct,
They've already made substantial investment in that location, right?
correct.
And they don't have any tenant signed up and contracted, that there's no lease agreement to your knowledge yet.
Well, I don't want to speak about what they may or may not have, which may be confidential from their perspective.
Okay.
But they are doing earthwork, and they are heavy into their investment on that site, for sure.
Okay. I only had one other set of questions here. In your direct testimony at page 9, you reference a Meta being one of the hyperscalers, the big 4 or 5, depending on how you count them, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned they pledged more than $200 million to local infrastructure at different sites and $1 million annually to utility low-income customer support. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have the companies discussed such things with any of the prospects in your queue?
I'm just thinking about confidentiality again. So,
If we need to enter confidential session, this is the last set of questions I have. It would be easy enough to.
I would say, let me answer the question like this. If you're looking at, or if any of us read about announcements of hyperscale data centers that are out there, generally speaking, whether it's AWS or Meta or Google or Microsoft, generally speaking, they talk about how they want to make foundational investments in the communities in which they serve. So it might be a different thing one place to another, but generally speaking, I think they are all committed to, and I have seen plenty of evidence as indicated in the record here, of sort of their charitable wants in the communities in which they operate.
Your project that's furthest along is the Campground Road project, right?
Correct.
525 megawatts. Have you secured any commitments from anybody for low-income customer support related to that project? Whether
Not
it
at
be
this-
Powerhouse or the tenant or?
Not at this point, but again, I would expect that if the tenant or one of the tenants of that site happens to be one of these hyperscale companies, I would expect to see the same sort of thing as we've seen in some of these other announcements.
If it ends up being one of those hyperscale companies.
Correct.
But it not necessarily the case that it will be one of those, right?
Maybe not.
Could be several smaller ones even, right?
It could be.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
And for Sierra Club?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Bevington.
Morning.
I'm Nathaniel Show from behalf of Sierra Club. You and I had a chance to speak at the IRP hearing a couple of months ago.
Yep.
I have some questions for you this morning as it relates to your economic development queue that you talked about with Mr. Gary.
Certainly.
But before we get there, I have 2 questions for you that your colleague, Mr. Ballard, deferred to you yesterday. The first is the Blue Oval EV battery manufacturing facility. That's proposed in 2 phases. Do you agree that Blue Oval Phase 2, sometimes called Kentucky 2, has been delayed indefinitely?
I wouldn't say indefinitely. It's certainly delayed. I think the joint venture partners of that project, in particular Ford, has said that they're committed to the project in Kentucky, that they have every intention of moving forward with it, but they'll produce batteries commensurate with EV demand.
Okay. The campground data center project, you were just talking with Mr. Gary about. The developer, I believe Mr. Ballard said, signed an EPC, that engineering, procurement, and construction contract, in sometime toward the end of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, subject to check, I think we signed an EPC agreement with them in late 2024, and I think we've had multiple amendments to that as the project has continued to progress, which have added to the scale of that reimbursement agreement.
So did the initial EPC agreement contain financial security provisions?
I cannot recall. I know that the language in the contract basically asks for a guarantee from the executor of the contract, such that if we make investments to help prepare that site for them and a project doesn't occur, that they would reimburse us for the investments made.
And is that clause that you're speaking about now, is that part of the negotiation process that's ongoing, or is that in the currently signed EPC agreement?
Yeah, I believe, subject to check, that we have entered the latest iteration of that EPC contract in the record, if I'm not mistaken. So it will continue to contain terms that discuss the counterparty's responsibility to reimburse us for costs incurred if the project doesn't come to fruition.
Thank you. And we can confirm via post-hearing data request whether the current version of that actually is in the record. When you say costs incurred, you mean transmission-related costs, or they have some other costs? What are the costs that they're providing security for?
Well, formal engineering, first of all, any long lead time equipment that is necessary to be ordered now that might not be delivered until, a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, things like that. And then construction of facilities that are necessary to serve this project, which otherwise wouldn't have to be constructed.
Okay. All right, let's turn to your economic development queue. I have a question about names and what we call terms related to data centers. In your rebuttal testimony on page 1, you might want to turn to it. At lines 16 to 20, you write that the companies are actively engaged in substantive discussions with developers and major hyperscale end users. We're working with both hyperscalers who seek to build data centers in Kentucky and developers. Could you tell me what is meant by the term hyperscaler?
Yeah, hyperscaler is widely recognized as one of the 4 major companies in the data center industry. So Meta, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon Web Services.
And just so I'm clear, is a hyperscaler the same thing as a hyperscale end user? You use both of those terms in those 2 sentences. I just want to make sure I understand they're the same thing.
Yes, we use it to indicate hyperscaler companies.
Got it. And those are companies, they would actually use the data center that once it's built, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now that's in contrast to these other developers that we've talked about, like the developers of the campground project. Though they hope to build data centers and then lease the space to perhaps one of those companies or some other company, correct?
Correct.
Those are sometimes called co-locators. Is that right?
The way that I use co-locators, the way that we discuss co-location, within my team and others that work on these kinds of projects, when I hear co-location, that says to me that there are multiple companies operating within the same campus. So I wouldn't say that a developer in and of themselves is a co-location data center. I think the developers are trying to create a package that is marketable, that an end user would want to occupy.
Okay.
That could be a co-location data center, or it could be a hyperscale data center.
Okay. I have some questions about your specific economic development queue. If we have to go into confidential session, you or counsel can let us know and we can do that, okay? We spoke at the IRP hearing, you referenced it with Mr. Gary this morning, this economic development queue, which is basically a ranking system for companies that you're talking to, is that right?
Yeah, I'm actually more comfortable calling it a pipeline than a queue. A queue tells me that it's a sequential thing. It's more of a pipeline. It's more of a database of projects, if you will. But yes, it is a matter of semantics, I know.
Is your term, pipeline is okay with me?
Yeah, pipeline is a listing of all the projects that we happen to be working on at this point in time.
And is it accurate that the 5 stages are inquiry, suspect, prospect, imminent, and announced?
Yes.
Okay. Of the potential data centers currently in your economic development queue, are any of those hyperscalers from those 4 companies that you mentioned?
Yes.
Which ones?
Let me say this. Economic development is a very confidential ballgame. The governor's interested in confidentiality. The Cabinet for Economic Development is interested in confidentiality. we are interested in confidentiality. Talking about the names of the companies that are in that pipeline would be hugely detrimental to the state's efforts to attract businesses here. I certainly can't say the names of those companies in an open session like this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm overly comfortable talking about it in closed session, but that's
Your Honor, to add a little color to Mr. Bevington's response, the companies are subject to NDAs on a lot of these arrangements, and there are requirements that we must give the other party notice if we were to disclose it even in a closed session.
Your Honor, I would like to go to a closed session and ask the specific question, and if they can answer, if the witness can answer the question, then great, and if not, we can exit the closed session fairly quickly.
Okay. Candace, closed session? back in regular, non-confidential session, and someone has volunteered to go out and retrieve the witnesses who left, or the spectators and/or witnesses who left.
Your Honor, would you like to proceed while people come back into the room?
I see them coming in. Let's give them
Okay.
just a second for limited interruption purposes. All right, I don't see anybody else coming in right now. Please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Bevington, let's talk about the Oldham County Data Center for a moment. And again, I have questions on names. I believe in this record, it's referred to as the Oldham County Project, Project Lincoln, and the Western Hospitality Partners Project, sometimes called WHP. Is that right?
Correct.
Any other names?
Project Lincoln has been also out there in the public.
What about Meridian? Is that this project or is that something different?
Yeah, we called it Project Meridian for purposes of our internal tracking before they had named it officially, so yes.
All right. So just so I'm clear, when we see in the record, Oldham County, Meridian, Lincoln, and WHP, that's all one project?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. And that, before it was withdrawn, that was a 600 megawatt proposal, is that correct?
They actually had two projects that we were working on with them. One was the first TSR that we submitted was 650 megawatts, and the other project was 100 megawatts. Two different sites.
So it was 750 total.
Correct.
And that, we talked about a little bit about the community opposition, or you did with Mr. Gary. That project faced opposition when applying for a zoning change from agricultural to industrial. Is that correct?
Yeah, my understanding is that they asked for a conditional use permit under their existing zoning regulations, and I think then that created the, some of the community debate.
And I know you said you didn't review the YouTube footage, but that others in your company did. Can you tell us what the community concerns were?
I don't know that I could summarize all of the community concerns, and I think there were questions about what is a data center, what does a data center use, questions about whether or not the conditional use that they were applying for was applicable to some of their zoning that they had there. Those were some of the things that I'm familiar with.
Was noise pollution a concern?
I can't say for certain. I don't know.
Loss of agricultural lands?
Well, I think as referenced just a second ago, they were asking for conditional use on a piece of agriculturally zoned property, so
Yeah.
that may have been part of it.
Okay, fair enough. How many of the data centers in your economic development queue are proposed for a site that would require a zoning change before the project can go forward?
I don't have a number that I can share with you. There may be a few in there that would require some sort of a zoning change in order for it to be appropriately zoned for a data center. I will say that, again, we don't have any hyperscale data centers in Kentucky right now. So there is not, as far as I know, a community that has specific zoning for a particular use like a data center. So I think, again, it's bound to cause questions, and I think that there are communities that are probably going to go through a process of determining what's appropriate for them.
And I know
So again, I can't answer the question as far as a number is concerned.
let me try a different number. You said you don't know how many projects for sure. Do you know roughly how many megawatts of data centers would have to go through zoning change?
I don't.
Don't know. Okay. So in early June, I think, was when the Oldham County project was announced that it was going to withdraw its application. And since that time, you haven't done a review of your prospects since losing a 750 megawatt proposal that had already announced plans to locate within the company's service territory.
What do you mean by review of our prospects?
Well, I imagine that a 750 megawatt proposal is one of the larger proposals in your queue, correct?
It's a large one for sure, yes.
Losing that project from your queue didn't cause you to review other projects in your queue to see who else would need a zoning change?
No, what that project canceling did was cause us to look at the pipeline of opportunities, which is vast. We have, we have quite a number of projects in our pipeline. And, I want to characterize that we're in a position right now where we can't possibly serve everything that's in there. And we're trying to create a balancing act to try to keep as many prospects engaged and thinking about doing business in Kentucky as possible, while we're also dealing with the outcome of this case, which is of paramount importance to us being able to say yes to these businesses that want to come and operate here. So I disagree with the assertion that we haven't reviewed our pipeline. We absolutely know what the pipeline is. With regard to which of those projects require a zoning change, I'll give you that. We probably haven't talked about which of those require a zoning change. But what we did immediately upon hearing that the Oldham County, Meridian, Lincoln, whatever you want to call it, project decided to not proceed in Oldham County was go to the next project that we have been cultivating, which is a Pineville data center, and submitted a TSR application for that immediately after Oldham County decided not to proceed. Again, the pipeline is so vast. We have such an opportunity. We just sort of go to the next thing. And that's what we did in that case.
Did you say Pineville?
Pineville, yes, ma'am.
I understand that you keep using the phrase pipeline, and I keep saying queue. I will work on getting from queue to pipeline.
I won't penalize you, it's fine. We're on the same page.
At the time that it was withdrawn, had the campground project already gone through the TSR process?
At the time, the Oldham County?
Oh, sorry, at the time the Oldham County project was withdrawn, had it gone through the TSR process?
Yes.
And have you had a project, a data center project, a large data center, that was bigger than 750 megawatts withdraw from your pipeline?
No.
Let's talk about the campground data center a little bit. You spoke with this one about Mr. Gary.
Mhm.
I believe you said they do not have a tenant yet, is that right?
We have not signed an electric service contract with a tenant yet, I will say that.
And I think you said they have submitted one TSR and another is coming, but can you clarify where they are in the TSR process?
They've actually submitted 3 TSRs for that project. The first one was for 335 megawatts. The second one was for 67 megawatts. And the third one was for 123 megawatts.
Do you know when the most recent of those was submitted?
I think we've answered that in a data response, but I don't know the date as I sit here, and I'm sure we could look it up someplace.
We can review the data responses.
It's
If we
certainly-
can't find
it's-
it, we can ask.
Yeah, it's certainly in there.
Okay.
My recollection is it's within the last few months, I would say.
Okay, so something you just mentioned about losing the Oldham County project and then immediately going to this other, I think you said Pinedale project and
Pineville.
Pineville, my apologies.
Pineville.
Pineville. Okay, got it, I think.
Matter of if you're in Kentucky, it's Pineville.
Candace, do you know how to spell Pineville? I
Yes.
got it, okay. So as soon as that happened, you went to them and said.
I'm
"Please,"
sorry, can you set the question?
As soon as the Oldham County withdrawal was announced, you went to Pineville and said, please withdraw, or please submit a TSR. Is that right?
No, we've been talking to the developers of the Pineville project for quite some time. And as I indicated earlier, it's really a balancing act about how we keep projects interested while we're waiting for other projects to proceed and so forth, right? So the dialogue with the Pineville project was continuous upon learning that the Oldham County Data Center project was not going to move forward. Think about what Mr. Beller said yesterday, which is A TSR evaluates an interconnection point and studies the impact of the system for a load coming online, right? And then it also performs a facility study that basically outlines the timeframes and costs for projects that are necessary to mitigate any system-wide concerns for a project to come online. The ITO, or Independent Transmission Operator, also evaluates whether there is generation resource adequacy to be able to support that project. So the Oldham County Data Center Project TSR indicated an energization date of 2030. And the Pineville project, so again, if that one was in the queue, that creates a resource constraint for us as we're looking at balancing all of these different project needs. And so upon it being removed, we then said to the Pineville data center folks, there's an opportunity for you now. There is space for you now where you can now apply for that TSR, and we'll have the necessary generation to support the ITO's evaluation.
So you said there's a resource constraint. Is the amount of TSRs that are submitted, does that correlate to the amount of excess generation capacity that the companies have? What is the resource constraint that you spoke of?
Well, TSRs are studied serially, right? So if we've submitted a TSR, let's use Campground Road, for example. That TSR is in the queue. It's being studied for a 525 megawatt addition to the system. And so the ITO looks at the total system generation and looks at the load on the system and then adds to it anything that they are studying within the TSR process. So it is a sort of sequential and serial review of what's on the system, what's being evaluated on the system and has been accepted by the system, and what other applications are coming in the door.
Okay. You wrote in your rebuttal testimony that the companies have deliberately advised prospective customers not to submit TSRs prematurely. What's prematurely?
Well, I mean, I think the last thing that any of us want is a clogged up system where the ITO is evaluating. I mean, it would be very easy for us to just accept TSR applications, submit them to the ITO, and everybody's hunky-dory, right? The hardest part is to try to balance what is the ITO studying, what is coming on the system, and what has the best prospects of moving forward.
Okay.
So again, we don't just take orders of TSRs because again, that would clog up the system. Every other TSR after the subsequent one that was submitted would be subject to what was being studied in the queue. And again, it would create a lot of confusion and make it difficult really for anybody to locate.
All right, we covered at the start that Campground has a signed EPC agreement. Is that right?
Correct.
And the companies enter into those EPC agreements with prospective customers before investments in transmission facilities are made. Is that right?
Can you restate the question for me? I just want to make sure I heard you clearly.
Sure. The companies enter into those EPC agreements with prospective customers before investments in transmission facilities are made. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do any other data centers in your pipeline have signed EPC agreements?
Data center. I don't believe we have any other data center projects at this point that have a signed EPC agreement yet.
Okay. And all those transmission-related upgrades that happen after an EPC agreement is signed, those can take years to prepare. Is that right?
Yeah, it depends on where the site is in proximity to the transmission system. The closer the transmission system, the less investment is necessary. So they can take a long time, again, depending on where they might be located.
Has the transmission work begun for the campground project?
Well, again, according to the agreed upon EPC contract, we have executed a certain amount of work as authorized by what's been executed thus far, and we are in negotiations on amending that agreement to allow us to do more on their behalf.
Understood. So here's something that I'm struggling to understand. I hope you can help me get a clear picture of what this looks like. the companies require an EPC agreement before beginning transmission upgrades. But they don't require a similar threshold agreement before making investments in new generation. Why would the companies have a different threshold for requiring a financial commitment for transmission and generation when the costs of generation are so much higher than transmission?
That's probably a question better asked of Mr. Conroy.
We can ask Mr. Conroy. Thank you. All right, I want to talk a little bit about your view of the most important factors for data centers and choosing where to locate. You wrote in your rebuttal testimony on page 3, lines 16 to 18, that it's the prompt and reliable availability of energy that in your experience is the most decisive factor in the site selection and project viability. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. But in your experience, I believe you said Kentucky doesn't have a single large-scale data center currently in service. Is that right?
Not that I'm aware of, but we've been given the order from the General Assembly through its passage of a sales tax exemption bill, which is essentially, as I understand it, the enabling factor in asking hyperscalers to look at our territory. So while we don't have one yet, the floodgates absolutely opened when that sales tax exemption bill was passed, and then doubled down upon in the next subsequent session.
Okay. We will come to that topic, I promise you.
Okay.
On page 4 of your rebuttal, you include a quote from the Data Center Coalition. Now, their members include companies like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Stack Infrastructure. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
But neither the Data Center Coalition nor any of its members have intervened in this docket, have they?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have any of them submitted comments in support of the CPCNs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Let's turn to that Kentucky sales tax incentive. Now, I assume as part of your discussion with customers, potential customers, that you make them aware of this incentive. Is that right?
They're generally aware when we start talking to them. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot of awareness that we need to educate them on.
Yeah. But despite all of this interest that the statute has generated, it hasn't actually resulted in the development of a data center yet, has it?
Not yet, but, you know, again, speaking from my years of experience in economic development, this isn't like walking into a retail store and picking something off the shelf and buying it. This is, you know, when you're thinking about investing billions of dollars in a location or in a state, there's a significant amount of due diligence that's required. Evaluating the land, the attributes of the land, evaluating the cost structure that happens to exist in a state or locality which one wants to operate, evaluating the workforce, evaluating constructability, evaluating energy in this case. And these things take a long time. I mean, it takes a long time to build a house, much less multi-billion-dollar investment in a data center. So while we don't have an announcement yet, that doesn't mean they're not coming.
You were asked at the start of the day by my colleague about competition in economic development with other states, yes? And in Joint Intervenors expert Dr. Stanton's testimony, she stated that 36 other states have enacted some form of tax incentive for new data center development. Do you recall that statement?
I don't recall that statement directly, but I trust that that's what it says.
Do you have any reason to doubt the veracity of that statement?
What do you mean by veracity of that statement?
The truth of the statement, that 36 other states have tax incentives of some kind?
No.
Okay. As you're pitching this utility service territory, the company service territory to potential data center customers, have you ever compared the Kentucky tax incentive to other states that also have tax incentives for data centers?
I've looked at the Indiana sales tax exemption, their program there, but I haven't spent a ton of time evaluating how it looks in other states now.
Do you know if Kentucky's sales tax incentive is stronger, weaker, or roughly comparable to Indiana's?
It must be working because the phone's ringing off the hook. That's all I can say. I mean,
Does Indiana have large-scale data centers already built in the state?
Yes,
Just Kentucky?
not yet.
Okay. For those states that offer, do you know how many of those 36 states that have some kind of tax incentive, do you know how many offer a sales tax incentive?
Restate the question for me, please.
So of the 36 states that by the end of 2024 had enacted some kind of tax incentive for data centers, do you know how many of those 36 were structured as sales tax incentives like Kentucky's?
I guess I'm trying to understand your question. It sounds like your question is about the sales tax incentive.
My question is about incentives generally.
Okay.
There are multiple types of incentives that states could offer. Some might be property taxes, some might be payroll tax incentives, some might be grants for infrastructure development, some might be sales tax incentives.
Understand.
Of the 36 that have offered some kind of tax incentives, do you know how many of those 36 are structured as sales tax incentives?
I don't, but in my conversations with data centers and data center related companies, the sales tax exemption is of paramount importance because of the reinvestment that is made in these facilities and their equipment as an ongoing basis. They're constantly replacing servers and so forth, and an exemption is important because it gives them a blanket benefit over time, as opposed to having to go back to a jurisdiction and ask for an approval of an exemption or an incentive year after year, and which brings into the equation risk of political environments changing and things like that. So again, the fact that they reinvest on a constant basis, the sales tax incentive is for the attraction of data centers.
And have
Very,
you-
very important.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry.
Finished?
Yep.
Okay. Now, for those states that offer different kinds of incentives, like property tax incentives, have you compared what the level of Kentucky's incentive is compared to those states' incentives?
No, but, again, I've been doing this for a long time, and I and we, who are on the economic development team, compete with those states on a constant basis. And Kentucky generally does pretty dang good as it pertains to attracting businesses to locate here. So I haven't evaluated theirs. I would say that incentive programs vary by state to state based on how their tax structure works. So there's a lot of variables in that, and again, I'm more interested in, and I think our state's more interested in showing up and punching above our weight class, and I think we do a pretty good job of that.
And you just mentioned competition with other states, right?
Yep.
So as part of your communication with either real estate developers or hyperscalers, do you ask them if they're in discussions with other utilities in other states regarding the same project?
No, we don't specifically ask. I think we go into our business development process with the assumption that we're being evaluated against others, and that we want to put our best foot forward while we're trying to compete with other places, other states, other communities. I have to say, like, if we think about economic development in general, let's talk about a manufacturing plant economic development project, right? Think about an automotive OEM assembly plant. Generally speaking, they do evaluate multiple states when they are looking to locate an OEM assembly plant like that. And they're only going to build one. So an OEM assembly plant is going to look at a 5-state region, 6-state region, whatever the case may be, and locate one plant. These data centers are a completely different ballgame from anything that I've ever experienced before, in so much as the hyperscalers, I think if we read the news, we look at the newspaper, we watch the evening news, whatever the case may be, we know that this industry is growing tremendously, and that the hyperscalers are not just building one. So I think, again, as we go into our process and we're looking to be competitive and we're trying to earn the business of these hyperscalers, we have to assume that they're also looking at other places, and that we're going to put our best foot forward and try to earn their business here.
And as they move along in your pipeline, part of your role, I think, is to help inform the load forecast that goes into things like the CPCN request. Is that right?
Yeah, we certainly provide information to Mr. Jones on a very constant basis as it pertains to progress of our pipeline and what projects are moving forward and which ones are progressing and so forth, yes.
Wouldn't Wouldn't knowing how many other states and how many other utility companies, say a hyperscaler is talking to about their project, wouldn't knowing that information help you provide more and clearer and better information to Mr. Jones and his team as they work on the load forecast?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the information we give to Mr. Jones that informs his load forecast is based on actual conversations we're having with actual customers and actual interested parties that want to do business in our state. And so, you know, to us, it's really about the activity level, the interest that we're seeing, the progress that they're making through the process. And I think that's the most important criterion in which we provide information to Mr. Jones.
Let's talk about some of that information that you gather from companies and provide to Mr. Jones. Do you track, I believe you said that you track if they have site control, is that right?
Yes.
Do you track if they've broken ground?
Yeah, we'll know if they've broken ground for sure, yeah.
But you said you, as we talked about, you don't track whether they need or have received a zoning change?
Yeah, we don't track it in the system. Again, we have conversations, regular conversations with the prospects and understand where they're at in their process. And so that we don't have a field in our CRM database that says, you know, are they going through some sort of zoning issue, but we're generally aware in how we work with the clients.
Do you know if a developer or a site has received the necessary air, water, or other permits?
Yeah, I think through conversations with the clients, we will learn as to, you know, where they're at in those necessary processes, yes. Do we track it? Is there a field in our CRM that says, have they received an air quality permit? No, but again, we're generally aware of how they're making progress on their plans.
Do you do a credit check for the companies that are in your queue, in your pipeline?
No, we don't do a credit check.
And do you require collateral or payment, either to join or remain in the economic development pipeline?
No, I think we're trying to not create barriers for people to invest in Kentucky. We're trying to enable it. So no, I think if we met prospects at the door and said, you know, for you to get in this pipeline, you got to give us a check for whatever the amount of money is, that probably wouldn't set too well with them. So no, we don't do things like that. Now, when we execute, you know, necessary processes to cultivate the opportunities. We talked about large load projects earlier, whether that's a data center or whether that's a major manufacturing operation. I think in the record here, we've talked about how we've submitted TSRs for several large manufacturing and community benefit projects. For those that have to undertake a TSR in order to evaluate the system and their ability to interconnect, we will ask them to, you know, pay for those studies. If we get into ordering equipment and constructing things, or you know, getting long lead time equipment ordered, we'll enter into an EPC contract with them, and that does have financial consequences to them involved with it. But again, understand, we're trying to earn their business. These are shoppers, and we're not trying to create barriers for them.
Understood. I just have a couple more questions for you, Mr. Bennett.
Sure.
Now, in this proceeding, the companies are proposing to build approximately $2.7 billion in new gas plants, largely but not entirely to serve new demand from these large load data centers, correct?
Yeah, I think we've asked for the authority from the commission and entered the stipulation agreement to allow us the ability to continue to cultivate economic development, which is happening every day. Certainly data centers are a big part of it. But, you know, since we filed this case, we have seen a $1 billion investment from a major manufacturing operation in our service territory that we didn't anticipate. We have a healthcare facility in Lexington, Kentucky that's going to be built that's going to require a significant amount of power. Just 2 weeks ago, we saw GE Appliances make a $500 million investment in their appliance park to bring a washer line here. So I think everything that we're doing in this case is to continue to enable growth in our communities, growth of our state, enable economic development, and help us be, you know, a vibrant state. So I think it involves all of that. Yes.
And you've, I think in your resume, what you attached to your direct testimony, you've been with the companies, that reflects since 2018, is that right? And
Correct.
then now in your new role at PPL, you work closely with the companies?
Yeah, I mean, I'm embedded in the companies essentially, yeah.
in your experience, is there historical precedent for the companies proposing this scale of generation in terms of megawatts or cost based on an industry that doesn't have a single example of a large-scale data center operating in the state and doesn't have a single signed electric service agreement for one of those large-scale data companies?
Well, as you just mentioned, I haven't been around forever. In the 7 or so years that I've been around, I haven't seen that. But you could ask Mr. Conroy or somebody else, another witness, Mr. Beller, about that. But I will say, in my experience in economic development, I've never seen anything like this. The activity level, the interest in our state, the companies that hope to invest billions of dollars here potentially, I've never seen anything like it. It's unprecedented, and I think it causes us to have to think about things maybe differently than we've ever seen before.
And so you would agree that you've never seen in your experience a proposal for this much generation based on an industry that you think will show up but has not shown up yet?
As I just said, I've been around for 7 years. I've been involved with 2 CPCNs, and this is the second one, so.
Understood. Mr. Bevington, thanks so much for your time. It's a pleasure speaking with you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Pleasure, thank you.
All right, I think we'll take a quick break and then move on to staff questioning. So let's try to keep it to 10 minutes.
Sorry.
call on the record, case number 2025-00045. And you were finished?
I'm finished, Your Honor.
Okay. Staff?
Morning, Mr. Bevington, how are you?
Good morning, fine, thank you.
If there's any questions that are better suited for a different witness, please just let me know.
Will do.
I wanted to start, you kind of talked about at the end of your testimony about billion-dollar projects, healthcare, and a GE appliance park. I was wondering if you had an approximate amount of megawatts that those projects were?
For GE specifically, I don't. We are working with them now to try to understand what the load implications could be. We anticipate something significant, but I don't have a number yet. They're working with equipment suppliers to try to figure out what that looks like. In terms of the healthcare project, in the record, we talk about some of the TSRs that we've submitted, and that one is in there. That's a 57 megawatt load.
And since this case has started, have you signed any electric service contracts with non-data center load?
Yes, I'm sure we have, yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head, or would you have to provide that as a post-hearing data request?
Would you be looking for number of electric service contracts signed this year? I'm trying to figure out how
I
to.
think since the case started, maybe an approximate amount of megawatts.
Yeah, I'm sure, it'd have to be in a post-hearing data request.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
And I know earlier you talked about Blue Oval SK and you said it's a delay, but it's probably not indefinite. Do you have any estimate of how long that delay is?
I don't, no. I will say though, just to reiterate, the second building, the second 4 million square foot building, which they call Kentucky 2, is constructed. So I think the thing to be cognizant of there is, when they're ready to start that production and installing equipment and so forth, it could be a relatively short time frame between when they say we're ready to go and when they can start that production.
And have they signed an electric service contract for that phase 2?
Yes, we have an approved contract with the commission that includes the entire load for the site.
And does that apply to the 19.4 megawatts and 20 megawatts that's included in the load forecast for this case as well? Do they have signed electric service contracts?
I'd have to check, probably better in a post-hearing data request on
Okay,
that.
that sounds good. And then you kind of talked about how the economic development, we've been referring to as Q, but it's more of a pipeline.
Thank you.
Is that because sometimes they'll drop out at different stages? Just because they enter the queue doesn't mean they'll get to the announced phase?
Yeah, I mean, the project characterization, the stage that they're put in, as I referenced earlier, is really a function of how much activity is going on, and it's not a queue per se because it's moving, logically through a process. We might enter a project, as an example, in the prospect stage. If a project comes in from the state, there's been an RFI, request for information, there's some reality of that project from the very get-go. Maybe the governor has met with them or the cabinet secretary of economic development's met with them. That might enter directly as a prospect instead of starting an inquiry as an example. So again, it's a pretty fluid system that we use, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. Did they ever backtrack? So could someone enter in, say, a prospect stage, but maybe at a later point you re-enter them into inquiry kind of based on where the discussions are happening, or is it usually forward-moving?
Yeah, they generally don't go backwards. We do have there is a stopped or stalled component of the system. So everything that we have submitted to you is what we would call an active project. So it has to be active to be one of those 5 stages. But it also could be lost. We could have lost it to another state. Could have stopped. They just stopped evaluating us. And therefore then it wouldn't be in any of the 5 stages. It would just be off the queue, if that makes sense.
I was wondering if you could discuss some of the recent trends you've been seeing in regards to non-data center load growth.
Yeah, as evidenced by the pipeline, I think subject to check the last number of projects, and thinking about our active pipeline, we had 170 projects in that pipeline, in comparison to years past, and I think this is actually even in a data response, you know, it was typical for us to see the pipeline being somewhere in the 50 to 70 projects active in terms of what we're working on. And to have 170 in there now is just, it's tremendous. As you see the governor out making announcements and putting out press releases about economic development activity. In fact, we saw one yesterday down in Paducah. Not only is the activity level is strong, but the size of the projects that I've seen in the last several years are actually getting bigger. I think, you know, Blue Oval is a perfect example. Ascend Elements, another announcement that was made here. I think it's in Hopkinsville. You know, another battery manufacturing project in Bowling Green, one in Shelbyville. I mean, these are really, really large projects that take a significant amount of energy. And so that backs up the trend in what I've seen in recent past.
And for non-data center load growth, do you kind of have an estimate of when you believe this trend kind of started with the economic boom?
Yeah, I think when we really started seeing these kind of mega projects that I referenced in my original testimony, probably going back maybe 2 years ago is when we really started to see that trend take hold.
And what are you seeing Kentucky doing to attract these non-data center economic development loads?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's something that I'm particularly proud of, and something that LG&E and KU has participated in over the last several years. Probably started in 2019 as a program called the Kentucky Product Development Initiative. So the legislature passed and the governor signed into law a program that invests proactively in site development within our communities. So think about, you know, I won't throw a community out there because I don't want to, you know, send any kind of bias. But, you know, if a community decides that they want to participate in economic development and they want to prepare an industrial park, they can apply through the Cabinet for Economic Development for funding to proactively invest in that park. And so over the last several years, I think the number, when you think about the amount that the state has lent to communities as well as what the communities themselves have invested, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of tax dollars spent on that proactive investment to try to prepare our communities for these investments to occur and enable speed to market. So again, you'll see press releases coming out from the governor's office about which communities are getting this KPDI money, and everything that it talks about in there is to enable speed to market and allow these companies a great place to go and operate.
Does your department engage in any type of engagement with the community?
Oh yeah, all the time.
And have you engaged in any type of community discussions involving the opposition to data centers?
I think we've engaged through like the Kentucky Association for Economic Development and panel discussions and you know, educational sessions to try to help the economic development profession understand what these data centers are and sort of what they mean for our communities and what sort of investments they bring and what kind of tax advantages they bring to our communities and to our state and so forth. So we do engage in a kind of an association environment with other economic development professionals, and then what happens is they go back to their communities, talk to their boards, their local leadership and so forth to sort of percolate that message out, you know, throughout the community.
Now I'm kind of going to turn a little bit more to your conversation with data center developers. Have data centers expressed any concerns about the in-service dates for either Brown 12 or Mill Creek 6?
Yeah, the concerns that we get from data center developers are how quickly can you energize our facilities. And so our responsibility in that is to give them the reality of the scenario that we're in today, talk about this case and the importance of it, communicate the stipulation agreement that we've reached with some of the other intervening parties, and again, as I said earlier, really try to keep them engaged in evaluation of Kentucky, because, you know, if the answer is just, no, we don't have it, then they're going to go someplace else. So again, it's, do they express concern? Yes, they express concern about how we're able to get them hooked up very quickly. And again, we're trying to string them along in that conversation to keep them engaged, pending the outcome of this case.
Do you think that 2030 would be quickly enough based on your conversations?
The economic developer view, I wish we had a plethora of things to sell. We're dealing with the circumstances of, how long it takes to build these things. And again, I think we're putting ourselves in a really good position with this case to try to enable that investment.
I know you mentioned talking about the stipulation agreement with potential data centers. I was wondering if you could kind of summarize those discussions.
Yeah, they definitely see it as a positive because the stipulation, while not final and certainly completely respect, the commission has a decision to make in this case, it does give a signal of certainty to them that keeps them engaged in their evaluation of our state and specifically our service territory. So I think it's been met with really positive response.
Has there been any comment about if the settlement is accepted by the commission about the withdrawal of the Cane Run Best CPCN request?
Can you re-ask the question? I just want to make sure
Sure.
I'm understanding you.
So if the settlement agreement were to be accepted by the commission, has there been any conversation about the withdrawal of the Cane Run Best CPCN request? Or I guess a different way, have any of the data centers expressed concern about the BESS potentially being withdrawn?
Well, again, I think while they may not get into the semantics of things, consider again, when they're asking us questions, they're asking us about energization and date certain on energization. They might not be getting specifically engaged with, well, Mill Creek 2 or BESS or what have you. Right? It's really about speed to market. And again, we're trying to sort of keep them strung along. And I think if we see continued need on things in the short term, as the stipulation agreement communicates, that may require us coming back to the commission and asking for other things if necessary.
And now I'm looking at your rebuttal testimony. It's on page 6. It's lines 1 through 5. It's in regards to renewable energy resources.
I got it.
I was just wondering if you could approximate about how many data centers have inquired about renewables?
Well, again, and as evidenced by a lot of the responses that we've put into the case here, the conversations have primarily been about speed to market. As projects progress and we get closer and closer to sort of end game and electric service contracting and things like that, the conversations begin to get into other areas like renewable energy and things like that. And so when we get to that point with them, we'll talk about things like our green tariff. We'll talk about things like our solar share program. We will talk about that. And again, I think our responsibility in the economic development realm is to really listen to them and make sure that they understand that we're doing what we can to respond and to earn their business. And if that means that we've got to do something, creative or think about things in a different way, we really try to build a relationship with them such that the dialogue is open and engaged.
For a typical data center prospective customer, like how often are you having conversations with them, especially if they're further along in the stages?
Hourly? I mean, it's very, very regular. I mean, it's, as I said earlier, my team is answering calls every single day. As a matter of fact, I'll point out, just a few weeks ago, we were engaged by a data center developer that bought 2 existing. Mr. Beller talked a little bit yesterday or Monday about, we've got data centers that just might not happen to be the hyperscaler type. We got engaged from a developer the other day that bought 2 of those smaller data center sites and has interest in expanding them, to something larger than they are today. And again, a month ago, we didn't know that call was coming. So it's constant, and it's hourly, if not by the minute. And that's not hyperbole either. That's truthfully the way that it goes.
And are you still in contact with Western Hospitality Partners?
I am not personally. I think my team has still had conversations with them. I think when they decided to move on, they expressed that Kentucky's still a really great place to develop data centers. And so my team may still be in contact with them, looking at other things.
Do you know if they are continuing to look at different sites within LG&E or KU's service territory?
I believe that they are looking at other sites, some of which may be in our service territory, but some of which may not be.
Is that reflected at all in the pipeline, or is that just conversations?
Yeah, it would be reflected in the pipeline if we're continuing to talk to them. Now, it could be the case that there's a new name of a project or what have you. I don't believe, as we sit here today, just to be honest with you, I don't believe we have a project in there with them now that relates to a specific amount of megawatts or a specific site. That doesn't mean that we're not talking to them about it. It just means that we're not engaged on a specific project with them in another community at this point.
And did the moratorium in Oldham County impact any other data center projects?
Not that I'm aware of.
I was wondering, I know you kind of talked a little bit earlier about companies, if they reach the point where they're signing an electric service contract, you expect it to be with the end-use customer. But do you kind of see situations in where the developer might be the one to sign the contract, like similar to a landlord-tenant type of situation?
I haven't seen that yet. I don't know that it's out of the realm of possibility, but at this point in time, I think the plan for developers that we'd be working with is for the ultimate operator of the data center to be our customer.
Sorry, I'm just checking to see. Yep, I think that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wood, do you have some questions?
Mr. Bevington, thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
It seems like Kentucky has unwittingly put themselves in a pretty good position by keeping electric rates low. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Sometimes when I talk with my kids about the old days, my wife and I separated into pre-9/11 and post-9/11. Even in real estate closings, we have to get, approval for the Patriot Act. We have to get everybody's ID, and things are different now. And it almost seems like, sitting in this chair, going to the conferences that I go to and reading the material that I read, data centers are almost like a 9/11 type of, game-changing event for the energy market. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's certainly, causing us to think about things we didn't think about before they started coming around, for sure. I agree with
And so we don't know, how far that demand is going to go. We're sort of compelled to look into our crystal ball and see, when does it stop? And when does it stop? We're juggling all these balls. Do the balls just fall down, or does it level out, or does it go away, or what? So we're taking this case very seriously. I can tell you that.
Of course.
I would like to know, though, if the Public Service Commission does issue a CPCN for these two generation facilities, do you think that the companies can sell the electric output in a timely manner that does not result in an undue burden on the ratepayers?
That's certainly our job. And my team's job is to make sure that we are, fulfilling the needs of the market and doing that as timely as humanly possible. And, certainly, having the CPCN allows us to have far more certain conversations with those clients, than we're able to today. So I think that certainty can really drive the process forward in a much more accelerated pathway than we're in right now.
Do you think the companies are going to be able to sell this electricity?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Commissioner?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to talk to you first about the economic development prospect and your discussion on due diligence. Do you agree that outreach to the community is also part of the due diligence?
By the client? When you say outreach to the community, can you specify?
By the company who's, asking for a project this expensive and this large? would you agree that community engagement with the surrounding community where it's located is also part of the due diligence?
Yes, I think, yeah, our communities are very important to us, and I think communication with our communities is absolutely something that is our responsibility.
And do you know if that outreach has been done or will be being done?
Speaking from my team's experience, as I mentioned a little bit ago, we are very engaged with the local economic development offices throughout our service territory. I would say we speak with them, if not daily, weekly for certain, and talk about projects that are considering those individual communities and so forth. So, you know, I can tell you with 100% confidence that, you know, from an economic development standpoint, working with those local offices is absolutely something we're doing on a constant basis.
And those local offices, are those LG and EKU economic development?
No, each local community, whether it's a county or a city, sometimes it's a regional group that represents sort of the local interest in the economic development landscape. So, you know, just to sort of paint the picture, you know, our economic development team is really specifically focused on the energy-related things with a project. And those local economic development offices are primarily engaged in the local aspects of things like zoning and the water and wastewater systems and things of that nature. So, you know, when we work on a project, it really is a team environment where the state's involved, the local community's involved, and the utilities may be involved. And so, again, that's what I was speaking to earlier, is that engagement is very much an ongoing process for us.
But yet, you stated earlier to Mr. Gary that you're surprised or not aware of the opposition to the data centers and this project.
No, I'm aware. I didn't attend any of the meetings, but certainly am aware of the opposition that occurred, and specifically Oldham County, yes.
Okay. And would you think it would be important to address those questions from the company, not the economic development, from the company with those local residents?
Yeah, one thing that we did that's probably worth noting along these lines is when some of those public meetings occurred, we were given a set of questions, like these are the questions that are pertaining to the electric aspect of the projects. And so we were able to give them answers in writing to some of those questions that the community was asking. So we did engage. While we might not have been at the meeting to take the microphone, we certainly responded to questions that were being asked specifically about our service and how we could sort of, you know, help give clarity to some of the questions that were being asked.
But these weren't face-to-face meetings, these were done in writing? Is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
That's
Okay,
right.
thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk a little bit about the early stage prospects and the load forecast. And how are those weighted? I know you talked about imminent, prospect, suspect, and inquiry. How do you weight those? Is there a different weighting?
We assign a probability to each of those stages. So when we started with our CRM process, again, back in the 2019, 2020 timeframe, to give me some insight as to buckets of projects. So I wanted to get a better sense of how many really early stage inquiries do we have. You know, if the pipeline is 170 projects, how much of that is really early stage and how much is later stage? And so we assigned a probability to those stages to give me some insight as to progress. As it pertains to the load forecast, Mr. Jones would take that information from us and try to incorporate that into probabilistic mechanisms for the load forecast.
So these assumptions are based on conversion performance?
The probabilities that we came up with in the stages?
Yeah.
Yeah, we came up with those just based on the experience of my team, kind of thinking about if we think about those 5 stages, you know, I worked with my team to say, okay, what chance would you give something in an inquiry stage to actually come into fruition? And so we came up with, well, that's probably a 10% probability, pretty low, right? Suspect, we assigned 20% to that. Prospect, we assigned 50% to that because, again, we're more engaged in the process. There's more information exchange going on. You know, our probabilities and chances are increasing. With imminent, we put that at 80%, because as I said in the data response, there might just be some minor things that need to check the box. So again, those probabilities were assigned to those individual stages, really working with my team and their collective experience. And then again, when I was at the state, we used a similar probability with similar sales phases there. So I kind of just tried to draw on experience, and that's how we came up with those probabilities.
And because these data centers are so new, and we know that the hyperscalers are shopping rates, do you think it's reasonable to apply those same assumptions? Because this is so new and the growth is, so large, or perspectively.
Yeah, I mean, it's while the industry is new and the operations are new, it's really a very similar site selection process as what is typical for a large manufacturer, to be honest with you. The main difference is for a data center, access to transmission capacity is a very different scenario than a typical economic development project. But again, the process of evaluation between the data center and a large manufacturer is relatively the same. They're evaluating land, workforce, energy, all of those things, and our conversations with those prospects are very similar when you compare those with typical economic development projects.
Do you know what your historical conversion rate is from a prospect to a, service agreement?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't track that today. Again, we started with the CRM process back in 2021, so it's still relatively new, and as time goes on, we continue to modify it to make it more helpful to our process. But I don't have a calculation of conversion ratio since we started the program.
Okay. And so you don't have just a percentage over the last 5 years?
I don't. Sorry.
What mechanisms are in place to prevent the overestimation of the load base?
I guess let me take a stab at answering it this way. We are providing information from the economic development pipeline to Mr. Jones and to Mr. Wilson so that they can make resource decisions and so forth. So, from my perspective, we're trying to fill that pipeline with as many opportunities as we possibly can, not necessarily thinking about what their job is, right? So we're trying to feed them information so that they can come up with the load forecast and the generation planning perspective. So that question's probably better asked of Mr. Jones or Mr. Wilson. From our standpoint, again, as an economic development entity, we're trying to get as much investment into our communities as possible, create as many jobs as possible, and encourage that investment in tax base as a result of the economic development process.
So from your team, it's I'm not sure this is the right way to say it, but a numbers game. You're filling the sales funnel, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
That's not a very artful way to explain it.
well, I don't want to characterize it as a game.
Right.
I mean, it's. I would say it comes from a prideful perspective as part of the economic development team, working with the state and our local communities to try to create that vibrancy within our communities. As a result of that, we really want to have the healthiest pipeline with as many opportunities that we're trying to drive to a decision as we possibly can. And we're trying to help inform Mr. Jones and Mr. Wilson as to the progress and the probability of the way we're seeing those projects play out so that they can do what they need to do from a generation planning perspective.
Because you're competing for other states for this as well.
100%, yes, ma'am.
If the forecasted load volume or the data centers do not materialize, what protections exist for the existing ratepayers?
That's probably a question better asked of Mr. Conroy.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't have any questions. Any redirect? Ms.
No, Your
Montgomery? Okay. Redirect for anyone else? Or recross, I'm sorry?
None here, Your
Staff? Nope. All right. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
And you may call your next witness, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company's called Stuart Wilson.
Morning, Mr. Wilson. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Tell us
Thank
your full name and your business address, and then Councilman Mass.
My name is Stuart Wilson. My business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
By whom are you employed, please?
LG&E and KU Services Company.
And what is your job title?
My current job title is the Director of Power Supply.
Okay. And what was your job title at the time you filed direct testimony in this proceeding?
Director of Energy Planning, Analysis, and Forecasting.
Thank you. Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct and rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And did you sponsor certain data requests, responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you adopt and affirm your pre-filed testimony and responses to data requests as your testimony here today?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson is available for cross-run.
Attorney General's Office, KAEC.
Just a couple.
Uh-huh.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Bless you.
What is the installed cost of Mill Creek 5 natural gas combined cycle projected to be?
It's roughly
Bless you.
1.4 billion.
Mill Creek 5, the one
I'm
that's
sorry,
under
Mill Creek
construction.
5. I'm sorry. I can't say with certainty. That's Mr. Tummons would be able to answer that more precisely.
When you got the CPCN for that, was the projected cost about 1 billion?
Yes.
Okay, and the equivalent combined cycle Mill Creek 6 is projected to be 1.4 billion?
Yes.
Okay, was that a 2-year delay between those two units, approximately?
Well, I think the 2-year delay may be Mill Creek 5 and Brown 12.
Okay. In any event, that's about a 40% increase in the cost of the combined cycles.
Yes.
Is that because there's such a high demand for those generating facilities?
That's my understanding, but Mr. Tummons is a better person to talk about this.
Okay. When you do the generation planning, do you look at gas pipeline capacity?
That is a consideration, and Mr. Schramm is prepared to talk about that, yes.
Okay. Do you know if there's a filling up of the firm gas transportation that would feed these two natural gas combined cycle plants that are under review today?
We are actively preparing for gas supply for these resources, yes.
You answered my question. If you don't sign up for firm gas transportation, is there a chance that the pipeline will just be filled up and you won't have that option?
Yes, particularly for Mill Creek 6, and Mr. Beller mentioned the Borealis project yesterday, and Mr. Schramm is the best person for those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Kurtz?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Sure. All right, so then we'll move on to Mr. Spinard.
No questions, Your Honor.
Oh, and KCA.
No questions, Your Honor.
Cities? And then joint interveners.
Yes, some questions, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
My name is Cassandra McCrae, here on behalf of joint interveners, which in this proceeding consists of Metropolitan Housing Association, Mountain Association, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, and Kentucky Solar Energy Society. I just have a handful of points from your rebuttal testimony that I'd like to talk through today.
Sure.
If at any point I haven't given you a page reference that you'd like to check or something of that nature, please do ask. I may sometimes just skip those for sake of time.
Okay.
So the first portion of your rebuttal testimony that I was interested to talk with you about begins on the bottom of page 8. And you'll see a heading there where you've responded to testimony from joint intervenor witness John Childs regarding transmission import capacity.
Yes.
And specifically, I'm going to ask you now some questions about what was in Mr. Childs' testimony. Let me know if you want the pin sites for these questions.
Sure.
So in that portion of Mr. Childs' testimony, you recall that he provides a NERC quote explaining the primary drivers of loss of load probability and ELCC.
Vaguely, yes.
Then witness Childs continued to identify additional factors that can impact loss of load probability, the first being load diversity. You agree that load diversity can impact loss of load probability?
Just to make sure we're talking about the same thing, what do you mean by load diversity?
Absolutely. By load diversity, that could refer to the geographic diversity or spread of load across the company's transmission system. It might also refer to the range of load shapes across the company's end users.
Yes, yes.
You do agree that random independent forced outage rate assumptions can impact loss of load probability calculation?
Yes, and all of our analysis is focused on loss of load expectation, but those are comparable terms for the purpose of this.
If you'd like to unpack that, we can. That was explained in Mr. Childs' direct testimony. In part, the difference here is time scale with loss of load probability. Excuse me. Let me just scratch that. We don't need to. We don't need to do that. We'll take them as interchangeable terms for purposes of this cross. You agree that interconnections with neighboring systems can impact loss of load probability or loss of load expectation?
Yes.
And you agree with a quotation from a NERC report provided in Mr. Childs' testimony that as a general proposition, building new transmission can reduce loss of load probability and therefore reduce the need for new generation?
I agree with that, provided that the generation exists on the other side.
Right. As a general proposition, though, you do agree with NERC that having new transmission can reduce loss of load probability and reduce the need for new generation?
If the generation is there, yes.
The answer to my question is yes.
Your Honor, I believe the witness answered the question.
Yeah, I believe it's been asked and answered.
Yep. Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, continuing this section, speaking about the availability of generation on the other side of transmission lines, at page 10, you're referring back to Winter Storm Elliott experience, and your testimony states that the company shed load because there was no energy to buy. And that continues to be your testimony?
That was a fact of that event. There were a number of things that all coming together resulted in that load shedding, but that was, as it relates to the availability of generation and neighboring regions, it was true that there was no.
Well, let's just make sure that we do understand the fuller context there for purposes of this record. The companies did experience well-documented failures of multiple generating units during Winter Storm Elliott, correct?
We had a level of forced outages, yes, we've discussed all of this for sure.
Yes,
Yep.
and this was documented in detail in a separate investigation proceeding, case number 2023-00422.
Yes.
And it is well known that a fuel supply failure caused gas unit outages and derates for the company's units during Winter Storm Elliott.
Gas pressure, yes.
And during that fuel supply failure, the company's gas generation availability was reduced to between 680 megawatts to 846 megawatts. Does that sound right to you?
I don't recall the exact megawatts. It's important to distinguish between, the molecules were available, the pressure needed to deliver them to our facilities, that was the issue, but yes, we talked about it, and it definitely affected our gas resources.
Subject to check was the range of gas resource generation, like D rates or outages, between 688 megawatts and 846 megawatts.
It sounds about right, yeah.
And it is also well established that the company's coal units experienced D rates or were offline during Winter Storm Elliott, including during the load shed event.
Yes, we had some outages on the coal units as well.
Yes, at Trimble County 2, there was a 269 megawatt D rate as a result of a frozen boiler feed pump, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
At Mill Creek 4, the coal feeder failed as a result of frozen coal, and that was another 120 megawatt D rate, right?
If you're reading from that record, I trust that you're correct, yes.
We can take these subject to check.
Sure, yes.
Yes. So combined, just those two coal units, that's a D rate of 389 megawatts during the load shed event. And you recall that at the peak of Winter Storm Elliott, LG&E shed 317 megawatts of firm load, right?
Yes.
Neighboring RTOs, PJM and MISO, did not experience load shed during Winter Storm Elliott, right?
That's my understanding, but I hesitate to, that's my understanding, yes.
There's no load shed for EKPC during Winter Storm Elliott as a result of generation inadequacy.
I'm not certain, that's my understanding.
There was no load shed for Kentucky Power Company during Winter Storm Elliott.
I will take your word for it. I'm not sure. That's my understanding, though.
Okay. This was a significant outage experience for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, right?
Absolutely.
And you're having difficulty remembering whether or not LG&E and KU were the only companies in the state that, or only utilities in the state that shed load for reasons of generation inadequacy?
My focus is absolutely on LG and KU.
So do you know that there was no load shed during Winter Storm Elliott in MISO's footprint?
I don't know for sure. That's my understanding. My understanding is that actually I don't know for sure. I can't say with certainty.
As far as you know, MISO had an abundance of resources ready to meet supply throughout Winter Storm Elliott.
I don't know what MISO's situation was.
Yeah. As far as you know, PJM had an abundance of generation resources available and ready to serve load during Winter Storm Elliott.
Well, we were unable to procure generation from these neighboring territories. That was and when you, maybe going back to your original question, when you think about modeling improved transmission access to neighboring regions, the big question is, will generation be available? And so the point of these comments in my testimony is just to note that Winter Storm Elliott is an example of a situation where those generation resources weren't available. So as it relates to thinking about the resources we need to serve our customers, that's kind of a relevant example where the generation resources weren't available.
You are not a member of PJM.
That's correct.
You are not a member of MISO.
That's correct.
Neither MISO nor PJM has any obligation to sell power to LG&E and KU, particularly during Winter Storm Elliott.
That's correct.
The obligation of MISO and PJM during Winter Storm Elliott was to assure the bulk power system reliability across their multi-state footprints, right?
I believe that's correct.
And they did do that, right?
Your Honor, I'm just going to object on relevance grounds about whether MISO or PJM served their own footprints during Winter Storm Elliott. I'm not sure how that's relevant to CPCNs in this case. today.
I can cut right to it for the gentleman here. MISO and PJM were selling energy. During every moment of Winter Storm Elliott, there was energy being sold. The companies were suffering the consequences of not being members. Throughout Winter Storm Elliott, PJM and MISO were always had
Your
available
Honor.
energy to serve.
I apologize, I don't, but counsel appears to be testifying to the commission at the moment, and I
Excuse me.
object to that.
If I may, these are leading questions, which are an appropriate and the gold standard for how you structure a question on cross-examination. They are yes/no answers to my questions.
So in stating your reasons for this testimony, it did get a little lengthy and sounded a bit like testimony.
Oh,
So that point's taken.
Oh, yes.
However, I will allow you to finish this line of questioning, but
Yes, I understand.
don't go too far.
Yeah, let's just do this, Mr. Wilson, if we could. So you say at page 10, line 7, your testimony, there was no energy to buy. More precisely, there was no energy to buy from PJM if you were not a PJM member, correct?
We were not a yes, there was no energy to buy. The purpose of these statements is to provide a basis for why it is not in the best interest of customers to think about purchasing transmission and hoping that energy is going to be available from neighboring regions during extreme weather events. That was the only point.
I understand that. I just, we could make that same point by finishing your sentence. There was no energy to buy available to LG and KU.
Yes.
Thank you. Outside of this proceeding, the companies are seeking to be relieved of their continuing obligation to report to the commission on the potential benefits of RTO membership, right?
That may be a better question for someone else.
Understood. Any idea who?
Is it a rate case question? Is it a rate case proposition?
Or anyone who's involved in discussions about whether or not you intend to continue doing RTO benefit analyses?
You can ask Mr. Conroy about that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so continue on page 10 and just rolling down a little bit. Another one of the points that you make here is lines 17 to 19, having the rights to transmit energy across the relevant transmission facilities to the company's customers is not free. I wanted to ask you, transmission facilities always have costs, right?
Right.
LG and KU retail electric customers pay for transmission service on the LG and KU transmission system, right?
Yes.
Do you have any idea annually what the total amount of revenue collected from customers to pay for that transmission service is?
I do not know.
LG and KU retail customers pay for transmission service using the EKPC transmission system, correct?
I'm not an expert on this topic by any stretch. We did look in our 2024 IRP reliability assessment. We looked at the cost of purchasing firm transmission to presumably have better access to neighboring regions if the generation was available. So that statement was in reference to that,
Yes,
reference
thank
that
you.
cost.
We will get there. But you're not aware of whether or not today LG and KU customers are paying for transmission service across EKPC's transmission system? You don't know?
I can't speak to the detail of that at all, no.
Okay. Are you aware that LG and KU retail electric customers pay for transmission service in order to deliver energy to your transmission system from the OVEC units?
Yes, that's my understanding.
You are aware that the OVEC units are in the PJM footprint, yes?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know what the cost for that firm transmission service is?
I do
annually? you don't know how it compares to the $101 million cost assumption in the study you just brought up a moment ago?
I don't.
It was not a part of developing that $101 million number?
I don't. No, for details on the $101 million, we'd have to respond. I know that's probably in the record, but I can't point to where it is.
Generally, though, the existence of that transmission service cost is a single factor contributing to the overall cost of a resource, right?
Sorry, restate this.
I could
Question.
restate maybe. Existence of transmission service service cost to bring power into the LG and KU transmission system, that is one aspect of a cost for that resource, right? Among other cost drivers.
Yeah, if we had a resource in a neighboring region, we would have to have firm transmission to get the power to us.
And for all of your resources within your transmission system, your retail customers are also paying for transmission service related to each and every one of those units, right?
I'm not the best person to talk about how the transmission costs work.
Okay. So you don't know if it's different, that you pay transmission costs if you're in the system and you pay transmission costs if you're out of the system?
I'm not the best person to talk about for sure.
Okay. Across an RTO footprint like MISO or PJM, is it your understanding that transmission system planning and projects are designed to ensure energy delivery from generation to load across the entire footprint?
I can't speak to the way transmission planning works in those footprints.
Who would be a better person to ask all these transmission questions to? Is it Mr. Conroy or?
Well, maybe Mr. Beller
Okay.
for starters.
You might have to recall Mr. Beller.
Yes, in terms of transmission planning in MISO and PJM, I'm, yes.
For the record, he did it to you. All right, please continue now.
Yes.
But maybe this line of questioning, we may have to recall Mr. Beller.
Sure, sure. Okay, so you were mentioning to Mr. Wilson the analysis of available transmission capacity. I'm there with you now. And you can find this on page 11 of your rebuttal testimony. And so this was an analysis done as part of the company's SERVAM modeling, correct?
Yes, we looked at it in the context of that.
SERVAM is a deterministic modeling tool.
It's the tool that we use to assess resource adequacy, yes.
And you give it fixed inputs, correct?
Well, we give it fixed inputs, but then it evaluates the reliability of our portfolio over a range of weather and unit availability scenarios.
And it is a deterministic model in the sense that it will not choose for you different portfolios or different resources.
Correct. Right. We evaluate one portfolio at a time.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, we're going to set a record, you and me. So just one more portion of your rebuttal testimony I'd like to talk with you about, if I could. And here we'll jump to pages 18 to 19 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
So in this section of your testimony, you're responding to testimony from Joint Intervenor Witness Sean O'Leary, wherein he explained the relative economic and job impacts of utility-built gas-fired power plants on the one hand, and utility-sponsored or other distributed generation and energy efficiency investments on the other. Is that accurate? Too?
Yes.
You say at lines 11, 12, that employment is an issue outside the jurisdiction of this commission. You invoke the term jurisdiction, but you're not intending to offer a legal opinion with this testimony, right?
No, the intention there is simply to, no, definitely not.
Okay. In the following page, in part because of your sense that there's no jurisdiction for this commission on the issue of the relative job benefits, you say that the commission should disregard this portion of witness O'Leary's testimony. That continues to be your position?
Yes, our objective function, and I think the reason we're all here, is to determine what resources provide reliable service at the lowest reasonable cost.
Did you just hear Mr. Bevington say towards the end of his time on the stand that the companies are trying to create as many jobs as possible?
Yes, but that has no impact in our decision-making process in terms of determining which resources provide reliable service at the lowest reasonable cost. Our focus is entirely on utility revenue requirements.
Should we disregard Mr. Bevington's comment about the companies trying to create as many jobs as possible?
I'll just say that it's not a factor that weighed into the decision of which resources provide reliable service at the lowest reasonable cost. It's clearly a consideration for the state, kind of beyond this decision process, the one that I managed.
When the company makes a choice between an MGCC investment or a coal plant investment, the jobs would have some differences, right? The job implications of that resource choice?
They would have differences, yes.
Okay. Did you know that Mr. Bevington's 116-page direct testimony and exhibits mentions the words jobs or employment 595 times?
I did not know that, no.
Should we disregard every mention of Mr. Bevington's or other company witness testimony on the relevance of job benefits to utility decision-making?
Without commenting on, I would not disregard anything in Mr. Bevington's testimony. I just want to be clear that the number of jobs is not more or less is not a criteria that factors into our objective function. Our objective is to identify the resources that provide reliable service at the lowest reasonable cost, regardless of the number of jobs. That's the point as it relates to our analysis we want to make.
I have one more short line about the June 2025 Mill Creek 2 life extension analysis. And for folks, you could find this as an attachment to response to staff 3-8.
Okay.
So I just wanted to ask particularly, this analysis assumes the SCR in the case where Mill Creek 2 life is extended beyond 2027 being commissioned by 2031, right?
Say that again.
The analysis assumes an SCR is commissioned by 2031.
Well, the analysis assumes that if the unit operates beyond the commissioning of Mill Creek 6, then SCR will certainly be needed.
And there's, maybe if you would like to turn to page 6 of the attachment to perhaps refresh your recollection on the assumed commission date for that SCR?
Yes. In this analysis, we modeled it, well, that's the cost of the capital assuming a 2031 commission, $163 million.
Okay. And once it is commissioned, then ongoing capital and O&M continues forward from that point.
Right, and I'm just, a minor clarifying point. We used the same exact process that we used in our original 2025 CPC and resource assessment to look at this. So in that analysis, we were, again, the same process, but the question was, what is the optimal portfolio for serving different levels of economic development load? And in that analysis, we evaluated beginning in 2030 for all the resources. We ignored resource availability constraints, so I'm only distinguishing a little bit. In that analysis, we assumed we looked at beginning in 2030, not in 2031.
Clear, I understand all of that. What you just provided me is responsive to some other analysis, not this June 2025 Mill Creek 2 analysis that I'm
No.
asking you about?
Nope, this is what I'm providing you is responsive. We use the same analytical method in both analyses. This cost is just presented in $2031.
Understood. I know you are not Mr. Imber.
That is
And
correct.
so there are environmental sort of underpinnings of this question.
Mhm.
If instead of 2031, the Air Pollution Control District required the SCR to be operational by 2027, what would be the effect on, say, like your table 1 in this Mill Creek 2 life extension analysis in terms of when the cost would be incurred?
Table 1 contains Mill Creek 2 stay open and life extension costs.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, if it was available in 2027, that would, I mean, that would change, we haven't evaluated that scenario, but that would certainly require a different analysis for sure.
And as you were offering before, it can be the same methodology, right? And really you're just changing the year, meaning costs are incurred sooner, right?
Right, right.
And ongoing O&M would begin sooner, right?
For the SCR, yes. If it was installed earlier, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. No more questions.
Okay. For Sierra Club?
No question, Your Honor.
Steph?
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
I was wondering if, at a high level, you could explain how you go about creating the modeling assumptions that are developed as part of the resource assessment. What's the decision-making process for making those decisions?
High level. I struggle with high level sometimes. Well, so what I would say is everything that we do begins with the way our customers use electricity. So everything that we do from a resource planning perspective starts with our expectation of customers' load. And we look at that under a range of scenarios, and the first thing we think about is how a customer's load varies with weather. And to determine, from a resource planning perspective, we carry enough generation to meet our peak demand under normal weather conditions, but we also carry additional generation to meet our peak demand when under extreme weather conditions. And we also carry generation to meet our peak demand when we have some forced outages. We maintain our resources excellently, but nonetheless, we have to plan for units to have outages. So one of the first things we do is we understand what level of reserves we need to carry to care for those two uncertainties, weather and unit availability. And the resource adequacy report that I mentioned is a summary of how we do that, and all the weather scenarios that we look at for that purpose. But once and that level of reserves we express that in the context of both a winter extreme event and a summer extreme event, because our job is to make sure that we can serve load in all hours of the year, but we particularly focus on kind of winter and summer. But once we do that, we we look at our existing resources with that level of reserves, and we compare it to our projection of load. And when we have a shortfall, that identifies a need, a generation need. And that's kind of what has driven the analysis here. We have a shortfall for meeting the expected level of economic development load growth. So then, once we've identified need, our job is to develop a list of alternatives for meeting that need. So in this case, we're proposing combined cycles. We looked at battery storage, but simple cycle CTs are an alternative. Solar is an alternative. There's different resources available, and we have complex modeling that effectively evaluates all possible combinations of those resources for determining which combination is least cost for meeting that need. And stop me if I'm erring on process over not answering your question, but I mean, our goal in making this decision is we want this decision to make sense in a broad range of scenarios, because the investments that we're talking about are long-lived assets. So we look at it over a range of fuel price scenarios. We look at over a range of load scenarios. In the IRP, we looked at a range of environmental scenarios. And one of the good things about these investments is they make sense over a range of environmental scenarios. They make sense over a range of fuel price scenarios. They make sense over a range of load scenarios, including scenarios that are much lower than what our forecast would be. So maybe in a nutshell, that's kind of the way that we approach this decision-making process.
Okay. And I'm going to be looking a little bit at your direct testimony, if
Sure.
you want to pull that up. Page 18.
Okay.
Says the change from the 2024 IRP is that the constraint that limited solar generation to 20% of total energy requirements and the sum of wind generation to 25% of total energy requirements. The reasoning for removing the constraint was because they would be non-binding given the amount of solar and wind proposals received in response to their 2024 RFP. I was wondering if you could kind of go more into that reasoning.
Yeah, simply, if you add up all of the solar and wind proposals that we received in response to the RFP, the sum is less than 20% of total energy requirements or 25% of total energy requirements. It's just those constraints would be non-binding, and we remove them for those reasons.
And I think this is kind of related to that. It was part of the response to staff's second request, question 3, attachment 1. At the bottom of it, it talks about portfolios that rely on solar PPAs to meet minimum summer reserve margin targets in place of a Gent 2 SCR may not be actionable given the company's recent experience with solar PPAs. I was wondering if you could explain why the company still decided to move forward with modeling solar PPAs if they might not be actionable.
Well, I think maybe to set the actionable question aside, and first let's focus on whether they're economic. To the extent that they're not economic, then we don't have to think about whether they're actionable or not. I think that was the rationale for going ahead and doing that.
And in the modeling, how did you handle if it was chosen as an economic resource in relation to whether it was actionable?
Well, and I know you're familiar with our process. We develop, a range of portfolios for serving different levels of load, and then we evaluate each of those portfolios over a range of fuel price scenarios and look at one ultimately that has the lowest cost on average across all fuel price scenarios. And in in what we call the least cost portfolios, solar, at least for this analysis, was not included. So we didn't really have to look any further into whether or not the PPAs were actionable or not as a result.
And did you have the opportunity to run any modeling on the stipulation portfolio?
No.
Okay. As opposed to your data request, we'll probably be asking questions just to run the modeling, at least this, I think the stage 2 resource adequacy and stage 3 as it relates to the stipulation portfolio.
Sure.
So I'm also looking at page 21 of your testimony. You state a resource planning model necessarily makes simplifying assumptions to reduce model times, and a key consideration for any resource planning model is the level of granularity used to develop resource plans. I was wondering if you could explain what the process is, how you decide which assumptions to simplify.
Well, and some of that is not our decision. It's the modeling algorithm just, it necessarily is simplified so for example, when we model detailed production costs, which is the second step of our stage 1 process, our models are looking at a heat rate curve, and they will consider the cost of producing megawatts at the lower end of a generating unit's output range and the higher end. It considers the full range of heat rate, the fact that heat rates change over the output range. In an example of a simplifying assumption is that the heat rate inputs aren't as granular in Plexos, and necessarily so. But that's an example of a simplifying assumption that you can make when you're choosing between what resources are best. So that's I don't know if that answers your question, but that's an example of a simplifying assumption.
Is there a time when you all have to make a decision about simplifying an assumption just to shorten the run times?
I would say, and there's a data request that I don't recall that lays out kind of the specific in terms of Plexos terms, kind of what we did, but really I would say the process that we did is the model runtimes, I think we referenced this, can take 4 days plus. So we chose inputs that were granular enough to result in runtimes that were up to 4 days. And really what we tried to do, given in this original CPCN, we had 5 load scenarios and 5 fuel price scenarios. That was 25 runs, and really what we chose settings that were actually quite granular, and we kind of maxed out our system's ability to evaluate those runs in parallel over that 4 or 5 day period is kind of is an approach.
So before you start a run, does Plexos tell you how long that the run will be?
No.
Okay.
We kind of learned that through trial and error ultimately.
Okay. So for example, I know in the attachment to the response to staff's third request, item 8B, which was the report regarding the Mill Creek 2 extension.
Yes.
One of the examples would have been changing the best dispatch logic from fast dynamic to normal dynamic. I know
Yes.
you mentioned that would have been one of the simplifying assumptions.
That actually was a change that we made in ProSim
Okay,
for the
ProSim.
purpose of modeling detailed production costs. That was not a Plexos change.
Okay. And did that impact run times at all for ProSim?
It did. It increased
Okay.
them.
Is there a reason that it was able to be changed for the purposes of running the Mill Creek 2 analysis?
Well, we kept. I think when the first time that we made that change was in response to JI 122. I want to say, something to check. So, and we made that change. I think we stated in that response we made that change because the question was focused on capacity factors and very specific. How are the units going to operate? So that setting would have provided a better indication of that. We just retained, since we made that change beginning then, we retained that change in this analysis.
And generally, once you put an input into any of your software, does it remain until you decide to change it?
Yes.
Okay. And as you have things that are updated, say if like a regulation changes, like with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, for example, do you go ahead and update those models as these changes happen, or do you update them the next time you need to run the model?
I would say the next time that we need to run the model.
Okay. And what is kind of your process for updating the model? Like, what discussions do you have with other departments regarding that?
Well, to the extent it pertains to environmental regulations, we consult with Mr. Ember. To the extent it pertains to the cost of our existing resources, we work with our generation folks, whether it be generation engineering or various folks who are operating the units. To the extent it pertains to new units that we might build, we'll be working with our project engineering. So we definitely interact with a lot of people to make sure that the information is as good as it can be.
I think this is kind of the end of one of my lines of question. I didn't know if we wanted to break for lunch or if you wanted me to keep going.
How much longer do you think you need?
It's hard for me to estimate. I think I have about 2 more pages of questioning.
I think lunch sounds good.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right, great. Let's take an hour then, and I'll see everyone back about exactly at back on the record, case number 2025-00045, and we're still in staff cross.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
I was just gonna ask a couple more questions about kind of the modeling inputs. I was wondering if you could kind of give an example of a category or a type of input that the companies would likely never change.
I don't want to overspeak, but I think most of our inputs we update regularly. So, you know, obviously, I mentioned load is something that we update at least every year. We periodically review and update heat rates. We periodically review and update. All costs are updated on an at least an annual basis. So stay open costs, life extension costs, variable operating costs. We have a business planning process that really goes through and considers, and at least as it relates to costs, updates those inputs every year. And it doesn't mean they change materially, but we are routinely in our planning process updating and making sure that we're using the best information available to us.
And could you tell me what the planning process is for things other than costs?
Well, like for example, heat rates, for example, that's a input. We would look at our E4 assumptions. The process for updating those inputs is typically our goal is to base all that on an analysis of historical data. So for our heat rates, we look back at some data that we have and use it. It's a pretty significant process to re-specify, make sure that the heat rate curves that we're using are still accurate. Equivalent forced outage rates are similar. We look at historical data to use as a basis for those. So for non-cost, it's generally speaking, the best way to think of it is we use historical data on which and base our assumptions on that.
And when you say we, do you mean your department, or do you mean like different departments throughout LG and KU?
It's a combination. The heat rate and the E4 assumptions, I mean, we get the data from the appropriate departments, and then we do the analysis to determine what the input should be.
Compare and contrast the lyrics of these.
And I was wondering if you could provide just an example of input that you would use to limit the runtime to that 4 days you were talking about earlier.
You know, I'd have to follow up for a very articulate response. I'd have to follow up in a post-hearing data request to give you a good example of that.
Okay, I'll ask that as a post-hearing data request.
Sure.
So I'm looking now at staff's third request for information, the company's response, which is that item 8 attachment about the Mill Creek 2 life extension.
Oh, yes.
Just let me know when you're there. Page 7.
Table 7, you said?
Page 7, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, page 7?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, one of the assumptions that you changed was updating the minimum winter reserve requirements from 29% to 27%, and it was based on the results of the stage 2 analysis. And the reason for that was to target the LOLE of 1.07, correct?
Well, more generally, just one.
Just one.
But in that analysis, you're correct. The LOLE that we've evaluated specifically in that table was 1.07, which we would say is approximately 1.
Is there a reason that you changed the reserve requirements for the Mill Creek 2 extension modeling runs?
Yes. That is an example of basically, we learned in that stage 2 analysis that with the level of economic development load that we're expecting, the the reserve margin that we should target for maintaining a loss of load expectation of 1 was 27% instead of 29%. The IRP, looking at a different level of economic development load, determined that the appropriate minimum reserve margin target for the winter was 29%. And there's a few data responses in the record that explain kind of why, when you add kind of round-the-clock, non-weather sensitive load, that reserve margin target will decrease. But that was an example of a input that we knew could have been improved, so we updated it here.
I just want to kind of ask you a little bit more about the LOLE. So the companies are targeting an LOE standard of 1 days in 10 years, correct?
That's correct.
And that is the industry standard?
Yes.
And the portfolio that was originally chosen in LG and EKU's application had an LOE of 1.07, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you determine what would be relatively little impact for LOE such as 1.07 versus something that would have a significant impact to the point where the companies would not accept that number?
That's a great question. In our the process of so in our stage 2 analysis, the way that we arrived at the 1.07 is we started with the optimal portfolio from stage 1, and if you recall, that portfolio for serving 1,750 megawatts of economic development load included 2 combined cycles, Brown 12, Mill Creek 6, and 600 megawatts of batteries. 400 megawatts of batteries at Cane Run and 200 megawatts of batteries at Jet. And just in resource planning, when you're looking at different loads, when you're looking at different the resource mix, load levels, that all affects LOLE. So the reason that we do a subsequent stage 2 analysis is kind of in recognition of that. But in order to complete the stage 2 analysis, we started with calculated the LOLE for 2 combined cycles and 600 megawatts of batteries. I may actually pull it up here just to talk about it. Yes, so I'm looking at table 13 on page 34 of Exhibit SAW1. So with a 29% winter minimum reserve requirement in Plexos, like I said, Plexos gave us for the load scenario with 1,750 megawatts of economic development load, it gave us Brown 12, Mill Creek 6, and 600 megawatts of batteries. So the next step in resource planning is to understand the reliability of that portfolio. When we looked at it, we saw that it had an LOE of 0.62. And the way that we have kind of completed our stage 2 analyses is if it was below 1, that means it's a little bit, the reliability is a little bit better than 1 event in 10 years. So what we did in that case is we incrementally removed 100 megawatts of battery storage until we got to a number that was close to 1. And for the purpose of these analyses, we used within 1/10 is kind of what we determined to be close enough. For example, this table that you see here, it looked at a scenario with 300 megawatts of batteries, which was 1.25, and we said that's not good. But I mean, the way that we evaluated this is plus or minus 1/10 is really what is the way we made the decision in these analyses.
So the company's position would be that 1.10 would still be reliable?
If there was if we could get, by moving generation, say in 100 megawatt increments of batteries, for example, if we could get closer to 1, it's kind of like what increment of batteries, and we're picking, I know batteries are modular, but we're picking an increment of 100 megawatts, but what increment of batteries gets you closest to 1 is really the metric that we used in these analyses. The other thing is 400 megawatts of batteries is the maximum amount of batteries that the site at Cane Run can accommodate. So for that reason, it would make sense to go ahead and build 400 megawatts at Cane Run and then not involve a second site. That's another reason why we said 1.07 is what we'd recommend in this case.
So like, for example, if you had a portfolio that was, say, like 200 megawatts of batteries plus whatever else, and that would be a one LOLE, but then if you removed, say, 100 megawatts from that and it was 1.10, you would choose the scenario that would go to 1.
Right.
Okay.
And I would expect in that example for the impact to be greater than a tenth, but that's the way that we think about that, yes.
Okay. And when you're still looking at that table, when you look at 0.67, you would say that that would be significantly below the standard of 1 in 10?
Yes, in this case, we can get closer to 1 by looking at a different level of battery storage.
Sorry, I'm just looking at my question. I just want to kind of go into a little bit about ownership shares.
Okay.
So in your direct testimony, I'm sorry, I didn't have the page number, but you talk about 1,400 megawatts are assumed to be located in LG&E's territory, and that means that it's assumed that about 350 megawatts are assumed to locate in KU's territory. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you run any analysis about how the withdrawal of the BESS, which I believe was 62% to KU,
That's correct.
how would the companies anticipate being able to meet KU's load without the BESS?
Well, we would absolutely need the battery storage to meet the 1750, and the stipulation provides the option to come back and you request those resources. But just generally speaking, the data center load is a significant amount of it is being served by, we're going to be using the energy producing capabilities of the combined cycles, but a sizable amount of the data center load is going to be, that's kind of, we're in a good spot because our existing portfolio, we will be leveraging our existing portfolio, providing a lot of the energy that the data centers will need. The energy is being, the full 1750, we would need the batteries, but the round-the-clock energy would be provided by both the combined cycles and our existing resources.
And do you have any idea about what the impact of delaying the BESS by a year would be in terms of the analysis,
On ownership share?
just in general?
Well, that would depend on the ramp of the data center load. By delaying the retirement of Mill Creek 2, we can serve an amount of data center load. There's a DR that kind of outlines what that amount is. But if data center load growth were to ramp beyond that level, then depending on the availability of batteries, we may not be able to serve the load, in which case we would have to delay serving the load.
Do you think there would also be a cost impact based on the delay of 1 year?
On the cost of the batteries themselves, probably Mr. Tummons is a better person to ask about cost implications.
Okay. And then I'm going back to your response to staff's third request, item 8B.
Yes.
It's on page 6.
Okay,
And it talks about a delay in the turbine overhaul, and I was wondering if you could kind of explain how delaying the turbine overhaul might affect the operation of Mill Creek 2?
that is definitely a better question. You're talking about the delay of Mill Creek 2 overhaul due to the availability of boiler tubes, for example. That would be a question for Mr. Tummons.
Okay. And I think that's everything for me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
Mr. Wilson, I wanted to go back and revisit a couple of issues that you gave testimony about earlier. In particular, I guess the interaction between the companies and PJM. Could you describe, I guess, the interaction that the companies have with PJM and their ability to procure electricity when they need it, or to sell it to other members of the PJM network, and whether a membership with PJM has, affects your ability to meet the demand here, whether it was Winter Storm Elliott or whatever?
Mr. Schramm is the best person to talk about those questions. He could give much more complete answers.
Okay, very well. Can you tell me why the companies proposed to build 2 different units instead of 1 larger unit to meet the need?
Yes, and Mr. Tummons, I think in his testimony, cited some of those reasons, but I'll say from a resource planning perspective, having 2 smaller units results in a more reliable system than having 1 larger unit, because planning for all machines, even well-maintained machines like we have, will fail from time to time. From a resource planning, the main thing that I think about is reliability, because planning for recovering from a forced outage of a very large unit, it's more expensive, or it adds cost to do that. The other benefits, and again, Mr. Tummons can elaborate on some of these things, is these units they're being proposed to put on 2 different gas lines, so there'll be some diversity in gas supply benefits gained by having 2 units on separate gas pipelines. But those are the things that I think about from a resource planning perspective, is why 2 units are better than 1 big one.
Do the companies store any gas themselves, or do they contract with companies that store gas for a backup situation in case a pipeline goes down?
Well, and Mr. Schramm can talk about gas supply things. We don't have storage, but the pipelines do utilize storage. But Mr. Schramm is a good person to talk to about the gas pipeline considerations.
I asked Mr. Bevington earlier if the CPCN is granted and the companies build these 2 generating units, if he thought that the companies would be able to sell that electricity. And as I look down through the witness list, I see there are a dozen people who could probably answer that question. But I'll ask you the same question. In your opinion, is there a reasonable degree of probability that the companies will be able to sell this electricity that would come from these 2 units if the CPCN is issued?
I think so. One thing that I would add to what John said is, from a resource planning perspective, and this is a key point in my mind, our objective function, again, focus on customers, what is reliable service at the lowest reasonable cost. And the response to PSC 5.4, that analysis showed that these resources are least cost, even if economic development load doesn't turn out to be what we're expecting it to be. Meaning, if we're wrong and it turns out to be lower, these resources are still cost effective. So from a resource planning perspective, that's another consideration in answering that question.
I noticed that when in this testimony, there's a lot of talk about, and a lot of the questioning has been about, which forecasts are you using, which models are accurate, when you look at a demand curve like we're looking at for electricity, nobody really knows. It doesn't seem like where it's going to stop. It could stop tomorrow with a technological innovation, or it could keep spiking, like a hockey stick for the indefinite future, I guess. And I'm just wondering where, what do they say? Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And I just wonder, in terms of the electric worst, what you all are looking for in terms of, is further expansion going to be necessary? Is further, production going to be necessary? In your all's crystal ball, what does the future look like?
Well, and the good news about what we do is we only make one resource decision at a time. And I think one of the things about any kind of decision process is we try to make decisions. I mentioned earlier that these are long-lived assets. So our goal is to make decisions that make sense over a wide range of futures, especially since these resources are going to be serving customers for years to come. So one of the things that, from a resource planning perspective, that gives me confidence in the decision is these resources make sense over not only a wide range of environmental scenarios, but they make sense over a wide range of load scenarios. And again, scenarios much lower than the scenarios that we're predicting. These resources are least cost even in those scenarios. So to some extent, we'll see what the future holds, but I feel like there is a very low likelihood of having any regrets in moving forward with these two resources just because they make sense over such a wide range of futures.
You and Ms. Hatcher had a back and forth about the battery storage system that I felt like maybe was a little bit over my head, which is not hard to do. But I wondered if you might explain sort of briefly how the BESS would have or would fill your need for what's going on. I mean, to read the proposal, a battery is just a battery, but could you please explain how that would, I don't know, I think you said Cane Run BESS are vital and necessary components of least cost portfolios across a wide array of load and fuel scenarios, as well as environmental regulatory scenarios. And could you explain to me just a little bit further about what the company's had in mind with the BESS proposal?
Right. Well, the battery storage is going to add a lot of flexibility to it's going to add flexibility. We already have flexibility, but it's going to add flexibility to our generation portfolio as a peaking resource. I mentioned earlier that the majority, the economic development loads that we're focusing on are significantly round-the-clock loads. In battery storage, we know you can discharge a battery. In our case, we're proposing to build, the batteries, Cane Run battery is a 4-hour battery, so you can discharge it for 4 hours, and then you have to recharge it before you can discharge it again. So clearly the batteries are not going to be providing that round-the-clock energy, but nonetheless, in developing this portfolio, the round-the-clock energy is going to come from Mill Creek Brown 12 and Mill Creek 6, but it's also going to come from our existing generation, our existing baseload units. So we're going to be more fully utilizing those units. To some extent, we are uniquely positioned to serve that load because we have additional energy producing capabilities from our existing resources that we can leverage for serving these loads. But so with the energy taken care of, we still need, not in every hour, but in some hours we need peaking capacity. And the batteries would provide that peaking capacity. And in fact, the response that we provided, we talked about the battery dispatch. We were asked to look into how the batteries would be dispatched. We provided all that information in response to JI 122, but we see based on that information is we would expect to utilize those batteries almost on a daily basis for meeting peak demands, but then batteries also provide ancillary services. We have to carry spinning reserves to help us to respond to unit outages and what have you. Batteries would be an excellent resource for doing things like that. So it would be a very active part of our portfolio. And frankly, with the investment tax credit, they are they're an excellent resource for our portfolio because they also leverage the energy producing capabilities of our existing resources for charging energy. There's no fuel supply considerations for batteries because the fuel, it comes from our other resources, and we have the resources for that purpose.
So from your perspective, the batteries wouldn't just be used twice a year in emergency situations, they would be built into your daily operations perhaps?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes, they would be, we would use them very frequently.
All right, very well, thank you.
Sure.
Just one question. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You just talked about the two different gas lines that
Mhm.
you're looking at.
Mhm.
Are those located pretty far apart so that you'd have a redundancy? If one went down, the other one could pick up that traffic?
Absolutely, yes. And Mr. Schramm is the best person to talk about, but I know that that's what he would say on that response, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, a whole lot of your testimony and the answers you provided today make a really good case for the BES unit, but now it's being removed from it in the stipulation. So, I'm trying to wrap my head around how much it was emphasized that it was needed in your testimony and in a lot of other testimonies, and then we can remove it in a stipulation and shouldn't be worried that you're not building enough. Could you address that?
Well, the stipulation provides the option to come back. And the other thing is by deferring the retirement of Mill Creek 2, that will allow us to support near-term economic development load growth. So without that, we can't. And PSC 310, I believe, kind of talks about how much load we can serve in the near term with Mill Creek 2. But with the option to come back and with the fact that the construction lead time for batteries is much shorter than combined cycle units, so we can respond more quickly with battery storage. I think that's why we're comfortable with the way batteries are handled in the stipulation.
So, and the final outcome of your resource assessment had been that Brown 12, Mill Creek 6, and Cane Run BES, and then the SCRs on Gent 2 were all vital and necessary. Is the delaying of the coal plant a full replacement for the amount of megawatts that the BES would have provided? I know it's shorter term. Yes,
in the near term, it is a comparable, has a comparable ability to serve load, is what I would say. Mill Creek 2, the amount of load that we can serve with Mill Creek 2 is comparable with what the batteries would have been able to provide.
There is likely to be increased cost if you come back later and ask for the BES, as we've talked about in other delays, in other cases. And at least a couple of testimonies already in this case this week that, it costs more to delay. Is there also a danger of missing out on tax incentives that are at this point set to end?
I don't believe so as it relates to tax incentives. There was a lot of the reason for the analysis that we provided in response to PSC 3.8 was the result of tax incentives being significantly uncertain. But my understanding now is that tax incentives for battery storage anyway will remain available. And in fact, there's some chance, depending on what happens domestically with the production of batteries, that the incentive there may be an availability for a slightly greater incentive that would be obtained through, if in the event the batteries could be manufactured domestically.
We love regulatory certainty in this industry, but we're a little short on regulatory certainty these days.
No doubt.
You talked about modeling various scenarios, I think maybe 4 different environmental regulation scenarios. Did you model anything similar to what our current environmental regulatory scenario is? Was this on anybody's bingo card?
Well, yes, I think so. I think as far as the environmental scenario, I think, and Mr. Ember can talk about this better than I can, but I think the scenario that we modeled in terms of environmental regulations, we labeled it the ozone NAAQS scenario. I think that is the correct scenario. A lot of the uncertainty recently was around the availability of the production tax credit for renewables and the investment tax credit for batteries. That has kind of settled down a bit, but we consider that completely in our analysis that we summarized in the response to PSC 3.8. So
Yeah, you did.
I think we've looked at uncertainty significant certainly in the IRP, we looked at significant certainty about environmental scenarios because that can change moving forward. The good news there is the resources we're proposing make sense in all scenarios because that is a key question that we have to answer in proposing resources. So we answered that question, and now that we think the investment tax credit for batteries are going to remain, I think batteries are an excellent resource, and if load develops as we expect it will, we'll have the option to come back and talk about that.
I guess this environmental regulation scenario is the one that would make the most sense. The one that actually happened is the one that makes the most sense for increasing the life of that coal plant, though.
Yes, yes.
What is the status of I think they were May of 24 RFPs when the 165 potential respondents answered? What's the status of that RFP?
That's a better question for Mr. Schramm.
Okay. We talk about KU and LG&E almost interchangeably sometimes, but they are separate companies. There's separate territories. And then in this case, we talked, or in your testimony, you talked quite a bit about the ownership percentages in order to better balance the company's summer and winter reserve margins. Does removing the BESS unit and prolonging the life of the coal unit change that balance with the ownership percentages or in any other way for the summer and winter reserve margins?
I don't think so. The way that we determined the ownership percentages, we started with the combined cycles and determined what those ownership percentages should be first and kind of got that right, which is consistent with the way the stipulation is working, and then we moved on to the batteries. So the batteries kind of came after the combined cycles. So provided that load is split between the service territories the way that we're currently forecasting, that wouldn't affect the ownership analysis.
All of the testimony from the companies made a really good case for the batteries. So then, to the extent that anyone was convinced that those were the best option, now it's a little confusing for us to take it back out.
Well, I think a big question in this case is, what if you build the resources and the load doesn't materialize? What's going to happen? So I think the stipulation significantly addresses that concern, and not significantly, I mean almost completely addresses that concern. In a scenario where we build 2 combined cycles, as I mentioned, 2 combined cycles make sense for a lot lower level of economic development load than we're predicting. But in a scenario where the long-term economic development outlook turns out to be much lower and we only need, say, 200 megawatts of batteries, then in that case, the short-term life extension of Mill Creek 2 will have enabled us to obviate the need for 200 megawatts of batteries by moving from 400 to 200. Now, as we've said, I think multiple times in these proceedings, just because we get CPCNs, it doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to pull the trigger. We have a history of getting CPCNs, Green River 5, the original time we talked back in 2006 for the Gen 2 SCR. Doesn't mean that we're definitely going to move forward with anything, but in that example, I think the reason is it's a managing a perceived load uncertainty is the rationale for kind of why that worked that way.
Does anything change about the ownership percentage of the coal-fired plant that you're extending the life of?
No.
There won't be any necessity for
No.
changing ownership percentage. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have to rebuttal or
No
redirect?
redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Redirect for KIUC, Joint Interveners, Sierra Club.
Possibly one from Joint Interveners?
Your Honor, just without redirect, I'm not sure I understand
Oh,
the
that's true.
necessity for recross.
Sorry. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a, there is no recross when there's no redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
From a woman that's been practicing law 25 years. All right. So, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
Thank you.
You're excused, sir. And call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company's called Tim Jones.
Mr. Jones, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Tell us your full name, business address, and then counsel you may ask.
Thank you.
All right, Tim Jones, 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crosby.
Would you state, please, by whom you are employed?
LG&E and KU Services Company.
All right. And what is your job title, please?
Job title is the Senior Manager of Sales Analysis and Forecasting.
Very good, thank you. And Mr. Jones, did you cause direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And did you sponsor certain responses to data requests? Someday I'm gonna get that right, in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you adopt and affirm your pre-filed testimony and responses to data requests as your testimony here today?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Your Honor, Mr. Jones is available for cross.
Okay. Attorney General's office. Okay. KIUC.
No questions, Your Honor.
KCA.
No questions.
SREA.
No questions, Your Honor.
Cities. Okay. And then joint interveners.
This question, John. Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Ms. McCray.
Always a pleasure to talk with you.
Same.
I'm here again on behalf of Joint Interveners. This proceeding consists of Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Mountain Association, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Metropolitan Housing Coalition. And there are several areas of your rebuttal testimony that I'd like to talk through today.
Okay.
If at any point you or anyone else can't hear me, please do let me know.
Okay, will do.
So first, I just wanted to understand a few more specifics about your forecasting process. It's my understanding that the companies develop a 30-year demand and energy forecast each year, generally over a 5-month period, about March to July. Do I have that right?
Sure, yes.
And in order to do that forecasting, you use internal company data, is that right?
I would say internal and external, so, we forecast on a bottom-up basis. And so we separate out into rate classes or types of customer usage might be a better way to describe that. So for some classes, well, for all classes, the historical consumption data is a key factor in the forecast as far as comparing against what's actually happened. For some classes, weather is a big deal, and so when it's hot or cold, customers could use more or less, and so we have to evaluate in the history what those weather impacts may have been. And then there's economic data that would also go into certain models, as well as end-use efficiencies and end-use saturations that we use for our residential and commercial models.
Yes, thank you for that. So the answer to my question of whether you're part of that modeling process, forecast process, includes company data, the answer is yes.
I would
Among other
say,
things, it's not, I understand, but that is one piece of information you use, right?
it is one piece of information. It's not the only piece of
Right.
information, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Outside of proceedings like this, the public does not have access, like in same time, real-time access to the company's internal data, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
You don't know if the public has access to the same company data inputs that you have to use for your load forecast. You don't know whether the public has access to those too.
In terms of like the rate class specific data, probably not. In terms of the load of the system overall, possibly.
As you've said, your forecast process also relies on external inputs, and that would include third-party data, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, for instance, you use economic data from S&P Global, right?
Yes. We've recently switched vendors, but not for the purposes of this forecast.
Who have you switched to?
Moody's,
Why?
in part it was about cost, and it was the same level of service.
So there is a cost to the companies for getting some of these external inputs to your forecast process.
Yes.
Can you ballpark the all-in cost for third-party data into each of these annual forecasts?
I think the most recent refresh with Moody's put it around $45,000.
And is this in the forecasting process, do LG&E and KU share those costs?
That I'm not sure of. We forecast for the company as a whole, the combined company. So I would think yes, but I don't know exactly the answer to that response.
That's fair. All right, and so jumping back to talk about what your model is doing, it's a statistically adjusted end-use model, right?
For some classes, that's true. For others, I would call it econometric. For others, I would say that, especially the larger load customers that exist on the system today or that could exist on the system in the future, that comes from conversations that we have with the key accounts team as well as the economic development team that John described earlier. John Bevington, sorry.
And so those are out-of-model adjustments that you make to your SEA modeled output.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, apologies if my words are confusing. Well, let me just repeat, I'm not sure I have a better phrasing, but those sort of adjustments that you just talked about now that are not derived in part through like statistical regression analysis, maybe they're econometric or something like this.
Right.
Those then are not outputs, right? From your statistical regression analysis, they are out-of-model adjustments to outputs.
Correct. They're informed based upon conversations that we're having with the key accounts team that can tell us about, expansions or shutdowns or, whatever may be occurring with their customer base. But they are also still informed by the historical data consumption of those customers.
In a statistical regression analysis, you can have many years of historical data for your usage. Yes?
Yes.
Not every year of that historical data would be equally weighted in the statistical regression analysis, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. In a statistical regression analysis, relying on many years of historical data, not every year of historical data is given the same weight in the regression analysis.
I would say that the objective of the model is to tease out a relationship between the dependent variables and the independent variables that are included in those models. So I'm not sure I could speak to exactly how each year is weighted. But for example, a colder year, well, a milder year will have a different level of heating degree days or cooling degree days than a very hot or very cold year. And so the model will account for that. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get at something about how statistical regression analysis work as a methodological proposition. And it was my understanding that you have a degree in mathematics, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, because, as you said, a regression analysis using historical data is looking for trends, my understanding of statistical regression analysis is that trends in the nearer term history tend to have more significance to the model in weighing dependent and independent variables in their relationships than, say, the bit of energy usage data that you have 30 years ago.
Yeah, I would say that we often say that one point doesn't make a forecast. So, while the last piece of data that we have is the best piece of data that we have as far as what the system looks like today, there's still a lot of variables that go into what customers are using. And that's why we update the forecast each year to include that new year of data. And maybe I think what you're saying is that additional year of data may change the trend a little bit, but in terms of 30 years back, none of our models look 30 years back. They're more past decade or so as far as how far back we train the models.
We've had occasion to talk before, Mr. Jones, about how it is that past customer-initiated energy efficiency savings would be implicitly embedded in your load forecasting process. Do you agree that we've had those conversations in the past? That's a silly question, excuse me, scratch that. Is it your, am I right that it's the company's belief that customer-initiated end-use efficiency gains are implicitly embedded in your load forecast, in part because you're using historical regression analysis with customer usage data?
Yes, I wouldn't limit it to customer initiated. I would say whatever impacts the company's DSM programs have had. We don't attempt to tease that out in the history. I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
And so we would say that both of those are included in the efficiency trends that the EIA and ITRON project, well, both historically and projected. The model fits through how usage has changed as efficiencies have changed.
And at no point in your process are you able to, or do you attempt to disaggregate those efficiency, different contributions to efficiency gains that end up reflected in your historical usage data?
We don't, and I think that's a pretty common practice in the industry as well. I think it would be very difficult to tease out what a customer has done historically because of DOE standards or versus company programs versus Inflation Reduction Act, there's a lot of things that could go into that customer decision that are very hard to tease out in the history.
Okay. Let's leave that there. And get into your rebuttal testimony a bit more. If we could turn to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay?
And in this portion of your testimony, you offer a Deloitte report as a source to support the idea that there will be unprecedented growth in data center load in the US, right?
Yes.
Okay. That Deloitte report is reporting on a survey, correct?
Yes.
Who did they survey?
I don't recall offhand, but I think it was a lot of the data center customers themselves, but I would have to go back and read through and double check.
Would it matter to you who they surveyed in terms of the credibility of the survey results?
I mean, I guess to a point, the answer would be yes. It depends upon, that who they're surveying could vary quite a bit. But, the testimony goes on to discuss other forecast projections, not just Deloitte. And so there's, across a broad range of forecasting entities, there is a consensus that this load is coming, and that's what Mr. Bevington discussed earlier today.
Your rebuttal testimony did identify that the survey respondents were US-based power companies and data center executives. I'd refer you there to line 11.
Yep.
To the extent that you recall, you said there were a lot, or many. Does 60 of each sound familiar to you, that they surveyed 60 data center executives and 60 power company executives?
Subject to check, that sounds right.
Those survey results, did you look directly at them?
I glanced through them a while ago. I've read a lot of things in between there, so.
Do you recall that there was no mention in any of the survey responses identifying LG and KU's region, or the region we're all sitting in here today, as an existing or emerging or an area of interest for data center developers?
Yeah, I don't recall that, but I would, as I have in the past, I would continue to rely on the key accounts team and the economic development team here in Kentucky to inform what my forecasts say more than these reports. These reports are more meant just national projections of data center load.
This survey doesn't matter so much.
Well, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. I would just say that it's, a data point as far as what is being forecasted in terms of gigawatts of data center load.
Okay. If you could flip forward to page 6 of your rebuttal testimony, please.
Okay?
So that question towards the top of page 6 solicits your response to Dr. Stanton's testimony, including a 25-point factor approach. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you read Dr. Stanton's testimony, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you wrote your testimony, right?
Yes.
So you're familiar with this illustrative 25-factor evaluation that she offered at page 47 to 48?
Yeah, I don't remember all 25 points in detail, but
No.
generally speaking, I would say yes.
And read the number of times that she explained that this is an illustrative example of how you could have a more objective, more robust evaluation of probable growth. Not a recommendation that the commission specifically adopt, right?
Yes, I do recall she said that she doesn't have access to the same level of data that the companies do, so this is just a, like you said, illustrative example.
One moment. Do you have access to Dr. Stanton's testimony before you?
Working on it.
Take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lufkin. Okay, I've got it.
Okay. Let's look first at page 46 of 58, line 12 to 14.
Okay.
This portion of her testimony, Dr. Stanton states that the illustrative alternative probability weighting framework that she's offered relies on real-world examples and recommendations to identify 25 factors that can add to or take away from data center operation likelihood. Do you agree with me that she's talking about the illustrative character of her 25-factor analysis there?
Yes.
Has no relation to availability of information from the companies? There.
Correct.
If you flip forward to page 48 of 58, to the final Q&A on that page,
Okay. Sorry, what were the lines again?
it's the final Q&A beginning on line 20. And on line 22, you'll see testimony from Dr. Stanton saying that based on the limited information available to me in this docket, I have tentatively assigned probability weights to each of the current data center inquiries. Do you recall that testimony? You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what you're recalling, not that she was short on information to determine possibly appropriate factors, but that she was short on information about the specific projects in your pipeline, and added this cautionary note that maybe the scores aren't quite right because she doesn't know as much as you know about each of these inquiries.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so back to your rebuttal at page 6, please.
Okay.
At line 9, you refer to her illustrative 25-point framework as having the facial appearance of scientific rigor. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk briefly about what makes something scientific, Mr. Jones. A scientific approach is empirical, meaning it relies on observable evidence, right?
Yes.
A scientific approach is systematic, follows a structured process, right?
Yes.
A scientific approach is objective, minimizing potential subjective bias.
I would tend to agree with that, yes.
A scientific approach is replicable, allowing others to retest and verify its results.
That would make sense.
A scientific approach is falsifiable, meaning hypotheses can be disproven.
Yes.
a scientific approach is precise. It's extremely important that it depends on accurate data and analysis. Right?
Generally speaking, yes, I agree with that. I would say in the construct of some of the points that were made here, there are items in the list that don't make perfect sense when it would come to planning for a data center or another economic development type of customer to show up.
Okay. We will talk about those. And I just want to clarify, did you answer the question that a scientific approach is, attempts to be precise, striving for accurate data and analysis? Did you agree or disagree with that?
I believe I agreed, yes.
Is there anything else that I haven't specifically offered that also in your mind is part of scientific rigor, as you use that word?
Not anything that comes to mind immediately. No.
So continuing on page 6, lines 10 to 12, you say that 25-point illustrative framework is actually a collection of items she read about and assembled into a list. That's your testimony?
When I initially read her testimony, that was the reaction that I had.
Does that continue to be your testimony today?
Yes, I would say when I read Dr. Stanton's testimony, I didn't perceive her to be disagreeing with our approach as far as the expected value calculation, as far as how we applied the load forecast, as much as disagreeing with the probabilities that were used that went into the load forecast. And I think this 25-point list is attempting to get to a way to assign the probabilities. The one that distracted me the most was that a signed contract would only get 4%. And that from the, well, I'm not going to speak to Mr. Bevington, but I would think from a utility perspective, a signed contract means a lot more than just 4%.
Can you be more specific? Signed what type of contract?
I think it was ESA, Electric Service Agreement. That was one of the line items in the 25-point framework.
Okay. We're going to talk through some of these specific line items. So we'll come back to this. Before that, I do wanted to ask that, or confirm, your rebuttal does not take issue with a single one of the sources identified by Dr. Stanton in support of each of those 25-point factors.
When you say the sources,
The sources, and these can be found, if you're able to refer to Dr. Stanton's testimony, I believe at page 47 and 48. No, I misremembered, excuse me.
I believe it's page 41.
41, thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Crosby. That's right. You can see table 7 on page 40 of 58. And continue on page 41 of 58. Those are all the sources explaining the basis for each of the factors.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the sources in depth.
Your rebuttal testimony doesn't take issue with the idea that filings related to the I&M settlement and the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission are valid references to consider?
Yeah, I think those are fine references.
You think it's a fine reference to refer to filings and proceedings related to data centers and forecasting in Virginia before the Virginia State Corporation Commission?
I hesitate because I know certain pieces of Virginia have different regulatory constructs than we do here. That's about the extent of my knowledge on that. So maybe another witness would be better to answer that question, but setting aside perhaps the difference in regulatory construct, then I think it would be a fine source.
Just to get a sense of your familiarity with why the Virginia State Corporation Commission might be relevant, you're aware that Virginia is one of the hotspots for data center development, right?
Yes.
You're aware that that is not new for Virginia. For decades, they have been a site for data center hosting, right?
Yeah, the utility that comes to mind is Dominion.
Yeah, and you recall that Dominion, filings by Dominion are among this source list that Dr. Stanton relied on, yes?
Yes.
And so utility in Virginia, like Dominion, has decades of experience on LG&E and KU when it comes to forecasting data center growth.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. But I would also say that, again, Mr. Bevington is the expert when it comes to economic development in Kentucky, and so he remains the source of information for me in the load forecast when it comes to economic development beyond kind of what has naturally occurred in the history.
And that is your view, despite the fact that you did not review the many references or any of the references that Dr. Stanton provided on page 41 of her testimony?
Yes.
Okay, let's get into some of the specific factors now, if we could, Mr. Jones. We could go back again to page 6 of your rebuttal. Okay, so I'll begin at lines 12 to 14, where you state that some of the elements have no obvious connection to the likelihood of a data center project coming to fruition at all. For example, signed commitment to construct on-site backup generating or storage facilities and allow the utility, after reasonable notice, to deploy the customer's on-site backup systems. Is it still your view today that there's, in your mind, no obvious connection between that factor and the likelihood of a data center project coming to fruition?
Well, Mr. Bevington is probably better to answer some of these questions as far as his experience with talking to these types of customers. In this specific example, I didn't know how allowing the utility to deploy the customer's on-site backup systems gave an edge one way or the other.
How about the first part? Let's start there, Mr. Jones. Signed commitment to construct on-site backup generating or storage facilities. To your mind, do you appreciate any connection between such a signed commitment to construct on-site backup generating or storage facilities and the likelihood of a data center project coming to fruition?
That's probably a better question for Mr. Bevington.
Respectfully, Mr. Jones, this is your testimony and your opinion. I'd like to better understand your opinion.
My understanding is that data centers, this is general understanding, that data centers keep a short duration, whether, it could be a variety of fuel sources, but they would keep some sort of on-site generation for short duration backup. So it is familiar to me on the on-site backup generating or storage facilities in that regard.
And do you appreciate the distinction between the idea that a data center developer would independently do that with no commitment to anybody about it, and a data center developer making a signed commitment to the utility from which it will take service, that it will be doing that?
Again, I think that would probably be a better question for Mr. Bevington, or post-hearing.
As a general proposition, do you think that when a developer actually outlays capital towards a project or commits capital to a project, it is some indication of the likelihood of that project continuing to move forward?
I would tend to agree with that.
Before you determined there was no obvious connection here, did you refer to Texas State Legislature 2025 Senate Bill 6 regarding large load forecasting and data center development in ERCOT? Or no?
No, I did not.
Okay. Moving down to line 16, still on page 6 of your rebuttal, you stated, other factors make no sense in her true false probability framework. For example, signed disclosure to the utility of whether the customer is pursuing a duplicate request for electric service inside or outside the state, the approval of which would result in the customer materially changing or withdrawing the interconnection request. Is still your view today that that factor does not make sense in a true-false framework?
Well, the way I read that one, or interpreted that one, was the customer could tell you that they are pursuing opportunities outside the state, and then that would get them another 4% in this framework.
So, if I understand you, your critique is that the scoring would not adjust based on what that disclosure actually reveals.
Right.
Okay, but you do agree that the number of duplicate service requests made by a data center would be a relevant indicator to the likelihood of it siting in one place or another?
Potentially. Again, I would defer to the economic development team on this and Mr. Bevington.
You know that Mr. Bevington's team does not ask data center developer inquiries to identify the number of duplicate requests that they have made?
I recall his testimony from earlier. I think he used the word traffic, or the amount of times that he's having conversations with customers, and so I would think that traffic is what he's going to be basing his opinions on, and not necessarily how many other states these customers may be talking to.
If this factor wasn't a binary, but could actually look at what was provided in the disclosure. And these numbers come out of thin air, they mean nothing, but it's just illustrative, that, you have a project that's bid in 2 different locations, one in LG&E's territory, one in KU's. You have another project that's bid in 10 locations. You would agree that both of those projects should get some score, and the score should be more than just true, false, right?
Again, my team is receiving the likelihood of occurrence of these projects from Mr. Bevington's team. And so in terms of how projects should be weighted probabilistically, I would probably defer to Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Jones, if I may respectfully, it was not Mr. Bevington, it was you, it's your rebuttal testimony that responds to these points. This is why I'm asking you these questions. Was that not your opinion when you filed it in this rebuttal testimony?
No, it certainly was.
Okay. Well, let's say that that factor is no longer a true-false probability. If it were adjusted by the commission or whomever to consider what is in the disclosure and what its significance is and give a range of 0 to 4. In that case, there is still not a single project in the company's pipeline that would get anything but a 0, right?
Sorry, repeat your question.
Yeah. If we did move that factor out of true, false, so it's not 0 or 4, now the factor can be anywhere from 0 to 4% based on what is actually revealed in the disclosure, if the framework were adjusted in that way. Each project in your pipeline would still get a 0 for this factor.
And you're saying because we're not aware of if they're talking to other states?
Because you're not aware and you're not asking. You don't know.
Yes, I would agree with you.
In footnote 20, you also identify a second factor where you're unconvinced that a true-false probability makes sense. That factor is a signed disclosure to the utility of the developer's project-specific failure risk assessments, including outstanding zoning issues, lack of firm site plan from the customer, technical issues related to electrical service, company maturity, customer commitments, and permits acquired. Do you see that footnote?
Yes.
All right, and then you continue to explain the problem with that in a true-false framework is that if the disclosure revealed enormous risks, they shouldn't get a 4% probability increase. Is that still your testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. If we assume instead of a true-false that that factor was retained, but was allowed to have a score of 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4%, in assessing the probability of customers coming online in the company's pipeline, all of the projects would get a 0 score, correct?
I'm not certain of that, but
You're certain of Mr. Bevington's idea of how much load growth is coming, but you are not certain of whether or not any of the projects have given you any of the sort of information provided in this factor?
no, that is something that Mr. Bevington's team would have as part of their conversations. So I would, again, rely upon him as far as the probabilities go.
You are the senior manager of sales analysis and forecasting, right?
Yes, that's right.
Are you or your team doing anything to collaborate with Mr. Bevington's team to to help them develop a robust forecasting methodology, or is that just something that they do over there? And you accept as gospel?
No, we have regular conversations with both him and his team, as well as the key accounts team that he mentioned earlier in his testimony. And like I mentioned before, our modeling is bottom up, and then if there is anything that I would call additional to kind of the historical trends that we've seen, such as significant economic development load, significant customer expansions, as he mentioned earlier, significant data center growth. That is where we're going to reach out to those teams and get their opinions. In this case, you know, if I think back to the IRP hearing when we were here in May, that forecast was developed, the mid case, well, all the forecasts, but you know, if we focus on the mid case, that was developed in the middle of 2024, call it July. And at that time, the forecast was prioritizing TSRs and prioritizing the highest probability customers that we had. And so the mid case data center forecast was for 1,050 megawatts. The conversations that we had with Mr. Bevington's team prior to the CPCN forecast reflected the sentiments that he echoed this morning in his testimony, that the balancing act that they were having to do in terms of managing TSRs because of generation constraints. And so we no longer felt we could prioritize the TSRs because we knew that they were delaying some of these TSRs. And so we took the data center portion of the economic development queue with Mr. Bevington's probabilities, understanding that those probabilities are not perfect, but they are developed from years of experience that he and his team have. We looked at a range of scenarios around those probabilities in which so for inquiry, suspect, well, let's go one at a time. So for inquiry, I think Mr. Bevington's team gave it 10%. On a low side, we gave it 0%. For suspect, they gave it 20%. We lowered a low end of the range down to 5%. So for inquiry and suspect, we were only giving a 5% to the suspect customers only and 0% to inquiry. So, and then we further discounted the prospect customers to 30% from his 50%, and then the imminent customers from 80% down to 60%. And so that gave us a range of scenarios for data center load that was from about 1,050 or 1,040 at the time up to, I think, 1,905 megawatts was the mid-case probability when we filed the CPCN load forecast. And so we're looking somewhere between 1,050, 1,040, and 1,905. We had the high case load scenario from the IRP that was 1,750 that fell within the range of low to mid probability cases based upon kind of shifting Mr. Bevington's queue a little bit. Mm-hmm. And so we landed on the 1,750 for the data center load assumption that is a little more conservative than what his 1,905 weighted probabilities would suggest.
Thank you for that. Refocusing again on the questions I'm asking you concerning your footnote 20 and this factor, let's just simplify it to zoning issues. No part of that framework, or you call it a mathematical estimate.
Like an expected value.
Yeah. the companies have no knowledge of and do not incorporate in that framework possible zoning issues that any given project may have in your pipeline, right?
Again, I think that would fall to Mr. Bevington's team as far as who is keeping up with that. I think he mentioned that earlier in testimony as well.
You did.
So I would defer to him for that response.
You have great confidence in the method developed by his team, but you do not have a full understanding of what information it's based on or what factors it includes?
That's right. And I would say that there are a lot of areas within the companies where we rely on other experts within the companies to help us do our jobs. And so earlier, Mr. Wilson, he uses transmission assumptions in his forecasting, but he is not the transmission expert. It is an input to his forecast process.
No, I'm asking you questions about your rebuttal testimony. You have offered opinions in this testimony as though, as the manager of forecasting, you have something to say about the validity and appropriateness of one forecasting method or another. Do I have that wrong? Yeah, I'm sorry, let's withdraw the question. Let's move on to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, if we could. The final paragraph, beginning on line 14. My understanding of your testimony here is that you're taking issue with Dr. Stanton's treatment of co-locator data center projects. Is that a fair characterization of what's being discussed in this portion of your rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall that Dr. Stanton's testimony defined co-locators as compared to hyperscalers to be the difference between basically a landlord looking for tenants and a business with an actual business use case for direct use of a data center. You understand that was the way that she was using those two words?
Yes.
Okay. And in your mind, you say it's not obvious that a co-location data center project should be discounted? Is that still your testimony?
Yes, and I think the JLL article that I referenced on the next page suggests that there's reasons to believe that Dr. Stanton's opinions could be incorrect on that.
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, continuing from page 7 onto page 8 of your rebuttal, you do refer to two blog posts that you read, one from JLL and the second from CBRE, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that JLL is a commercial real estate and investment management company?
Yes.
You're aware that JLL helps clients build, buy, occupy, manage, and invest in a variety of commercial, industrial, hotel, residential, and retail projects, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
You know that JLL itself develops co-location facilities.
I did not know that, but
You did not know
subject
that,
to check, yes.
you did not know that JLL has a direct pecuniary interest in the development of co-location data centers?
No, I did not.
You cited in your testimony to a web page. That web page summarized a JLL report. Did you actually read the underlying report, Mr. Jones?
Again, it would have been a while ago, but at one point, yes.
Okay. But you elected to cite just the web page announcement of the report, not the report itself.
Yes.
Okay. And on the web page that you referenced, one of the things that JLL is discussing is changes at vacancy rates at co-location centers, right?
Yes.
And that refers, oh, sorry, and they use the term absorption, where boils down to the amount of space leased compared to the amount vacated over a given period. Is that
Yes.
your, okay, great. And as I read the JLL materials, my understanding was that they found that last year, in 2024, 88% of absorption of vacant co-location space was in the 5 major data center markets. Did you recognize that the majority of absorption happened in just 5 cities?
I don't recall that, but
Do you recall that in order to break into that top 5, it only took 55 megawatts of vacancy turning into a lease?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall that the JLL noted that at the end of 2024, there were over 6.6 gigawatts of new co-location developments already under construction?
That sounds vaguely familiar.
And, well, we'll stop there. Do you recall JLL discussing some of the leasing dynamics involved in co-location data centers, particularly that tenants prefer to sign, and typically do sign, 3 to 5 year leases?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay, the second reference you relied on was from CBRE. You're aware that CBRE is another commercial real estate services and investment firm, right?
Yes.
You're aware that CRE services include facilities, transaction and project management, property management, investment management, appraisal and evaluation, property leasing, strategic consulting, property sales, mortgage services, and development sales. Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
Like JLL, CBRE has a direct pecuniary interest in the development of co-location facilities.
Yes.
You have not cited any source in this portion of your rebuttal testimony without a direct pecuniary interest in the development of co-location projects, have you?
No, it doesn't appear so.
Like JLL, your CBRE reference directed attention to a web page. There was also an underlying report. Did you read the underlying report, Mr. Jones?
Again, at one point,
Okay. When you read that report addressing absorption of vacant co-location space, did you recognize that each of JLL and CBRE reported different numbers for absorption in each of the markets they discussed?
no, I don't recall that.
No? You don't recall there being an almost 300 megawatt difference between what they reported for 2024 absorption in Northern Virginia?
No, I don't recall that.
Would it have concerned you to note that they were doing inconsistent reporting on the same phenomenon over the same period?
It would cause me to question it, yes.
The CBRE report also identified sort of third tier of areas positioned for significant growth. Do you recall what those markets were?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would it surprise you to hear that one of them was Louisiana, where Meta has announced more than 1 gigawatt hyperscale project? Yet that's a tertiary market.
Yeah, the Louisiana project is familiar to me, vaguely, but yes.
You know that's a relatively large data center development in the current environment, yes?
Yes.
Would it surprise you that even though northern Louisiana has captured one of the biggest hyperscaler projects being developed in the country, they're still only identified as a tertiary market by CBRE for possible continued data center development?
I did not know that, but
Okay.
no, I did not know that.
On page 8 of your rebuttal, at lines, beginning at line 9, so the paragraph starts in contrast. Mr. Bevington and his team's actual experience doing economic development work over the course of decades in Kentucky informed their discounting methodology the companies used to confirm the reasonableness of their data center load forecast. You recognize that none of that experience, as Mr. Bevington just told us, includes, prior to recent years, large load data center developments in the company service territory or in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I guess it would depend upon how you define large load. We do have a 13 megawatt crypto mine, but that's not anywhere near the scale that we're talking about in this case. And I would say too that, you know, in the last CPCN when we talked, you know, going into that load forecast, Mr. Bevington and I specifically talked about data centers because data centers were a thing nationally. And based upon his feedback, we included no data center load growth in the last CPCN. And I believe at least one intervener as well as the PSC in their order said that there was high side risk due to unexpected economic development growth in that case. So we didn't forecast data center load in that case, but things have changed over the past couple of years to obviously, you know, change the opinions of Mr. Bevington and thus of me for the load forecast.
So the answer to my question is yes. You heard Mr. Bevington and do recognize that he himself does not have direct economic development experience related to data centers, either with the companies or in the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Mr. Bevington, so whatever he said earlier, I would tend to agree with.
Okay, and this is your opinion. You're confident in his experience, but you don't know precisely what that experience is.
Well, he's got experience forecasting economic development loads, both for the state of Kentucky as well as for the companies. So I rely on his experience as it pertains to Kentucky.
And none of that has included data centers of a scale above 13 megawatts, right?
Not as far as what we have signed on as customers, but you know, I would say in 2024 and 2025, he's had a lot of those conversations with these customers, these types of customers.
If we could turn to your footnote 26, Mr. Jones, on the bottom of page 9.
Yes.
Okay. I'm asking you, since this is in your testimony, so just so far as you know, I understand this, that 3 different developers made inquiries for service at the same site on Urton Lane, right?
Yes, that
Okay.
is what is in the economic development queue, yes.
To your knowledge, do any one of those 3 developers have like legal property interest in that service location?
That's a better question for Mr. Bevington.
Do you know if Mr. Bevington's economic development team, as a matter of course, asks parties when they inquire whether or not they have a legal property interest in the site that they're inquiring about potential service to?
I don't know. I'm not sure if he answered that earlier or not, but not
You
that I
do
know.
not know?
No.
Okay, thank you. One moment, Mr. Jones, excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. No more questions for me today.
Thank you.
Sierra Club?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Hi, Mr. Jones. I'm Nathaniel Shope on behalf of Sierra Club. We spoke in May at the IRP hearing.
Yep.
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you. Hope the birthday party went well.
Thank you. I was very happy to be home that night, and I really appreciate everyone's accommodation. I want to talk to you a little bit today about the factors that go into the data center load forecast. I want to make sure that I understand what the forecast was. It starts in 2025, as to the 2025 CPCN load forecast. Begins in 2025 and goes through 2032, correct?
No, the load forecast goes out 30 years. As far as the economic development load that we had communications with Mr. Bevington's team about, the discussions that he was having went out through the early 2030s, and so that was the extent to which we forecasted economic development load in the CPCN load forecast.
Got it. Okay. So that forecast went through 2032. Let's turn to your direct testimony. I think we can clear this up
Okay.
very quickly. Your direct testimony on page 3, lines 18 and 19, you write, the companies do not attempt in this forecast to project possible economic load additions beyond 2032. Is that accurate?
Economic load, yes, correct.
Got it. Understood. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the general approach to how you move from an economic development queue for data centers that's got roughly 6,000 megawatts in it
Yep.
to the data center load forecast included in the 2025 CPCN. That number was 1,750 megawatts. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. You have the data set, the data request responses that you sponsored answers to in front of you, yes?
Yes.
Would you turn to staff 117? And specifically subpart A. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
And that says that this load forecast, quote, does not consist of specific data center projects. Rather, it's a reasonable estimate of how much of the more than 6,000 megawatts of potential data center load in the company's current queue will come to fruition in the near term. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the general approach. Let's talk about the specific factors that inform how you move from that queue or that pipeline into the forecast. Would you please turn to your direct testimony at page 18?
Okay.
And on lines 6 to 10, you wrote this enormous projected growth in data center load nationally, coupled with Kentucky's efforts to attract data centers to locate here, the announcement of the first hyperscale data center in Kentucky located in Jefferson County, and having more than 6,000 megawatts of data center projects in the company's economic development queue supports the reasonableness of the company's data center load projection. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And by my count, there are 4 factors there. I want to make sure you agree with that. 1, national data center load growth. 2, Kentucky's incentives for data centers. 3, the Jefferson County announcement. And 4, the 6,000 megawatts in the economic development pipeline.
Well,
Just as cited in your direct testimony.
as cited here, yes. I would still rely on Mr. Bevington and his team to inform the load forecast in the way that I described a little bit earlier in terms of the probabilities and the sizes related to these customers.
Understood. I believe your testimony was Mr. Bevington is the expert on economic development in Kentucky.
Yes.
Okay. So we've got those 4 factors that you set out in your direct testimony. These are your factors, not Mr. Bevington's or anybody else's. I want to unpack each of those. Let's take them in turn. National data center load growth. So in your rebuttal testimony on page 3, you cite a June 24, 2025 Deloitte report that you spoke about with Ms. McCray on
Yes.
U.S. data center load growth through 2035. My question to you is, does that report estimate how much of the national data center demand Deloitte expects will occur in Kentucky?
Not that I recall. The kind of the reasonableness test I did there was to think, of the 176, sorry, I think that should say gigawatts and not megawatts there. But of the 176, Kentucky getting 1.75 of that would be a reasonable assumption.
Okay, but my question to you was, the report doesn't estimate how much of that national data center demand it expects to occur in Kentucky. That's not found in that report, is it?
I'm not sure, but I'll take your word for that.
You also cite Sierra Club's witness, Jeremy Fisher, S&P Global, and Department of Energy. These are all at the bottom of line of page 3 and the top of page 4. They all agree with the source that you cited previously that data center load growth will be significant through 2030. Do any of those sources, Dr. Fisher's, S&P Global, or the Department of Energy, do any of the sources that you cited in this testimony indicate how much of that national data center load growth will occur in Kentucky?
No, not that I know of.
Wouldn't a Kentucky-specific forecast be more helpful than a national forecast?
Well, I would say the Kentucky-specific forecast that I'm getting, and more specifically the service territory-specific forecast that I'm getting, is from Mr. Bevington. The purpose of these national forecasting outlets is just to show the momentum nationally that data centers have gained.
You don't cite in your rebuttal testimony or in your direct testimony to any published written forecast that includes a Kentucky-specific prediction for data center load growth, do you?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Let's move on to the second factor, this tax incentive that Kentucky has passed. Now, in your direct testimony on page 18, you cite Kentucky's efforts to attract data centers to locate here as a factor in your load forecast. That presumably is the sales tax incentive that we spoke about earlier with Mr. Bevington, correct?
Yeah, and specifically, going back to the last CPCN, there was no tax incentive at the time of that load forecast. And my conversations with Mr. Bevington were, I'll just call them very pessimistic about data centers in Kentucky at that time. And once the tax incentive was introduced, the conversations quickly changed.
I appreciate that things do change over time. Let's focus on the CPCN forecast for the 2025 CPCN.
Yep.
Are you aware that 36 other states at the end of 2024 have incentives to try to attract data centers to locate within their states?
I did hear that statistic earlier. Yes.
Are you aware that statistic appeared in Dr. Stanton's testimony on behalf of joint interveners?
I seem to recall reading it. I wasn't sure that it was directly in Dr. Stanton's testimony.
In footnote 1 on page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, you do cite Dr. Stanton's testimony, correct? Stanton at 30-40, that's Dr. Stanton's direct testimony that you're citing to there?
Sorry, what was the reference again?
Oh, it's the first footnote in your rebuttal testimony. It's on page 2.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. So, have you evaluated, I asked these questions of Mr. Bevington, but I'm curious about your answers because I was asking Mr. Bevington about how they inform his economic development pipeline. I'm asking you about how these factors inform your load forecast. Have you evaluated how Kentucky's sales tax incentive compares to other states that also have sales tax incentives for data centers?
No, I have not.
And have you evaluated how Kentucky's sales tax incentive compares to states with other types of incentives, such as income tax or property tax or infrastructure grants?
No.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. Your third factor was the announced data center in Jefferson County. That's the campground project, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does the campground project have a lease agreement with a tenant yet?
I believe Mr. Bevington spoke to that earlier, so I'll defer to his response to that.
Are you aware,
I'm not aware.
one way or the other?
Correct.
Although that developer has publicly announced the project, the companies don't have it listed as announced in their economic development pipeline, correct?
That's correct.
So there's no signed electric service agreement yet? Correct.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, let's move on to the next factor. This was the 6,000 megawatts in the economic development queue. Do any of those projects have signed electric service agreements?
Again, that's probably a better question for Mr. Bevington, but not that I'm aware of.
Are any of those projects announced in the company's economic development queue?
Specific to data centers, I think that answer is no.
Has there ever been a single large-scale data center like those that would qualify under the extremely high load factor tariff built in the company's service territory?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Has there ever been a single large-scale data center like those that would qualify under the extremely high load factor tariff built in the company's service territory?
Not that I know of.
Elsewhere in Kentucky?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Of the four factors that you cited in your direct testimony in support of your data center load forecast, I just want to make sure that I have this right. You cited data center load growth nationally, but nothing on Kentucky's specific forecast. You cited Kentucky's tax incentive, but have not done a comparison of how that stacks up against what other states offer for incentives. You cite the campground announcement, but understand they have no tenant and they're not announced in your economic development queue. And of the 6,000 megawatts in the economic development pipeline, none are announced and none have signed electric service agreements. Do I have that correct?
Well, I would say, especially on the tax incentive piece, well, let me just take a couple of pieces of that. The tax incentive piece, just my narrative conversations with Mr. Bevington have changed materially over the last couple of years. So it does seem, to me at least, that the tax incentive has drawn interest to the state of Kentucky. And then on the signed contracts component, I don't know that, as we stand here today, Mr. Bevington described the economic development process as a long process at times. So I don't know that the signed contract is the barometer of if there's interest in Kentucky of data centers.
Just making a note of that. I think you said you don't know if that's a barometer of
A metric,
interest?
yeah.
Okay, let's move to that topic. On Monday, you were here on Monday and listened to your colleague's testimony?
Yes.
On Monday, in response to a question by Commissioner Wood, your colleague, Mr. Ballar, stated that in designing the extremely high load factor tariff, the companies considered what other utilities in other states have done in order to strike the right balance of customer protections and ensuring a competitive environment in order to attract data centers. He cited the example of a tariff in Ohio. Now, I recognize that these data centers are new to Kentucky. So in creating the 2025 CPC and load forecast, did you consider how other utilities in other states treat large load data center interest in creating the load forecast?
You're saying how other states treat data center interests?
I'm wondering how other utilities in other states look at the potential set of data center projects that might locate in their service territory and translate that into a load forecast. Did you consider how other states do, or how other utilities rather do that?
Yeah, so we were a member of the ITRON Electric Forecasting Group or Energy Forecasting Group, and there is an annual conference that we attend, and all things forecasting are discussed. So at that conference, we would have those types of conversations. But again, ultimately, we landed on, from the load forecast perspective, we landed on relying on the economic development and key accounts teams with the companies to inform our load forecast.
Got it. So you have these types of conversations at this annual conference.
Well, and
Did you cite anything in your testimony from this Itron forecasting group?
I believe, I can't recall if it's in the IRP or the CPCN, but, as far as the data center load factors that we would see, I do believe there's an email from me to Itron and kind of the back and forth within Discovery. I can't recall exactly which data response that was in response to, but that was specifically in terms of load factor, though.
That would be, it sounds like maybe there's an email between you and somebody at Itron. That's different than you citing Itron data in your, or an Itron report in your testimony. Did you cite to Itron in your testimony?
Well, we receive services from Itron, and so any of the work papers that we would have provided would provide Itron inputs. That is separate from the data center load, though, or any other economic development load.
Okay, so there might have been conversations at an annual conference and potentially an email and maybe something informed by Itron, but you didn't actually cite to Itron in your testimony, did you? This is not, I'm not trying to trick anybody here. I just want to know if you cited Itron in your testimony.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Sierra Club's witness, Ms. Hodling, on page 21 of her testimony, included a table. It's table 5. It cites examples from 4 different utilities: AEP, Dominion Energy Virginia, Exelon, and PPL, that all require signed agreements with a data center developer before including the project in its load forecast. Do you have any reason to doubt the veracity of that, the information that Ms. Hodling put in her testimony?
Well, I'm not sure about the PPL piece of it, but I have no reason to doubt the rest of those utilities.
And your rebuttal testimony did not take issue with with that aspect of Ms. Hodling's testimony, did it?
It did not.
So here's my question. If the companies are willing to consider how other utilities structure rates for large load data centers in order to protect customers while also attracting business, why wouldn't they also consider how other utilities forecast demand from data center interest in the load forecast?
But, we've used this key account process for a long time. Obviously, not discussing customer growth of this magnitude up to this point, but we do have large customers on the system today. And so, in my mind at least, when we started talking about forecasting this data center load, it was very similar to the process that we use for our key accounts. The difference came when Mr. Bevington was expressing to me the concern for, as I mentioned earlier, the concern about generation constraints and how he was somewhat balancing the queue of interest versus the generation available to these customers. And so that is when we pivoted kind of from our normal key accounts process to the expected value calculation based upon the economic development queue.
This is the first time you've included data center load growth in a load forecast, correct?
Of this magnitude, again, we've got the crypto mine that's 13 megawatts, but of this magnitude, yes.
So you've got this phenomenon where there are many, many data centers across the country. This industry appears to be booming. You suddenly have far more demand, potential demand, in your economic development queue than you've ever had before. 6,000 megawatts of potential interest. And you have to whittle that down into what you think is a reasonable load forecast. Why wouldn't you look at what utilities that have been dealing with data center demand for a decade do to take this interest and turn it into a load forecast?
But I don't know that our methodologies would be materially different. But again, we rely on the key accounts and economic development team here in the state of Kentucky to inform our load forecasts. There may be other factors in play that other utilities have to consider that we don't, or vice versa.
I believe you just said your methodology wouldn't be materially different. I think it is materially different. We've got 4 utilities in this record, in Ms. Hodeling's testimony, that require a signed agreement before including data center interest in a load forecast. To my knowledge, and as to your testimony, the companies do not do that. They do not require a signed agreement before including the interest in the load forecast. That to me is a big material difference. Do you disagree?
Well, again, I don't know the regulatory constructs that those utilities are playing within and how that compares to us.
Fair. Let's talk about a different topic. On page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, this is towards the bottom. With regard to Mr. Fisher's testimony, Dr. Fisher's testimony, you write, it appears there is some amount of potential data center load appearing in more than one utility's economic development queue. Now, when asked by Ms. McCrae whether the companies asked data centers if they're shopping around with different utilities, what you stated was, I recall this from his testimony earlier, meaning Mr. Bevington's. My question is, did you just learn that today?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
My colleague, Ms. McCrae, asked you whether the companies ask data centers whether they are, sorry, let me rephrase that, that's going to get confusing. Ms. McCrae asked you if the companies ask prospective data centers if they're shopping around in different territories. And you stated, I recall that from his testimony from earlier, meaning your colleague Mr. Bevington's testimony from earlier today. My question is, did you just learn that the companies don't ask data centers if they're shopping around today, or did you already know that?
No, it wouldn't have come up in the conversations between Mr. Bevington and I, so no, I did not know that until today.
And I recognize, sorry, just making a note of that. I recognize that Mr. Bevington's team is the ones that are in discussion with prospective customers like data centers. But if they ask those questions, wouldn't that help you more accurately gauge whether to include the interest from those projects in your load forecast?
No, I don't think so. I think the probabilities that his team is assigning is based upon repeat conversations and their experience with the economic development process. And so, again, I'm going to rely on his judgment and his team's judgment as far as assigning these probabilities.
I do want to take us there, and I will, but in just a moment. You were asked by my colleague, Ms. McCrae, about the statement on page 8 of your rebuttal testimony in which you said you rely on Mr. Bevington's and his team's actual experience doing economic development work in support of your load forecast. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. That actual experience that you're referring to does not include actually seeing data center interest, gauging their statements, and translating that into a data center that's fully built and running, correct?
Not as of this time.
Okay. And on zoning, you were asked by Ms. McCrae about whether you factor zoning into your load forecast, and you said I defer to Mr. Bevington. Now, I asked Mr. Bevington this about the economic development pipeline, but I'm asking you now, not about the pipeline, but about your load forecast. you've seen a very large proposal, 750 megawatts, fail at the zoning stage. But you don't know how many projects in your pipeline face a similar hurdle?
No, again, I would have to refer to Mr. Bevington on that, but, as he mentioned, when that project dropped out, other projects came in that had been expressing interest, which supports kind of the balancing method that we've thought through when we, designed this methodology for data center load.
Let's talk about these confidence levels. You said previously that Mr. Bevington is the expert on economic development in Kentucky. You walked us through previously in your discussion with Ms. McCrae about the confidence levels that Mr. Bevington's teams assign. And so for inquiry, I believe you said it started with 10% confidence level, that a project in the inquiry phase would come to fruition. For suspect, that was 20%. For prospect, that was 50%. For imminent, it was 80%. And although we didn't talk about it, I presume that if it's announced by the companies, you think it's 100% going to occur. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, so those were the midpoints, and then we evaluated a high and low range around that.
Of the projects in the economic development pipeline, there's only one project that has above a 50% confidence level, correct?
Yes, as well, as far as I'm aware, yes.
That is Mr. Bevington's team's assessment. The experts that you rely on, they look at all of the projects in your economic development pipeline, all 6,000 megawatts, and there's only one project that they think has more than a 50% chance of coming to fruition.
As we sit here today, that is true.
So in forecasting data load growth, if you build all of this new generation capacity, roughly $2.7 billion worth of gas plants, you think there's, oh, sorry, let me back up. Can we move to page 9 of your rebuttal testimony? And I would like to direct you to lines 12 through 14. You write, I believe there is a roughly equal chance actual data center load could be lower or higher assuming generation is available to meet that load. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So in forecasting data center load growth, if you build all of this new generation capacity, $2.7 billion worth of gas plants, you think there's a 50% chance that you don't end up with data centers that actually need that much electricity?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In forecasting data center load growth, if you build all of this new generation, these new gas plants, $2.7 billion worth, you think there's a 50% chance that you don't end up with enough data centers that actually need all of that electricity?
Well, I believe as far as the stipulation provides, we wouldn't, as Mr. Wilson said earlier, we wouldn't be able to serve the 1750 of data center load forecast.
I'm not asking about the stipulation, I'm asking about the statement in your rebuttal testimony. You said, I believe there's a roughly equal chance actual data center load could be lower or higher assuming generation is available to meet that load.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the nature of, well, the expected value is more of a mean, it's not a median, but there is a bit of uncertainty around that, and I think that is why Mr. Wilson and his team ran a range of load forecast scenarios around that 1750.
Let's talk about non-data center load growth for a
Mr.
moment.
Schoaf, I've been looking for a natural
Break?
place for a pause, because I've had a request for a break.
That would be fine.
Is this
with me,
okay?
Your Honor.
I was
Yes.
trying to wait till you were shifting. Didn't want to interrupt your flow. Okay.
I don't have very many questions, but I think a break is a fine idea.
Okay. If you're sure, if you just have a few more, I can let you finish.
I think we'll wrap up quickly. How's that? And then I think I can be done. Thanks, Your Honor. Okay. Mr. Jones, I don't have very many other questions for you. So You wrote in your rebuttal testimony, and this is on page 9, that you would observe the companies have been quite conservative in projecting non-data center load growth. And you note that the 2025 CPCN load forecast includes slightly less than 40 megawatts when there are over 2,800 megawatts of potential non-data center, non-Blue Oval SK economic development load. Do those numbers sound right to you, or do you see that now in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 40 out of 2,800 is a very small percentage. Subject to check, it's somewhere between 1 and 2%. Does that sound right to you?
Subject to check, yeah.
When I used a calculator, I got 1.4 or 0.014 or about 1.5%. Do you think there's a 50-50 chance that 40 megawatts or more of non-data center, non-Blue Oval economic growth occur in the company's service territory by 2032?
No, I think the number is greater than that.
Yep.
It'll be,
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
yeah, I think as Mr. Bevington discussed earlier, it's already higher than that as it pertains to some of the projects mentioned with the hospital and GE and others.
Yep. And so that conservative approach, that's a contrast with the data center load forecast. Okay. In the data center load forecast, you've stated there are 6,000 megawatts of projects somewhere in the economic development pipeline, correct? And in the load, the CPCN load forecast was 1,750. Is that right? Megawatts for data center load growth. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. So if we take that 6,000 number, 1,500 megawatts would be about a quarter, and 2,000 megawatts would be half. So 1,750 is roughly in the middle of that. So around 30%. Does that math sound right to you?
That sounds right.
Subject to check.
Yeah, I would just add though that given the size of some of these projects, we're not talking about 10 to 20 data center customers signing on. This could be anywhere between 2 and 5. And so that's another way to kind of think through the reasonableness of this forecast based upon the size of these potential data centers.
Understood. I believe the term that Commissioner Reagan used in talking to Mr. Bevington was a conversion rate. For non-data centers in your economic development pipeline, you include 1 to 2% of that economic development in the load forecast. But for data centers, you include about 30% in the economic development forecast. Why discount non-data center load growth so much more than data center load growth when you don't have a single data center built, large load data center built in the company's service territory, and none have a signed electric service agreement?
Well, as far as the non-data center load growth, that's, again, based upon conversations with Mr. Bevington's team and the key accounts team as far as the projects that are being planned. We've historically relied upon them to tell us what projects are coming and which ones are not. The difference in the data center load is the kind of replacement nature of what's in the queue. And Meridian or Oldham County Data Center is a perfect example of that. When it dropped out, others stepped up and submitted TSRs. And so that was really the difference in our minds, as well as, the data center load that's in the queue right now is just what's there right now. There could be more to come. And, in the last CPCN, the commission specifically in their order mentioned, high side risk as it pertains to unexpected load growth. And so we're not even quantifying that unexpected load growth. We're just looking at what's in the data center queue right now.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, you've been with the company since June of 2016, is that right?
That's right.
It's more than 9 years. Congratulations. That's a good long run.
Thank you.
Is there any historical precedent for including this much growth in a load forecast and basing a request for this much new generation on that load forecast when there isn't even a single large-scale data center operating or with a signed electric service agreement in the company's territory?
So your question, is there a precedent?
Have the companies ever done this? Have you based this kind of load forecast on the growth of an industry in which there isn't a single location within that industry in your service territory?
Well, I would say that as far as historical precedent goes, I believe multiple witnesses have said this is unprecedented load growth that we're experiencing in our service territory. And the interest is certainly there, as Mr. Bevington explained. I keep going back to the last CPCN when data centers were a thing nationally, but we didn't forecast any data center load in that load forecast. So obviously things have changed since then, and the momentum is in Kentucky's favor, as Mr. Bevington explained. And so while it is unprecedented, I don't think it's unreasonable.
And you said in that answer that the load growth we're experiencing, just to be clear, the load growth isn't here yet, it's load growth you're forecasting, correct?
Well, in terms of the data center load, for non-data
Correct.
center load, we do have large projects coming on, and it's been a few years since we've seen, that level, and, Bosque will continue to grow. Based upon their contract for phase one, there is more growth to be had from Bosque phase one still.
Have you ever included 1750 megawatts in a load forecast where that industry has not shown up even once in the service territory?
No.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I really do appreciate your time. I appreciate your candor in answering my questions, and I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So let's take a 10-minute break. Record in case number 2025-00045, and I think we're ready to move on to staff cross-exam.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Afternoon.
Jones. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how historically your department has handled non-data center economic load growth.
So the economic development expansions of key account customers or future customers.
Yes.
So those are informed based upon discussions with the key accounts team and the economic development team. We typically look into which customers may have submitted TSRs, for example, for expansions. But ultimately, it comes down to the likelihood of occurrence that the teams that are responsible for these customers, what value they assign to those as far as the probability of those expansions occurring, and then the timelines and the ramps at which they will occur. So the information is for our higher probability customers, and it's based upon the information we get from those types of conversations. And so, sorry, one more thing just to add. We have their historical data, and so we produce a forecast and send it to the customer and say, do you agree with this forecast? Why or why not? So then the customer has input as far as what their plans are as far as deviating from their historical consumption.
And is that also how you handled the non-data center economic development load forecast in this case?
Yes.
So for example, there's the 19.4 megawatt existing customer expansion. So would you have kind of sent the historical data and use that to develop the load forecast in relation to that customer?
Yes, and then that customer would come back with, in X year and month, we plan to have this expansion, and so that's when we would build that into the forecast. So that would be the process.
And when you're looking at historical data, is it only based on the customer specifically, or is it kind of based on all types of economic development customers that are similarly situated?
For our existing customers, it would be those customers specifically. For prospective customers, it would also be based upon that customer's, the details of the conversations they're having with the economic development team as far as size and ramp schedule and that sort of thing. And then, in the case of some of the recent economic development load that we've seen or contemplated, also knowing what their load shape may look like so that we can appropriately layer that into the forecast.
You talked about kind of higher probability and assignment of value. Is the way you do that different for non-data center loads than data center loads, or is it the same?
No, it would be the same process that Mr. Bevington and his team have. Like he said, the key accounts team has adopted the same process of tracking expansions and that sort of thing. He would probably be better to answer that question, but that's my understanding of it.
And before there was the formal pipeline in place, did that still happen? It just was a different way of doing it? Do you know?
Ultimately, yes, I would agree with that characterization.
And is kind of the way you characterize something as economic development, is that an older term, or is that something that's more recently kind of come into the load forecasting scenarios?
We've used it for quite a few years now. I don't know that, I'm not sure as far as like industry standards or anything like that, but at least internally, that's how we've referred to kind of growth of new large customers on the system.
And now I'm gonna refer to your rebuttal at 2. It talks about, well, I'll wait for that to go.
Sorry.
It talks about how the value of non-data center economic development load from a variety of different commercial industrial sectors is over 580 megawatts. I was wondering if that included the 3 projects that were originally included in the load forecast, which is the 19.4 megawatts expansion, the 20 megawatt economic development prospect, and then the 250 of Blue Oval.
I would have to refer back to my rebuttal exhibit. I believe it does include the 19.4 and the 20 in that. I don't know that it includes the Blue Oval load.
And do you know if there's differences in the build times for non-data center loads versus data center loads?
I think it would be very case specific. You know, if it's an existing customer expansion, perhaps that might move faster than a brand new customer, but that's probably something better to ask of Mr. Bevington.
And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wood. Commissioner Reagan. Okay.
Good afternoon. And let me know if you're not the right person to answer this question, but you've talked about the key account managers that you send your information through, or get information from. Do they manage the account from beginning to end? And do you know if they're compensated on growth or what their compensation is?
I don't know the answer to that question. Trying to, perhaps Mr. Beller,
Or we could ask it in a
post-hearing may be good as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
And any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right, you're excused, sir. Thank you. And I think we might as well go ahead and call another one.
Let's do it. Thank you, Your Honor. The company's called Charles Schramm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schramm. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address.
Charles R. Schramm. Business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky 40223.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schramm, by whom are you employed, sir?
LG&E and KU Services,
And what is your job title, please?
Vice President of Energy Supply and Analysis.
Thank you. And did you cause direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Did you sponsor certain responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you adopt and affirm your pre-filed testimony and responses to data requests as your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Schramm is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney General's office. Okay, KIEC?
I do, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Schramm. I want to talk to you about the battery in the stipulation. It's a 400 megawatt, 4-hour battery. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Capital cost $775 million.
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that there would be about $74 million of added transmission to hook the battery up to the system?
I believe that's the right number. Don't have it in front of me.
And the investment tax credit, to the extent you got it, would only apply to the battery portion, not transmission?
That's my understanding.
Okay. The stipulation says that the company can refile a CPCN for the battery if needed in the future, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be a competitive process for the battery per the stipulation?
It would, yes.
Okay. Assuming that the commission approves the EHLF tariff in the pending rate case by, say, December of this year, then you would it be true that you would get additional insight into the load that is coming onto the system pursuant to that tariff to get better informed about the need for the battery?
Yes, we would have that opportunity.
It's possible, I think the testimony was that the investment tax credit for a future battery might be even bigger depending on domestic content.
Yes, and there's a greater chance that there would be higher domestic content at some point in the future.
And the battery can be built relatively quickly.
Yes, which is a key advantage versus building another combined cycle unit, and which is another reason why the companies were comfortable and felt the stipulation was appropriate and reasonable because of those factors.
Sort of a balanced stipulation.
It is. You get to have a view of what's developing in terms of load. The Mill Creek 2 extension of that also provides the opportunities to serve some additional load in the meantime without delay. So on balance, and again, if load develops more quickly, there's nothing to prevent the companies from coming back and asking for the battery in the future.
If some of this load uncertainty that Sierra Club and joint interveners are concerned about comes to pass, that they're correct, wouldn't this be a more balanced approach to not double down on even more generation up front, which is part of the reason the battery was in the stipulation?
Yes, potentially, but and perhaps it's only the timing of the load development.
The battery has a 15-year life in the planning documents.
Mr. Tummons can confirm that, but I believe that's correct.
Okay. And the extension of Mill Creek 2 as part of the stipulation has a cost of approximately $72 million,
Yes, it does.
and that's a 4-year extension, or 5?
It's really an extension until Mill Creek 6 would come online in 2031. So I'm not sure how the number of years would work out there.
Okay. But the price tag on that $72 million is considerably less than the battery? I know the
Considerably less, yes.
Okay. The testimony was that the battery would be used as a peaking unit resource?
It would, yes.
Okay. Currently, the company has brown CTs for peaking purposes?
We have a number of simple cycle CTs for peaking, both at Trimble County and the Brown Station.
So Brown is about 1,000 megawatts of peaking units?
That's roughly correct.
And Trimble County CT is about 360 megawatts?
No, it would be higher. It would be about 6 units at 165 each or so.
Okay.
Yeah, so higher.
And the capacity factor on your existing peaking units averages 2% per year?
Can vary considerably due to weather, but we usually think of peaking resources as being something on the nature of 10% or less.
Okay. Do you think that if the commission approves the stipulation, the companies will have sufficient peaking resources to meet your customer needs?
Again, I think depending on load development, we would certainly not connect load that would be in excess of our ability to serve that, base load or peaking. So the answer to your question is yes.
How long does it take to build a battery in general, utility scale?
I would say roughly 3 years, but I'd want Mr. Tummons to confirm that.
Do you know how long it would generally take a data center to complete its construction?
We have seen cases where that could be as short as 18 months in other jurisdictions.
So that would kind of sync up to the term or timing of how long it takes to build a battery.
Certainly more closely than it would a combined cycle unit, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tram. No more questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Kentucky Coal Association?
No question, Your Honor.
SREA?
No question.
The cities?
No question.
And that brings us then to joint interveners.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Schramm.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jacob Elkin on behalf of Joint Interveners, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Mountain Association, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, and Metropolitan Housing Coalition. I want to start by asking a few questions about gas transportation. In your role as Director of Power Supply, Is it correct that you oversaw natural gas acquisition and procurement strategy, including pipeline transportation services?
Yes, for the generation side of the business.
Generation side. And is that still true in your new role as Vice President of Energy Supply and Analysis?
I have oversight of that power supply role, yes, I do.
Thank you. Firm gas transportation service. In your direct testimony, you said that firm gas transportation service guarantees gas delivery without interruption at the customer's primary firm delivery point. In contrast, non-firm transportation service provides no guarantee of delivery. Is that right?
Yes, non-firm service would be characterized as interruptible service.
And in your direct testimony, you said that the companies do not procure transportation services until after receiving regulatory approval to construct new units.
That's correct.
Do the companies enter into any agreements related to transportation services prior to regulatory approval?
The only difference is, in this case, we have signed a confidentiality agreement with Texas Gas Transmission relative to a potential expansion of their system. But it's a non-binding agreement to indicate interest in their future project, but there is no commitment, and none would be made until after the order is issued in this proceeding.
Thank you. I have a few questions about that. The project that you were just referring to, is that the Borealis project?
It is.
And am I correct that in your testimony, you said that, or sort of just jumping off of your answer right there, Texas Gas Transmission, is that the only pipeline company that would be available to service Mill Creek 6?
It is.
And regarding Borealis, you said that that was the last opportunity for significant capacity additions on the existing right-of-way within a 5 to 8 year horizon. Is that right?
Due to the nature of that project, the pipeline has indicated that it would be very unusual to have another project proceed concurrently. So it's logical to think they would be in series, they would be sequential, so therefore you would be looking at something well into the 2030s at that point for future expansion.
And when you say they've indicated that, has that been in written communication?
I think that's been in verbal discussions with them.
Okay. Do you know if that information was anywhere related to the open season for the Borealis project?
Well, the open season for it, which in terms of binding commitments has not taken place yet, that would likely be more toward the end of this year, so the end of 2025. Projects like that are typically, by a pipeline, they would not build unsubscribed capacity, so they're looking for interest to understand how big the project might be.
You said the open season for binding commitments hasn't happened yet.
Right.
The open season for non-binding commitments has happened. Is that your understanding?
I wouldn't call it an open season. I would call it an expression of interest through a confidentiality agreement.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a few questions about data requests. In response to Sierra Club, or let me jump back. Sierra Club's first set of data requests included a request for any communications that the companies have had with Texas Gas Transmission, Texas Eastern, and or Tennessee Gas regarding firm transportation service for Brown 12 and Mill Creek 6. Do you recall that request?
I do.
And do you know if that request was continuing in nature, in that it asked for supplemental responses?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay, thank you. In response to that request, the companies provided 2 attachments with communications with the pipeline companies. Do you recall if you provided any communications identifying Borealis as Texas Gas Transmission's last opportunity for significant capacity additions within a 5 to 8 year horizon?
I don't believe we did. I think that the request from Texas Gas for for the confidentiality agreement and their announcement. I think it occurred somewhat concurrently with the first round of data request for this proceeding, as I recall. And furthermore, our actual signing of that as a company was accomplished through our LDC area of the company. The pipeline takes that for the whole company as an expression of interest. So I did not have one to submit for generation.
Okay, thank you. I want to take a look at attachment 2 that you provided in response to that question, which was Sierra Club 138A. Are you able to access that?
It's coming up now. What was the question again? Number question?
38A.
Almost there. 38A attachment 1. Okay.
Sorry, attachment 2.
Attachment 2, okay.
Just let me know when you're there.
Okay, I am there.
I want to look at the final page, page 6. Is it fair characterization to say that this contains a March 31, 2025 email, providing notice of a Borealis open season?
Yes, it does. Yeah, it is.
And a moment ago, you said that the Borealis open season had not occurred yet. I guess I just want to get a little bit of clarity on that thing.
I believe, and I apologize if there's confusion, but I believe some of these terms are interchangeable in many contexts. So open season many times can be, there's an open season, it's a binding open season, you must bid, there is an impending deadline. That wasn't really the indication that we were getting on Borealis. So the open season was, in this case, the definition was more an expression of interest.
Understood. When you say deadline, do you just mean deadline for binding agreements or deadline for sort of any round of bidding?
There can be deadlines for expressing interest in terms of a non-binding confidentiality agreement. There can also be open seasons with deadlines for bids, which firm bids have to be submitted. So this was not a firm deadline for an open season.
But am I correct in saying that it included a deadline for expressing interest in this round of the open season?
A non-binding interest, but yes.
And that open season, according to this email, ran from April 1st to April 30th, 2025?
Yes, it does say that, but my recollection is the actual confidentiality agreement was dated somewhat after that date.
After April 30th?
I thought it was. I thought it was in May, but I could be mistaken. I do not have it in front of me.
Understood. I'm not going to ask too many questions about these names, but only one. These emails have the names Matthew, Seibert, Lynn, Elker. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing. Are those individuals on the power supply team?
Yes, they work in power supply. That's correct.
And at the bottom of this page, there's a link, and it says, "Please see the link below for details of the open season." Would someone on the power supply team likely have followed that link for details into the open season?
I would presume so.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to pull up a document. Sorry, bear with us 1 second. Yeah. This a document based on that link at the bottom of that email. So just bear with us 1 second as we display that. plugged in here.
It's not showing on your screen either.
No.
I'll step out and ask IT.
Thank you, Chair.
IT's way ahead of me.
Okay. Oh.
Trying to share a document.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you all.
Are we good?
I think so.
Okay. Sorry. No, thanks. Looking at the top of this document, it says non-binding open season notice for the Borealis Natural Gas Pipeline Expansion Project, Texas Gas Transmission LLC, April 1, 2025. If I told you that this is the document that link on that prior email went to, would you have any reason to think that that's incorrect?
I've seen this document.
You've seen this document?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to mark this as JI 4.
This is not already in the record.
It is not, no.
Any objection?
It
Well,
was
it hasn't
only
been moved
referenced
to
as a
admit it
link.
yet.
He's moving to admit it. Are you moving to admit it, counsel?
I was not gonna move it to
Oh,
admit it
okay.
just yet, but potentially, in a little bit. And so, looking at, sorry, let me just, flip up on my end. If we, scroll to the bottom of, thank you, page 2, bottom of the second page, non-binding open season details, open season period. Is it correct that based on this sheet, it appears to confirm April 1 through April 30th as the open season period?
Yes.
With a term of, preferred term of 20 years?
Yes, it does say preferred term of 20 years. Yes.
Were you aware of that preferred term before submitting the application in this case?
Yes, it was in this document.
But this document was published after the CPCN application in this case.
Typically, firm gas transportation agreements are long-term agreements. They may have some terms shorter than 20 years at times, but they will nearly always have rollover or evergreen provisions in them, because with a long-lived asset, you want to be able to preserve your rights to firm transport to serve fuel to that asset. So not surprised by a preferred 20-year term on a project of this magnitude by Texas Gas, because they want to understand what the subscribers' needs look like.
And just to go back to the question about what information you had before submitting the CPN application, had you spoken with the pipeline company about that term?
No, we had not. No. Upon submitting the CPCN application, which was obviously prior to the date of this document, we were broadly aware of potential terms for firm gas transportation because of our activity around the Mill Creek 5 combined cycle unit, where we had just signed a long-term agreement.
In a data request LM, the city's request 112D2, you were asked to describe the term length, or the companies were asked to describe the term length that the companies will seek for the delivery of firm gas to Mill Creek 6 and Brown 12 NGCCs. And the response was that the companies have not had discussions with the pipeline companies regarding the term length of the transportation agreements. But do I understand that, although you might not have had discussions, that you had a sense of what term length they'd be
From
looking for?
prior experience, very, very recent prior experience with Mill Creek 5, yes, we had an idea that it would be a long-term agreement.
Do you know if there's anything in this open season listing that identifies the fourth quarter of 2025 for any final agreements with Texas Gas Transmission?
I don't believe there is, and I'm not sure that's been publicly conveyed, and I'm not sure that it is precisely the fourth quarter of 2025. I think that could move slightly either direction. You know, some other details around the Borealis project, other than the timing, I think we'll get into some confidential material that we would want to move into confidential session to discuss if we go much further.
I understand, and you preceded what I was about to say, which is that I have some questions that might sort of verge in that direction, and you know, I think I can ask them without needing to go into confidential session. But if you know, at any time you think a question calls for confidential information, please let me know, and if you're not sure, consult with your counsel before answering. If we can look at the top of page 3, submission process and confidentiality agreement. Participation in this non-binding open season will be considered confirmed upon the execution of a confidentiality agreement. Additional, since we're still in the exploratory phase, project information, including proposed rates and terms, will be provided upon execution. Then it explains how to request a CA. Next steps, following the non-binding open season, Texas Gas will engage in further discussions with all participants who have executed a CA and may proceed to binding commitments. Was that a correct reading of those terms?
Yes.
You said that you've entered into a confidentiality agreement. Do you know if that was provided in response to Sierra Club's question 38A?
I don't believe it was, and we can provide that. Post-hearing, again, that was signed by our LG&E, LDC. However, it suffices for the entire company.
And following that confidentiality agreement, I'm not going to ask information about specifics here, but did the companies receive information about proposed rates and terms?
I have not seen information about rates at this point. And I believe that's because the pipeline is still assessing customer interest, which will determine how large the expansion is and therefore the rates.
Do you know if there's any cost information that the companies have received?
Not to my knowledge, no. I mean, we've certainly made assumptions in our CPCN filing about the cost of gas transport, but I don't think relative to Borealis there have been further exchanges of cost information at this point in time.
Thank you. And regarding those assumptions that you just mentioned, could you identify for me where in the record I find appropriate comparison point for assumed gas transportation costs?
I know it's in some of Mr. Wilson's material. Would be happy to identify that post-hearing. Yeah.
Thank you. Just a few more questions on this. Do you know if since entering the confidentiality agreement, there's been any additional information pertaining to seasonal capacity reservation?
No, I don't believe so. We aren't to that level of detail.
Okay. And pressure at delivery point?
No, that would be a later discussion, although the presumption would be that the pipeline would be able to deliver adequate capacity to run a generating unit.
Okay. And I think this maybe is already covered, but if we do put in a post-hearing data request for the confidentiality agreement and any information that has been exchanged since then, the company would be able to provide that?
Yes, and I think the primary exchange would have been the confidentiality agreement that's not been provided in the record to this point.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I would like to move to admit this exhibit, which has been marked as JI4.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I change topics here to RFPs? Is it correct that the company's power supply team's commercial responsibilities include formulating and issuing electric energy and capacity RFPs, working with RFP respondents regarding their responses, and conducting negotiations with RFP respondents?
Yes,
And in your role as Director of Power Supply, you develop personal knowledge of the company's most recent renewable energy RFPs and the responses the company's received?
yes,
Does that oversight still apply to your current role?
it does. I still have oversight of the power supply group.
And the most recent renewable energy RFP, that was the May 2024 one,
Yes,
seeking non-firm renewable energy from solar, wind, and hydro.
yes,
And am I correct, you also oversaw an RFP for supply-side resources in June 2022?
yes, that was a prior RFP.
Regarding the company's current portfolio for renewable generation, am I correct that every renewable project currently in operation is owned by the company?
Yes,
So none are leased or PPAs?
that is correct to date.
And in discovery, this is LM LFU CG 116B. You were asked about the renewable generation projects the companies expect to be in operation in the next 10 years. Do you recall that?
Yes,
At the time of response to that question, the only renewable projects expected to be in operation in the next 10 years were company-owned. Is that still the case?
yes, I don't believe the information around the other PPAs has significantly changed. They have not, however, they have not been terminated.
Thank you. And regarding the company's 2024 RFP for renewable energy, the companies chose not to pursue any proposals offered in response to the RFP?
That's correct.
Now, is it your knowledge that the stipulation and recommendation signed by the companies in this case includes a commitment to issue an RFP for renewable energy and energy storage by mid-2026?
Yes.
And regarding renewable energy, what steps do the companies take to help ensure that that 2026 RFP will be more successful with regards to renewable energy than the 2024 one?
Well, obviously, the companies cannot control the economics in terms of the price of solar, the price of wind. That's well out of our purview. However, what we do to try to encourage a robust response is to submit it to as many potential developers, as many industry publications as we possibly can. We also have ongoing relationships with renewable developers that we talk to occasionally about their projects and what might be going on. Again, this is usually at their request. So renewable developers are very aware when we're about to submit an RFP and generally follow up very quickly.
And do the companies currently plan to, I guess, have any changes to that outreach process for the 2026 RFP versus the 2024?
I think our outreach process in encouraging responses has been very successful to date.
So proposing no changes then at this time?
No changes to who we reach out to in terms of developers and renewable developers within the industry. No changes in that.
Changes in anything else?
Well, I believe the stipulation calls for some review of our RFP itself, and certainly we would abide by the stipulation's requirements.
So as, I guess, stakeholder review, would that be it?
That, and I don't have the stipulation in front of me, but in accordance with the stipulation.
And did the companies engage in any stakeholder review before the 2024 RFP?
No, we did not.
Thank you. The 2022 RFP resulted in a number of battery storage proposals. Is that right?
It did.
The companies chose to build their own self-build battery system, the Brown BESS, rather than enter into a battery storage contract. Is that right?
We did.
And you testified that because the companies continue to desire to gain operational experience with these facilities at a utility scale, there was no need to seek or value in seeking battery energy storage proposals through the May 2024 RFP. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the stipulation and recommendation signed by the companies in this case that we were just referring to includes energy storage. Is that right?
Yes.
And that'll be issued mid-2026. Do you have a current understanding of when the Brown BSS is expected to be operational?
I don't know the precise date. Mr. Tummins would have the most up-to-date information.
Do you know if it will be before or after mid-2026?
I suspect it would be after.
And with that in mind, do the companies intend to take any steps to supplement this lack of operational experience with battery storage projects before the mid-2026 RFP?
I believe what we have done thus far, and we will continue to do, is have discussions with our colleagues at other utilities, at other ISOs that actually operate battery capacity to understand in particular how the batteries operate, their specific challenges in terms of changing parameters with the batteries that the manufacturers recommend, as well as how to effectively integrate those into their system. And we will certainly glean more knowledge between now and even when the Brown BESS is operational.
And that those conversations can sort of supplement the lack of operational experience. Is that correct?
Well, they will. They're not a substitute for operational experience, but they do benefit the companies.
Thank you. Don't have too many more questions. A moment ago, you mentioned the company's solar PPAs. One of those solar PPAs approved in the company's 2022 CPCN case is the Grays Branch PPA. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you led negotiations for that?
I did.
You testified that that project is not anticipated to face significant challenges related to local approvals in Hopkins County. Is that right?
It was our understanding from the developer, given its location, particularly that it was on some reclaimed coal mining land.
Do you know, or I guess, has there been any recent developments in the company's generation interconnection queue for that project?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. I want to look at your response to joint interveners' first set of data requests, question 44F. Just looking at this to set up, or just to, strike that. You were asked in that request to identify the queue number in LG&E KU's generation interconnection queue for the Grays Branch PPA, and you responded LGE GIS 2023-007. Is that answer still correct to your understanding?
I don't know. It was, presume correct at the time.
And do you have any reason to suspect that that's not correct?
I don't.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up one more document to take a look at. So, that is pulled up whenever.
I'm not familiar with the mysterious ways that it appears.
I can barely work my TV at home without my son's help anymore. There we go.
At the top of this exhibit says Louisville Gas and Electric and Kentucky Utilities LG&E KU generation interconnection queue, updated as of 7/31/2025. Do you have any reason to doubt that this is a accurate representation of the state of the queue as of that date?
No, I presume the data is consistent with the title.
Thank you. And would this queue present accurate information pertaining to the status of projects in the interconnection queue?
I presume it would, but I have not reviewed this document in detail for any specific projects.
Okay. One of the columns here,
First one with the queue number for a second.
sorry, I'm actually to the other side. No, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go
thank
ahead.
you.
Yeah.
The column that is sort of centered right now, it says study status deviations from study timeline. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the title.
And I'm gonna scroll down. Bear with me, it's a large document. All right, there, yeah. The entry that I am highlighting right now, that reads LGE GIS 2023-007. Is that the same entry that we were just talking about related to Gray's Branch?
Yes, it appears to be.
And it says this was part of TCS 2024. Is that the transitional cluster study?
I believe it is.
Thank you. Now we're just going to scroll over to that study status.
Keep the same.
Yeah, it's tough. Recall which column. I think it's a few more. We're not there yet. Okay. Do you see that it says TCS completed on July 18, 2025?
I do.
And would that transitional cluster study contain certain cost information for the study projects?
I presume it would, but I have not seen it.
Do you know if it would contain cost estimates for general interconnection?
Subject to check, I think it does.
And if we asked for the TCS results in a post-hearing data request, could you provide them?
I believe so, presuming I have access to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe just note that he recognized he doesn't recognize it, so not moving to admit.
I won't be moving to admit this exhibit.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schramm. At this time, I have no further questions.
Okay. And for Sierra Club? So, Steph?
Good afternoon, Mr. Schramm. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Hopefully this will be relatively quick. I just have a couple clarifying questions I want to follow up with. The first one is in regards to the Borealis project, and you stated that the open season for binding agreements has not yet occurred. You expect it to occur in the fourth quarter, but it could move in either direction by some degree.
Plus or minus, yes.
Do you receive any meaningful sort of advance notice from Texas Gas about when that open season will happen?
Yes, we will.
Okay. What does that look like?
So those typically come in the form of verbal discussions with their business development representative on how they're progressing. You know, a project like this is multi-pronged for them. They're speaking with not just users like us who are developing generation, but also producers, because ultimately they have to get supply into that pipeline for delivery to customers. So for example, there will be some meetings upcoming among producers and users of the pipeline capacity so that there can be some better understanding by Texas Gas of the amount of interest, so they know how big to build the pipeline project.
But in terms of timeline, anywhere between now and sometime in early 2026?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay.
And we would have, I think it's fair to say we would have at least 30 days' notice.
Okay, that's what I
Before
was-
we would, it would not be an overnight situation, it would not be a next week. It would be a reasonable amount of time for a customer to respond with a bid.
And so, because the non-binding confidentiality agreement that we discussed earlier with joint interveners didn't include cost information, my understanding is that you had built in some sort of assumption for cost.
We did.
For expansion with Mill Creek 6 specifically.
We did.
What was the basis? What information did you rely on for that?
We presumed an initial rate much higher than Mill Creek 5, because recognizing that the pipelines, while they're under FERC's jurisdiction, there is in essence a revenue requirement for a pipeline. So for the first 20 years, we assumed a much higher rate, and then we pulled it back to a lower rate following the initial 20 years. We could provide some additional information on what that was based on specifically, but it does remain an estimate. It's not based on a specific size of the Borealis project.
Okay, so that was pulled, so there'd be, between the filing of the application and doing the modeling and now, there'd be no meaningful changes to those cost assumptions?
No.
Because you don't have the...
No additional information, correct.
And just while we're still talking about pipelines, Brown 12 can be served by either Tennessee Gas or Texas Eastern, correct?
That is correct.
Who serves all of its supply now, or who do you expect would serve that supply?
For Brown 12?
For Brown 12.
So the situation there is a bit different because there are two pipelines. The Texas Eastern pipeline is actually fully subscribed. Having said that, we're always open to investigating alternatives with potential capacity releases by the owners of that capacity on the pipeline, as well as purchase of that. But in addition, we previously looked at Tennessee Gas to see what they had available. They did have capacity available previously in our prior CPCN for Brown 12. They still have capacity available. It's not quite as robust as what was available 2 years ago. So it doesn't access all of the basins for supply that we could have accessed previously, because we were looking at some options in the deep southern part of Texas. We can't quite have that capacity anymore, but there still is capacity to serve Brown 12 on Tennessee Gas. The fact is, we could also look, and we will examine an alternative that would be a combination of both pipelines, depending on those capacity owners on Texas Eastern, because our infrastructure there will allow us to actually flow from both pipes. So we still feel confident we can get firm gas to Brown 12. However, we recognize it will likely be in a slightly different form that it would have been previously.
I apologize, this may just be my misunderstanding. So because of the lapse in time from 22-402 and Brown 12's application there, and then the deferment of adjudication on that issue till now, is the position that you do not expect to be able to serve Brown 12 entirely from Tennessee Gas?
We believe we can,
Okay.
but we're not certain that that's the best alternative at this point.
Okay.
The best alternative may turn out to be a combination of both pipelines. We're actively looking at that now so that we can make a prudent decision for firm gas supply.
Nominally, I'm referring to one of your responses to the joint intervener's first request, item 63, but the basis of the question was that you were expecting Texas Eastern to do some sort of estimated cost to send to you regarding any upgrades required to serve Brown 12. And so my question is just, has that occurred? Have you received it?
I am not aware of a recent update from Texas Eastern, and we can confirm that post-hearing.
Okay, we would like
What
that.
I do recall from Texas Eastern is that there was a very long potential expansion timeline project that they were contemplating. It would not have been available even to serve Brown 12 by 2030 was my recollection.
Okay. As it stands now, do you expect there to be significant upgrades necessary for Texas Eastern, like meaningfully to serve Brown 12?
My understanding that unless you're using existing capacity on the pipe that is currently owned by someone else, typically a marketer, my understanding 2 years ago was that there would have to be a significant expansion on Texas Eastern to fully serve Brown 12.
Are those cost assumptions built into the analysis for Brown 12 when you were preparing?
No, they are not. I believe the cost assumptions for Brown 12 are based on the Tennessee Gas Pipeline's tariff rate.
Okay. Is it possible in a post-hearing data request to just do a modeling of the cost for a Texas Eastern and a Tennessee Gas combined scenario you just discussed, just to see what the difference would be?
It is possible if we have a price from Texas Eastern. That's the
Okay.
question, is do we have enough information to assume what a price would be for Texas Eastern with a large expansion? I'm not certain we have that. However, we may have enough information for a price that involves a purchase of capacity from an existing owner on Texas Eastern.
Okay, we'll follow up then in post-hearing for that. And this is going to be a bit of a non sequitur, but it's just something I wanted to make sure that we understood as well. My understanding is part of the stipulation assumes at least a short-term extension of Mill Creek 2. Is there any reason to believe that with the in-service date for Mill Creek 5, and then if you are approved for Mill Creek 6, the construction space, that there will be any concern about coal storage or any other sort of physical constraints to operate Mill Creek 2 in the interim?
No, my understanding is that obviously Mill Creek 2 is currently being accommodated during the construction of Mill Creek 5. So perhaps some additional accommodations will have to be made in terms of site locations, coal storage, upon the construction of Mill Creek 6. Mr. Tummons may be able to give a bit more information there in terms of the site requirements, but that's something that the companies were already considering when we looked at the extension of Mill Creek 2.
Thank you. And the last, just very quick line of questioning, refers again nominally to your direct testimony. It discusses the forward purchase gas procurement strategy that you have currently. Is it possible for you, and I think Cane Run 7 really is what this applies to, I suppose.
That's correct.
In real terms now. How do you recall generally how much you purchase, what percentage of Cane Run 7's gas needs are purchased on a forward basis?
Yes. So for year one, which as we sit here today would be 2026, we look at purchasing about 40 to 60% of the minimum expected burn of Cane Run 7. And that number is calculated based on if gas prices moved higher and some generation shifted more to coal, what would be the minimum amount that Cane Run 7 would need to run to reliably serve load. And then we ratchet that down in year 2, we ratchet it further down in year 3. So by year 3, we're looking at something that may approach 0, but it could go up to 10 or 20%, I believe, subject to check. That's been our approach. Now, for current year, we actually will buy forward up to a 50% of not the minimum burn, but the forecasted burn. So as we sit here in 2025, and we would include the upcoming winter based on the way the gas market works, we'll look at the upcoming winter and we'll say, we want to buy about 50% of the gas for our combined cycle. Again, it's to reduce price volatility that customers would see on their bill for fuel. That's the goal.
And so in your testimony, you indicated that you would reevaluate this, assuming, again, approval of either Brown 12 or Brown 12 and Mill Creek 6, or some combination of more gas units on the system.
Right.
Have you begun doing any analysis regarding what that fuel procurement strategy will be on a forward basis?
We've only just begun that, realizing that Mill Creek 5 would go into commercial operation in 2027, mid-year. And then, prospectively, Brown 12 in 2030, Mill Creek 6 in 2031. So we haven't looked at that in depth. Part of the reason is we want to better understand the Borealis project and the gas supply basins that opens up for us, because there's some potential there for some gas supply out of the Marcellus, out of the Utica region that we don't have access to today. So we're looking at a combination, because at this point it will become not just a percentage of gas supply that we buy forward, but also considering where that supply comes from. So we want to have a very holistic, integrated view of where our supply will come from, so that we can better evaluate risk of purchasing as well as the potential volatility of the purchases.
When do you expect that analysis to sort of conclude? I'm assuming you're going to start the process now for Mill Creek 5, as you said, so 27 onward.
We are. I would expect by sometime in 2026, we'll have the initial part decided, but we don't want to move too far in that decision without a more holistic view of what the follow-on unit will look like. Again, that's considering the parts on the Texas gas pipeline. We have to establish the transport for the Brown 12 unit first, and then we'll be able to understand that decision, which will be a bit of a separate decision, given that those pipelines aren't tied together.
Well, I hope I kept it relatively short. I think that's all my questions, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Lee.
I'll ask a few. I'd like to start out just by asking you to tell us what other methods you considered to satisfy the electric needs that you're anticipating in the next few years, and why you eliminated those. Why are we left with this proposal? And I'm not saying it's a bad proposal, but what else did the companies consider?
So given the load demands, from a resource planning standpoint, we're always looking at all technologies that are available. Obviously, the ability to serve load around the clock becomes extremely important to have dispatchable resources, particularly for very high load factor loads that are evident in some of this economic development load, particularly data centers. So there's a reason why the industry has such a demand for combined cycle gas units. We're not alone in that. Those are being sought by many, many parties across not just North America, but across the globe. That is the primary source of new dispatchable generation. We recognize in the future other technologies can develop, but in the near term, that's where the industry sits now.
Do the companies store any gas for future use?
So our LG&E local distribution company, or LDC, does have storage fields, and that's one of their price hedging mechanisms, physical hedging mechanisms that they use. For generation purposes, we do not own storage. However, the gas pipelines, for example, Texas Gas has storage facilities in central and western Kentucky. And the pipelines are such a network that not only do they have storage, but they have compressor stations located in various places. So we're able to take advantage of that network in terms of our firm transport agreements. We have not specifically purchased storage on their system, though, to this point.
Are you aware of PJM's problems lately in moving projects along in their queue?
Yes, in my opinion, the market construct in PJM effectively to incentivize long-term or generation developed for the long term, they're only providing a price signal for a very short-term period. So it would be very difficult, and this is why not many players are active in that merchant generation market. Very difficult to have financing for a project where you only know your price for capacity for such a small, limited term for the first year or so. After that, you're at market. Very hard to get financing for projects. That's the root of their dilemma. There's a lot of expertise at PJM. There's a lot of smart people there, but at the end of the day, the market dynamics are such that it's difficult to incentivize people to build generation when they don't know the long-term price. They don't know the revenue they're going to get for it.
The other RTOs have different models for that, though, right? They all handle that a different way?
It's handled differently. I think it's important to note that in PJM, you have about, I'm going to say roughly 2/3 of the generation is owned by merchant players, largely due to deregulation in many of those states. MISO is somewhat flipped. It's about 2/3 owned by vertically integrated utilities in some of those states. In addition, in PJM, and certainly this commission has advised utilities that if you're going to participate in PJM, be what is known as a fixed resource requirements customer. So an FRR customer would have generation to serve their load, even though they're part of PJM. And that FRR piece, there are some people in PJM, including in Kentucky, that are FRR customers, but they're supposed to have generation to serve their own load despite being part of PJM. PJM is very much energy constrained on peak, and you know, NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Council, has expressed concern about PJM and MISO being able to reliably serve customers at peak times. So as Mr. Wilson said earlier, it's one thing to have adequate transmission availability to a neighboring region, but it's quite something different to actually have generation and energy on the other side to use. Two different things.
The companies do sell electricity to the PJM market, though, is that right?
Yes, we do. We are participants in the market from that perspective.
I mean, if you look on the PJM app, there's at times electricity going out of KU to PJM, and at other times in the same day, maybe, electricity flowing to KU from PJM, is that right?
Could. We make some, there are very few times when we make economic purchases from PJM, and even fewer times when we are attempting to buy from PJM for reliability reasons. Winter Storm Elliott was cited earlier. That's obviously one of those times. PJM did cut exports, so at that time to serve their own load. But I think in that regard, it's important to note that PJM has some very specific emergency operating procedures. They have something called a Manual 13, and their procedures are very clear that if PJM is in an EEA, an emergency energy alert, and they are on the verge of not being able to serve load, they will cut specific control zones. So if you're a control zone and you're deficient at one of those times, you're likely to have load shed, even though you're part of PJM. Again, it's hard to backcast all of that into Winter Storm Elliott, but I know in previous proceedings, we made the point that as an energy deficient control zone, if we would have been in PJM, we could have very well ended up with the same result.
Yeah, it's my understanding that PJM was very close themselves, maybe within 100 megawatts of
Extremely close.
having load shed themselves. Is that right?
It is, and if you add a deficient control zone onto that footprint, it's clear to say that it would have been difficult for the entire PJM footprint to then help out that deficient control zone.
What are the factors that the companies consider in whether or not to deepen their relationship with PJM, maybe I should say?
Yeah, so in our RTO studies that we file currently every year, the primary uncertainty in those studies is truly what the PJM market construct will be in the future. We've also often likened it to, it's like playing a game without knowing what the rules are, maybe in the future. So that's the risk to our customers, is that we get into a situation where we're not joining what we thought we were joining. So again, I think the upcoming years for both PJM and MISO, and things develop slowly in the RTOs. There is an extremely long stakeholder process with many, many stakeholders with diverse interests. So it takes a long time to come to grips and for an entity like PJM to actually change something materially. Their recent capacity auction that they had, they did hit they had agreed to a cap in that auction, and they hit the cap. And for those of us who know the price of new equipment, new combined cycles, it's not clear to us that that cap is sufficient to incent the development of new generation. Yet to be seen.
How so? If the cap was so high, why wouldn't that incent, just due to the short-term nature of PJM's
Well, the cap
horizon?
was an agreed-upon cap between PJM and at least one of the state governors. And that cap is probably not high enough to support the development of new generation. It seems like a high number, but it ultimately may not be a high enough number.
Very well. I could go on all afternoon. I'll pass on to Commissioner Regan.
No, I could listen too, but we'll move on.
Okay, so I just have a couple. And then we'll probably be at a really good stopping point for today. Let's see. Council for, I believe, joint interveners was asking you some questions earlier about the Grays Branch project and the other solar projects. I guess 6 of them were initially, had shown interest, 3 terminated, 2 more later terminated.
Yes.
And now there's just Grays Branch. In that same.
Well, I would say there are still 3 that have not completely terminated out of the 6 PPAs that we had. It's certainly the 3 that are left. I think Grays Branch, and I think we would have all said this, might be the one that is perhaps has less resistance to completion.
Is that the one that's on the former mine site?
At least partially in Hopkins County, yes.
Those are the ones that tend to get less public.
To this point,
opposition.
they have. Yes, you're correct.
And then in the same area of your testimony, I think it was page 9, you were talking about co-owned solar at Marion and Mercer. What's the status of those?
Yes, so Mr. Tummons
Or
can tell you.
company-owned? I can't read my own writing. Company-owned.
Company-owned,
not
yes. I was inferring what you meant. Mr. Tummons can tell you a bit more about those. The Mercer County project is being completely developed by the company. The Marion County project was what we call a build transfer project, where we have an agreement with a developer, and the developer builds it and then turns it over to the company at a certain point. We were looking at all avenues to get some additional solar, and that appeared to be another way to perhaps get more solar capacity in our system. Mr. Tummons can update you on the status of those.
and I can ask Mr. Timmons the rest, but are those two intended to substitute for some of the 6, or those were already?
No,
in
they were
progress?
already in
Okay.
addition. They were.
So you still need more? It sounds like you'd still be interested in,
Well, if they're economic, but as we know, solar prices have risen substantially, and the tax
Tax
incentives
credits.
in the future will be reduced.
okay. And then I just had like sort of a technical question. In the portion of your testimony where you were talking about, I think it was winter storm Enzo and the -3 degrees, and the peak hourly demand had been like 6,814 megawatts. There was talk of intra-hourly peak of 7,000 megawatts, and I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so we typically will cite peak that is integrated over an hour, but if you were to look at our load within an hour, we always say, we're talking about resource planning for 30 years sometimes, but ultimately we have to serve every moment. So within the hour, you'll see a lot of jagged points in the peak. So what that indicates at something higher than 6,800 is that during that hour, the high point of that might have been 7,000 or more. Again, lower points would have been below 6,800, but it's really the industry standard to cite peaks on an integrated hourly basis. You have reserves to allow you to serve those jagged points in between, and that's what happens.
Right.
So it's the intra-hour part it's not smooth. It's a very jagged line as load
Okay.
comes on and off. And we're accustomed to that.
I wasn't sure I'd ever really heard that term referenced. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Any more from the commissioners? Redirect?
Oh, none, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
Chairman, can I ask one question, follow-up from Commissioner
Oh my
Wood?
God, it was not, yes, that's, I don't mind. It's out of turn for redirect, but,
I would join the
Kurtz,
company's
yeah.
objection if one's being expressed here.
That's fine.
okay, you could do a post-hearing data request or maybe ask a different one.
Thank you.
I was about to let you break the rules. All right. Probably will wrap up for today. I would encourage you, all the parties, to discuss what witnesses you may not have a ton of questions for.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
we would love that discussion. I guess I was just gonna, you're heading down a direction we were gonna ask
Yeah.
about anyway.
I
If there are some witnesses,
If
we
we're
just
gonna
say there are
have-
none at all,
Yeah.
then we might excuse some.
You guys can let me know in the morning, but I would like to, if we're gonna have a late day, it'll be tomorrow. I don't want our late day to be Friday. And, I mean, there's some possibility, but we won't even go into Friday, but just give me an idea in the morning what we're looking at, and we'll try to time our witnesses appropriately, and maybe have a very short lunch break if,
Your Honor, I apologize. I was just wondering if there's any way that if we could know, if no parties and the commission staff didn't have questions for some witnesses, if we could just, so they wouldn't come here tomorrow morning just to go back home, if we know that. If people don't know, if you're saying, if the commission says, bring everybody back who hasn't been excused, we will absolutely do that.
Yeah.
We were just wondering if there's a way we could have that conversation quickly and.
we'd have to get their direct on the record, just to turn them over for cross, but if there's absolutely no cross, I don't know how we'd know that right now is the only thing for telling them tomorrow.
Can I that's fine. That's fine. I'm not trying to create a problem in any way. I just thought if we could go down the list and see if there are people.
Submit to me an agreement in the morning that no parties have objected to certain witnesses, and everyone will say, yes, we agree, we don't have to have them, you can let me know that.
Okay.
Let staff know by email tonight, or if you trust one another, you can tell me in the morning, we're not gonna bring this witness, and I just don't know, like, I'm trying to accommodate here, but I also wanna make sure that staff has plenty of opportunity to question if they need to as well.
I guess the only concern from staff is if staff has no questions, but the commission has questions, for example, how would that be conveyed to the parties if a witness would be excused?
If there were an instance where no one had questions but us, we could do a post-hearing data request. So I'll authorize staff to allow that to happen. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I'll just get things moving. Sierra Club only has questions for Mr. Ember of the company's remaining witnesses, so there's no need to keep any of the other company witnesses around for Sierra Club at least.
Do we want to just go ahead and do this, or do you guys need?
Your Honor, that'd be
Okay.
great if we could.
All right, let's
So-
go through one by one then.
Just go down
I'll
the
call a
list.
witness name and, sure.
Fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Tummons is our next witness.
Yes, I do believe we have some questions for Mr. Tummons.
Okay.
I do as well.
Okay, we already heard Ember is next, so that's not a problem. Lana Isaacson.
I know we have some for Ms. Isaacson as well.
Did J.I. have anything?
Yes, for Ember.
Yes, we
Yes.
will for Mr. Ember as well.
Mr. Garrett, Chris Garrett.
I'm not sure. No, did we say we didn't have any for Mr. Garrett? Okay, yeah, we don't have any questions for Mr. Garrett.
Staff,
No questions from Mr. Garrett.
Commissioner Wood, do you have one?
I do, but I can do it in a post here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's happy to be here as
No,
well.
for one question, no.
You're sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Andrea well, that's true. We could just do it. Fair point. We'd be happy to take Mr. Garrett out of order if you'd like to ask him a question. No? Okay.
He can answer in a post hearing data.
Okay. Andrea Fackler.
Okay,
Staff?
yeah, none from Ms. Fackler.
None from staff.
Commissioner?
Nope.
Okay.
And then I assume it goes without saying Mr. Conroy will have plenty of questions.
Conroy's
we will
gonna
bring-
have this,
we will bring
yeah.
Mr. Conroy. And we will bring Mr. Beller as well.
Sorry,
because I know
Mr.
that-
Popularity, yeah. And then I believe we had some follow-up from Mr. Beller.
Yes, absolutely. So,
Did the joint interveners say yes, they have questions for Ms. Isaacson?
Yes, we do for Ms.
yeah,
Isaacson.
so Mr. Garrett and Ms. Fackler, it sounds like we do not need to bring them tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, so
thank
do we want to go into the intervener witnesses as well? What's fair for the goose, I guess? So Garrett and Fackler, we will not need to do anything about putting their testimony on the record. What's filed in the record is, okay. All right, so moving on to joint interveners. Witnesses. Actually, Attorney
Two of
General.
ours, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Attorney General and KIUC's witnesses, Collin and Wellborn.
Yeah. Anybody got any questions or not?
I will make this, the companies do not plan to have questions for any intervener witnesses. Now, if somebody submits, if they start asking essentially providing direct testimony, fresh direct testimony of some kind, then we might ask questions, but we do not anticipate having cross
Or in
questions for
response
any
to other
intervener
people's
witness.
questions, new information that came out. Who else?
I will say, he has kind of hit on one of staff's concerns with the intervener witnesses. We don't have questions for some of them, but we do for the AGs, and KIUCs, but the timing of the, intervener testimony in this case fell a little close to the Mill Creek 2 assessment. And so that was one of staff concerns, was whether that would come up, with any of the intervener witnesses. And we do have questions for 4 of them, and 2 of them happen to be theirs.
Okay, so we'll need Mr. Collin here and Ms. Wellborn.
They're gonna be remote.
Remote, that's right, they're remote. All right, Kentucky Coal Association's Emily Medine.
Did you have? She'll take you up on that.
Yeah.
She's remote anyway, but will staff have questions?
No, Your Honor.
Commissioner?
For who?
Emily Medine. Commissioner? All right, so she's welcome to continue to participate virtually if she'd like, but she may also be excused. And tell me how to pronounce that before.
Medine.
Medine, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. SREA's Benjamin Smith. Questions from joint interveners, Sierra Club
No questions, Your Honor.
staff
Nothing from staff either.
and commissioners?
No.
Well, we are all easy to get along with today. All right.
If
there are no questions, we would ask that Mr. Smith be excused.
Mr. Smith is excused.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. And then we're on to Sierra Club's witnesses, hoteling or hoteling?
We have 3 witnesses, Your Honor, Ms.
No questions from you guys unless others do. No?
No questions from KAEC.
KCA? And I'm sorry for the cities.
We have no questions.
I did not mean to ignore you.
It's okay. And originally somebody had asked, and I had said Miss Hodling, but it's actually Miss Sherwood that staff will have questions for.
We'll need Ms. Sherwood here, but as far as Hodling and Fisher? No? Commissioner?
No.
Commissioner?
I might for Fisher, but it can be done in a post-hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that leaves Sherwood to be here.
Your Honor, just to be clear, may we excuse Dr. Fisher and Ms. Hodling?
I think so. I think that there may be post-hearing data requests, but, okay.
And we'd be happy to answer that.
All right. So moving on then to finally joint interveners. Mr. Childs? Does staff have questions?
No.
Mr. Childs?
Just for Miss Stanton is the last.
And Ms. Stanton is remote, I'll note. I'm
Right.
sure we can continue.
So
for-
Childs, Iden or Eden, and O'Leary. Anyone object to them being excused?
Objection.
Their testimony's in the record already? All right. So, I'm gonna reiterate to make sure that everybody is on the same page, and then it sounds like we might well finish tonight. All right. So we'll have Timmons here, Ember, Isaacson, not Garrett or Fackler, Conroy and Beller again. We will have Colin and Wilcorn vote. Not Majine, not Smith, not Hodling, yes Sherwood, not Fisher, not Childs or Iden, but yes to Stanton, no to O'Leary. Anybody object? There is no pressure. If you have questions for these witnesses, I will make sure that they're here.
And we have absolutely no objection to keeping anybody around from the joint interveners or making them present by
Right.
remote if something comes up later.
Gotcha, okay. And Mr. Schramm, you can leave the stand, I'm so
No problem.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
All right. Anybody have anything else to say about excusing witnesses or not excusing witnesses?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
And any reason why Mr. Schramm couldn't be excused? All right. You do not have to spend the night in the witness stand. All right. Then let's adjourn for the day, and I'll see everyone 9 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.